Volume 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, The Well of the Ultimate. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the dead of night, rain was pouring from the sky. A man wrapped in a large coat held up his lantern in the dark street. The rain poured down on his long coat relentlessly, with a cold, insatiable drive chilling him to the bone and soul. The cold air frosted the lantern, making the light dimmer than it already was. In the dim yellow light, the path a few feet ahead was visible to him, but anything further along faded into pitch blackness in the rain. The surroundings were distorted by the rain and darkness. Only when lightning struck could the towering castle be revealed. Stone statues of beasts covered in green moss sat on the rainspout, rainwater streaming out from their mouths. When the lantern was held up, the man's face was also faintly illuminated. He was an old-looking man with emerald eyes and a silver beard. There was a sense of abnormality in the air. A twisted weirdness lurked in the rain falling to the ground, in the lightning that cracked through the clouds, and in the deep breaths that the old man let out. There was not a single sound anywhere. In this world of silence, even the realness of breaths and heartbeats were fading as time passed. Not even a coward would fear this world, because all fear had already been frozen by the dead silence. Gaius had been here many times before, but each time, he felt Ruined City was assimilating him, making him as cold as the city, turning him into a walking corpse. This dead silence may not even be a good place for a ghost to live. When he raised his head to take a deep breath, he could feel all the invisible beings that filled the city. They were the ether that roamed the atmosphere and the earth. Ether resonated within his internal organs, and harshly pulled away all existing sound. When he looked down, he could see the rainwater on the ground flowing with ether. Among the waves and streams, the ether spread out beautifully like eastern silk laid before his feet, flowing to the end of the darkness. This was a gorgeous, extravagant cage. Sound was devoured in this city by the enchantment, a magical force field. Ether slept here eternally. Not even the musicians that understood the heavens and earth could communicate with it. This was the warmest enchantment. In the silence, Gaius raised his head suddenly. He felt a presence approaching. The darkness thickened. Through the twisted screen of rain, the darkness looked as if it were a living being. It tried to tear itself apart, struggling with its teeth and claws, wanting to break free, wanting to get the thing out. And so the darkness was separated. In this silence, the rain and the wind blew wildly. Gray shadows emerged from the darkness. The color was like boiled lime, or the sharp edges and corners of a marble. There had been 31 of them when they set off, but only 9 came back, their gray robes almost completely covered with blood. The leader staggered, his hands holding a slender object. It was wrapped in a dirty white cloth, supporting his body so he did not fall. When Gaius saw him, he could not help but take a step back. Half of his face was charred. The wound had not yet healed, white and clammy from the rain. Water dripped from the side of his face, even the droplets had a faint tint of blood. "Hein?" He mumbled in dismay, but suddenly realized that he could not make any sound. Hein made an effort to pull the corner of his mouth up, as if he were smiling. This man was once known to have the face of an angel, but now it was as hideous as the Azura in hell. There was no time for Gaius to say anything. He turned in a rush to save time, and pushed open the door of the fortress. For a moment, he watched behind Hein carefully. Behind Hein, the Grey Friars stood silently, carrying something large and heavy. The object they carried was wrapped in layers of white cloth, revealing only a sharp edge. Gaius felt a sting in his eyes, and did not dare look again. The door closed silently, devouring the trail of the group. Lightning flashed in the clouds and on the fort. The stone beasts stared at the sky, their grinning mouths almost sneering. The creeping wind blew from the darkness as if it were walking into the underworld. They walked down as if there was no end. The torch on the wall illuminated the long corridor. Gaius led the way in the front. The heavy copper keys shook at his waist but made no sound when they collided. As the key twisted, the sixth black iron door opened. Every time, Gaius could feel the bronze hub in friction with the huge structure behind the door. There was a violent tremble, like a key going into his own body, attempting to completely destroy his weary bones. With every step he took, he could not help but want to look back at the thing Hein carried. That thing was calling to him, telling him to turn around quickly, to look carefully, and imprint its image into his eyes. Immersed by the object's call, his mind was shaken up. It was like an invisible hand was pulling at his soul from within his body, softly urging, "Turn around." The voice said, "Come and turn around quick. Look at me. Look at me now. Look at me." He trembled as the silent murmur summoning him spoke relentlessly, echoing in his ears. He felt a hand on his shoulders, calming down his wildly beating heart. He was sober, but felt himself soaked with cold sweat. It was not until now that he realized he had been standing in front of the last door for a long time, immersed in a hidden temptation, unable to extricate from it. That thing had magic. Gaius turned and tried to smile, but Hein just took his hand off him, and gestured him to move on. When the last key was inserted into the keyhole, Gaius felt so tired that he thought he was about to die. The gate, 3 meters thick, opened with a tremor as the machine twisted. The torch was lit, and the darkness dissipated. Cold wind blew in from behind the door, with a pungent and hot scent enough to make one dizzy. Yet Gaius was slightly relieved. He was finally about to complete his mission, just like the others. He looked up at the inscription on the gates, "The Well of the Ultimate." Behind the mighty iron gate was the abyss. In the darkness, the light rose from the abyss, swung, and illuminated their pale faces. According to legends of the East, at the end of the ocean, there is a whirlpool called the Ultimate. It is the remains of the last world after its demise, representing death. The fallen stars and the dead waters converged in the whirlpool, into the endless darkness, never to be recovered again. But if only darkness existed within the Ultimate, where did this light come from? It seemed able to burn the world. Blazing light burned in the black abyss. Like silver and gold melted together, or hot copper and hot iron rolling in the kettle, the light converged into a whirlpool, forever twisting. The silver and gold light lit up every one of their faces. Looking into it for a long time, they began to feel dizzy, but along with the dizziness was an urge to lose themselves to the light and jump into the whirlpool. This was the Well of the Ultimate, the end of the world where all life withered. Even the aether would be killed here. Elements with divine power floated within the Ultimate, like spilt ashes. But before they died, they converged together, like molten iron boiling with its steam rushing up to the air, into a swirl of pain. Under the whirlpool was death. "We're finally here," Gaius silently whispered and looked back again at Hein, but saw amusement and fear flashing in his eyes. There was suddenly a faint sound in the dead silence. The sound itself was very subtle, but in this terrible silence, it was very clear. It roared, surging like a tide. It spread through the air, creating layers of ripples. On the shoulders of the friars in gray, under the layers, that thing was breathing. Gaius and Hein's faces froze in shock. They turned back, only to see the following scene among the injured friars in gray. One friar had suddenly collapsed and slumped to the ground. Just a swift moment beneath the ripples and his face had been crushed. His body collapsed to the floor like falling gravel. There was no blood on the ground because all the blood had vaporized and merged into the breathing sound. Thus, the breathing sounds became a raging tsunami. Boom! A sharp shriek broke out from the breathing like metals screeching against each other. It was a high-pitched scream, yet tender as well. Their eardrums were shattering but, at the same time, they felt that someone was singing. Ode to this world. At first it was just faint tremors, but now it had turned into a roar. It was like an axe chopping down wood, or dragon scale scraping. The stars fell and the earth broke. The endless scream spread, condensing into one huge ripple trying to break apart the shackles that restricted it. The ground shook tremendously while gusts of air started to swirl up from the ground. The Wyrmrest enchantment had broken. Light rolled in the deep abyss within the well of the ultimate. The flowing iron whirlpool suddenly created a huge burst. The hot silver fluid was boiling again. A huge amount of bubbles rose like fog coming off of a lake's surface, accompanied by a wild wind that filled the air, creating ripples and the sharp screech. In the presence of the screeching noise, the human body would be swept up like a fallen leaf and slammed against the wall. Their lungs were stuffed with iron sand and unable to breathe. The power was going to press them into the stone wall and crush their flesh and bones. Then, the layers of cloth were torn. In a spinning illusion, Gaius felt his mind go blank, but he finally saw that thing's shape. It was a steel coffin. On the cross-shaped coffin, layers of chains were trembling in unrest. As it landed with a thud, the chains fell apart. The iron and steel were completely vaporized by the power of the heat. The iron coffin shook so forcefully that the copper spikes nailed in the coffin popped out. They feared the monster inside and wanted to flee. Fine cracks emerged at the top, growing like a living creature, spreading quickly. The screech was growing even more high-pitched. Screams, like the hands of demons, turned the friars into bloody flesh slapped onto the wall one by one. But the terrifying pressure bounced off Hein's body. When Hein looked up, his eyes flashed with a golden fire. As if the gods had taken over his body, he broke the bond and crawled toward the iron coffin with incredible speed as if he was falling into the ultimate. He whispered something, and suddenly pressed his hands directly onto the iron coffin. After a moment the screech disappeared. The momentary silence seemed to last forever, but then the screech broke out 1,000 times stronger. The terrible tremor took a physical shape and drove from his arm into his body. The skin on his arms cracked, blood splashed out but vaporized in the twisted wind. Some blood got into the gap in the iron coffin, disappearing without a trace. First his palm, then his arm, and then the last half of the body. Hein's body withered quickly. He began to dry out, and his life was about to be exhausted as his blood was drawn from him. He struggled to look back at Gaius. His lips opened and closed, wanting to shout something. Gaius froze. Looking down, he saw that the slender parcel had rolled down beside him. It was what Hein had carried all the way back. With all the shock and tumbling it had endured, its covering had been removed, revealing the holy object inside. Like a spear made with raw iron materials, it was rough and wild. The blade was dull but stained with layers of blood. In the screeches, its front blade lit up, buzzing and releasing a burning light. The light was so hot that it cracked the shackles restraining Gaius. He used all his power to bend down, and clenched the spear. For a moment, he felt an infinite power rush into his body, and along with it he gained courage. The frightening roar disappeared. His ears could only hear his heart beating like rolling thunder. Divine power filled his body, boiling his blood. His heart almost burst, and he was obsessed with the feeling. He wanted to release it all. If iron was in front of him, he would break it. If a dragon was in front of him, he would drive a spear right through it. If his enemies were in front of him, he would tear them to their very last bone. If a god stood before him. His consciousness was dominated by this power. He stood up involuntarily, and moved forward 7 steps, his footsteps printing into the stone beneath him. Now he was standing in front of the enemy. The iron coffin shook endlessly. He glared at the cracks on the iron coffin, glared at the darkness within. His hands clenched the spear, and he gathered all his strength and courage. He stabbed the coffin with the spear. There was a sound like a bubble bursting. As if the iron coffin had been just a phantom, the spear drove down effortlessly between the cracks, piercing the darkness, stabbing all the way through to the other end. As if it was an illusion, he heard a sad cry, like the sorrow of a giant dragon before falling to its death. Within the sorrowful cry, the screeching stopped abruptly and the dancing and sparkling ether suddenly stilled. Then the cry condensed, turned into a raging storm and dropped back into the deep ultimate. Silence swept back, and the iron coffin once again fell into stillness. The power that had filled him disappeared. Gaius stumbled back to help Hein up. This burly man had now withered into a baby. Broken at the touch, he turned to ashes. Only his head remained and fell to the ground, his withered eyes staring at Gaius. He had died. Gaius closed his eyes and turned to the iron coffin. Like a child trying to reach a tall tree, the old man struggled to push the iron coffin, squeezing every drop of strength out of his bones. Little by little, he moved it towards the deeper ultimate. Exhausting his last bit of power, he pushed it into the boiling iron flow of the ultimate's whirlpool. As the iron coffin fell, it rolled through the air and was immersed in the whirlpool. The thick sword still deeply penetrated in the iron coffin sank to death along with it. In its last moments, he saw the horrifying totem engraved on the coffin. As if it had walked straight out of a nightmare, the totem had a face made of brass and a body of black iron. It had 3 skulls, with traces of birds, beasts, and humans. It was bulky and hideous, with countless arms holding flames, ice, disease, knives, axes, and bones. Obviously, it did not resemble the human form, but somehow the totem was so beautiful. So perfect that it was frightening. It was a creation from mythology. The son of God and mother of earth, it was a demigod filled with hatred and strength, the Hecatoncheir. When Gaius came out from the ruins of the city, he heard the sound of ocean waves. Perhaps he had been in silence for too long, but even the sound of the waves was salvation. In the cold rain, a carriage waited quietly in the dark. The man in the car waved to him. He froze for a moment, then got into the carriage. It took him on the returning path. The carriage was very warm inside. It had an underlying infused scent and very intricate, beautiful decorations. But he still felt a coldness surrounding him that he could not shake loose. The man sitting opposite him handed over a personal heater. He felt the essence of its precious warmth, but his face was still very pale. "Welcome back to Earth." The white-haired Eastern man brightened the light, illuminating his face. Like all Eastern noblemen, Bai Hong wore a silk robe, with a faintly embroidered pattern made of silver silk threads. This kind of mark was like a flame, both majestic and arrogant. Apart from the white hair, Bai Hong looked young and vigorous, with no wrinkles on his face whatsoever. Only when looking at his eyes did Gaius feel that this guy was really as old as he was. "When did you come?" Gaius whispered. "I came right after you, but always a step behind. I was only able to see from afar." Bai Hong lowered his gaze. The lingering fear in his heart had not disappeared with time. Just looking at it shook my mind and soul. It really made me feel hopeless. "Nothing to feel hopeless about," Gaius whispered in a low voice. He remembered the face of Hein, with his withered skull and dried-up eyes. He started to look bleak. Wasn't paying the price all we were ever able to do since the very start? "I am afraid we cannot afford to pay that price," Bai Hong also whispered. "We have lost dozens of musicians." The dragon-slaying spear was given the name Street Point George just to deal with the Hecatoncheir's sleepy murmurs. To those monsters, humankind's struggle to fight back must have looked funny, I suppose? Like ants, their deaths had no value. Gaius was silent. After a long time, he sighed softly. "Bai Hong, 20 years ago, when the disaster of the silver destroyed the city of the wolves, I was right there inside the city, but..." "Oh?" Bai Hong was surprised for a moment. "At that time I stood on the city wall and watched it emerge from afar. The waves spread to every corner of heaven and earth with a magnificent neon light. It was really very beautiful. So, rest assured, that magnificent destruction will make people feel that it's not a pity to be buried with." Bai Hong was stunned, but then suddenly he laughed softly. "Humans are indeed ridiculous. Hearing that they can die a prettier death can make them feel less regretful about dying. So, we should first worry about the problems of the living for now." Gaius closed his eyes and recited the dogma, fear and respect the aether. Bai Hong fell into silence. The silence continued until the carriage stopped. Outside the carriage was a port where a ship was waiting to set sail in the rainy night. Even with the window in the way, Gaius could hear the sound of the ocean waves. He had left the lands of the Wormrest enchantment. The world was full of sound again. Having been in silence for so long, he was grateful to hear the noisy waves that he heard in his everyday life. Gaius could not help but look back to the faraway land. Yet nothing could be made out in the faraway darkness. So we part ways here. His Holiness, the Pope, is waiting on my report, Gaius said. He got off and looked back at the carriage. Are you going back to the east? Yes. After all, there's a considerably proud and arrogant empress at home. By hindsight, if I am not there, who's to say she's not wreaking some havoc? Gaius laughed. It must be hard being a treacherous minister, Bai Hang. It's Regent, Bai Hung carefully corrected him. Well, goodbye, Mr. Regent, sir. Goodbye, Duke Gaius, Your Highness, Bai Hung said. The carriage door closed. In the rain, Gaius stared quietly at the man's carriage disappearing into the rain. With the sound of countless raindrops, he looked back at the darkness of the fort, as if through the blockade of numerous layers, he could still hear the roar of the monster. I really don't understand. His gaze was deep. You monsters. Why do you keep wandering and lingering in the human world? This year, a rare phenomenon appeared in the night sky. Two moons shone together, the white moon and the blue moon, hanging high in the sky at the same time. There were 6 earthquakes in the lands. Some areas were in a bad drought, yet there was tragic flooding in other areas. Some people claimed that in the desert areas, a flammable black liquid was found. Some claimed that the continents were shifting. Some claimed that the earth was round, and some claimed that the ancestors of humans were monkeys. These were all just minor details. This year, the revolutionary army that occupied the New World was only just starting to grow, and the dark world of natural catastrophes was still raging. Some countries relentlessly borrowed bonds that they would never be able to return, and some places were militarized to expand their own regimes. The war between nations over the ruins and ancient technology was still continuing. The sacred city was responsible for forgiving the sins committed by men, and the aristocrats of the East were responsible for selling silk to the dead. Those who fought were fighting. Those who killed were killing. It was as if everyone had a good time keeping themselves busy. Few people noticed that the Dark Age had already been over for hundreds of years. The fragile peace between humankind and natural catastrophes had been maintained for too long. The world was still so large, but most of it remained hidden in the dark. The once 12 kingdoms were now only 9, struggling to occupy a small corner of the world and slowly, yet cautiously, exploring the territories in unknown directions. Some people turned their attention to the other side of the ocean because the wind brought the tide of a new era. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Lighthouse. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Late at night, the sound of the crashing waves came from afar. The town was silent, as if it had fallen asleep. Everything was quiet. The stars and the moon hung in the sky above. In the dark, only the lighthouse on the coastline outside the town still had light coming from it. Since the town had been established, the lighthouse had always been standing on the coastline. The church had built it with ancient technology, and it helped direct the ships that came past the reef area. For centuries, a fire had always burned at the top of the lighthouse. The fire burned on aether's powers, releasing a blindingly harsh light. Hundreds of mirrors were placed in complex frames, forming complicated arrays, enveloping the fire. The light, shining through a well-designed refraction angle, created a complex trajectory, its brightness increasing tenfold, shining in all directions. This self-reliant structure was almost semi-permanent, and did not require any manual management as long as there were proficient mechanics carrying out monthly system maintenance tests to prevent possible failures. However, it was not the priest in black that came today, but 2 teenagers and a dog. The only words that could be used to describe the dirty, golden-haired dog were ugly, ugly, and really ugly. It had laid on the ground ever since it got here, looking disinterested with everything it saw, and had already fallen asleep. When a mosquito landed on its nose, it sneezed. While sneezing, its lips turned outwards as if it was grinning, revealing a row of uneven canine teeth. Beside it, a teenager with fair blonde hair leaned back against the wall, focused on shredding chicken meat with his bare hands. The chicken was savagely torn piece by piece, stuffed into his mouth, then carefully chewed. He ate in a slow and serious manner, making people think that he was not hungry and just wanted to spend time eating. He was handsome, but when he laughed his looks gave others the impression that he was a bad person. Those green eyes seemed to look at people as if he were a beast, looking for the best spot to take a bite out of. By his side, the liquor bottle was half empty. He had finished all of that by himself. "Yezi, you already know, right?" He whispered, "The opportunity to study in the sacred city has been taken by the 3rd son of the Thomas family." "But I know," an indifferent voice replied from the array of light. "He also said a lot of ugly words," Victor said. "I know." A hand came out of the dazzling light. On the index finger was a ring made of iron wires that commanded everyone's attention. But his voice was still indifferent, without any emotion. "Victor, give me the 8th wrench," said the voice. "Are you really listening to me?" Victor asked. His eyes stung from the light, his pupils constricting. "You waited so many years to go into the sacred city to study. All of your hard work got you here. Are you really going to watch the opportunity fall into the hands of a piece of trash that only knows how to flip maid skirts?" The dog awakened. It looked up and barked, as if it was also contemptuous and could no longer stand it. "I said hand the 8th wrench to me," the voice insisted. The hand in the array shook gently, reminding Victor not to keep him waiting for long. Victor picked up the wrench from the toolbox and placed it in his hand. He started to withdraw his arm, but Victor grabbed him by the wrist, keeping him from pulling away. The hand paused in the air. Victor stared at the glare of the mirror frame in the array, as if he wanted to see the look on the face of the teen in front of him. He was slightly drunk, so his eyes looked angry and not at himself, but for this quiet friend of his. "Did you hear today?" Victor whispered. "He said that you were an Eastern bastard." "I heard, Dot. He said that kids from the streets should go back to brothels to find their mothers." "I heard. So? Do you want to pretend that nothing happened?" Victor demanded. Victor's hand clenched the wrench so hard that you could see his veins popping out. He looked at the mirror array and saw the blurred reflections inside, but the images were motionless and silent. Silence, that was all there was. "Ye Qingxuan, if someone insulted my parents, I swear there would be a whole hell of poisonous snakes poured into his room. If someone insulted my friend, the same would happen." Victor continued coldly, "I know that you don't want any trouble for the priest, but sometimes, if you retreat, you will be seen as weak. You will be insulted. You've done so much for this town, and what have you gotten in return? They don't care for you at all." Victor exclaimed. "For so many years, they have never been grateful for what you have done, and they take everything for granted. Even if you continue to repair the lighthouse for 10 more years, create tens of thousands of copies of posters, or reduce their oppression as much as possible, nothing will ever change. I never expected anyone to appreciate me. And no one will appreciate you. Do you know why? Because in their eyes, letting an unknown wandering beggar stay here is the greatest gift of all in this noble land." "Enough, Victor," the other youth's voice came from the array. The light was too harsh for people to see his face. "No, it's not enough. Do you remember what Thomas said?" Victor yelled. Victor's eyes were sharp as daggers. "He said that the opportunity was what he deserved. It will never fall on an Eastern-Re36-Star's head because they have stolen enough from us. In the 5 years you were here, he took you as a thorn in his side. You spared him again and again, but how did he treat you in return? Are you really going to let it go? There was more silence in the array. After a long time, the array opened and the long floor mirror was pushed open. A teenager walked out of the light. As the array closed, the gleaming light dissipated, showing the young teen's figure. His wore thick sunglasses, a necessary tool when working in the array, or else the heated light would blind his eyes. However, the most eye-catching feature was not his sunglasses, but his hair. It was a pure white, like flowing mercury. The long white hair shone in the light, blending into it. White hair was unique to the Eastern people. It was his most noticeable feature, but also his greatest sin. It was proof that he was a mix. Everyone would know what his white hair meant. He was a half-breed who would always be seen as an anomaly in both the East and the West. This identity was more irritating than beggars on the street. Ever since he had come here, the criticism and attack on him had never stopped. After the priest adopted him and appointed him to become a scribe of the church library, Thomas, who had originally learned to copy in the church, watched him even more viciously. In order to get rid of him, Thomas even hid the Holy Bible in his room, and falsely accused him of stealing books. If Ye Qingxuan had not been able to recite the Holy Bible on the spot, proving that he had no need to steal it, he would have been cast out of town long ago, never to find shelter again. Victor, don't try to push me towards revenge. You know that doesn't work on me. Ye Qingxuan was not enraged, and he did not argue. He just picked up the wrench and returned to the array. Then, sounds were the only things that came from the inside. Ye continued, anyone can say bad words, but winning with words is of no use to me. So what if I won the argument? Thomas paid for that opportunity, and it will never be mine. I'd rather save my effort. Victor snorted. Saving effort for you is coming over to fix the lighthouse at midnight and continuing to work for the town? At least I can make some money. If I don't come, the father will have to come himself. I don't want to add more work for him. He already did a lot to fight for the spot for me. He doesn't want you to go. Victor said coldly. He wants to train you into a priest and carry on his work, make you live with those cold things for your entire life. You'll die in this tiny *SS town and all you'll have is that metal trash. Actually, I don't think there's anything bad about working with machines, Ye Qingxuan said from the array. At least they won't lie or look down on you. Sometimes, I like them more than people. They won't betray you if you understand them. Victor looked away. He tore at the chicken quietly and stuffed the pieces into his mouth, grinding them with his canines. He ate like a beast. It's not over like this, he muttered to himself rather than Ye Qingxuan. The repair seemed extremely slow this time. The only sound in the silence came from the array. It changed into a new structure under the tools. Under the youth's practiced movements, the large machine started moving easily. Hundreds of mirrors changed their positions according to the tracks, adjusting into new angles like a lotus flower blooming and closing. Complex beams of light jumped and flew into the sky. Finally, the maintenance process came to an end. Ye Qingxuan walked out of the array and nodded after a last checkup. Victor, give me the screwdriver. The mirror is 1 centimeter off. So what? What's the point of being so detailed in this? Victor tossed him the screwdriver that anchored some papers. They'll still look down on you and make fun of you for being so serious. And then they'll enjoy their life while taking advantage of your results. Ye Qingxuan heard without listening. He carefully adjusted the angle of the mirror structure, gripping the screwdriver as if it was a jewel. Sometimes, the smallest difference will change the entire result. He paused and said something in the Eastern language that Victor did not understand. A millimeter of error is a difference of 1,000 kilometers. As if responding to the teen's words, a gust of wind blew from the distance. It poured into the windows and passed through the lighthouse. Without the screwdriver anchoring them, the pile of paper at the bottom of the toolbox flew up, dancing in the air as if they had wings. One piece covered Victor's face. He quickly grabbed it to tear it apart. But when he saw the diagram on it, he froze. Ye Qingxuan had drawn a diagram of the mirror array on the white paper. The picture was different from the original structure. New tracks were marked, and compared to the original, there was nothing alike. The original structure had been destroyed and the pre-designed tracks by the priests had been ruined. This complex system was no longer after this adjustment. Victor stared at his friend as if Ye Qingxuan was a beast. "Ye, do you know what you're doing?" "Yeah." Ye Qingxuan's voice was as indifferent as before. "You know sh*T." Victor jumped up. "Do you know how long the church used to design this array? Do you know how much it costs to maintain it?" He yanked Ye Qingxuan's collar. "Ye, this is a reef zone. So many ships use the lighthouse for direction. If anything happens, you'll be thrown into jail. Hurry and change it back before anyone notices." "Nothing will happen." "Nothing will change," Ye Qingxuan said quietly. "I just made a small adjustment." He waved, and the ugly dog, old Phil, climbed up, running over with an open mouth. "You're crazy," Victor muttered in the distance. His arms hung beside him listlessly. "Victor, when did you start to think that I'm a weak person?" The white-haired teen picked up the bottle on the ground and walked to the window overlooking the quiet town. Facing the refreshing sea breeze, he drank all that remained. Then, he threw the empty bottle far away. "What's good in saying more words? At least let your payback be seen by everyone's eyes." Ye Qingxuan turned around and pulled the hub next to him. Immediately, the lighthouse moved along with the complex structure, as if it were waking up from sleep, moving along the established trajectory. Gears riveted, winches rolled, mirrors offset, and the angles changed. The collision of the steel parts caused sparks to fly and a deep groan. The mechanical collision's broken sound was like heavy breathing echoing. The originally still frame was now in crazy rotation. In the harsh light, it was like a wildly burning lotus. Victor looked blankly at the changing flashing lights. The sudden flash was like an explosion gone in the blink of an eye. The lotus-shaped array was sealed. The light jumped in the air, like a tame beast, going in all directions, the same as the original. But there was just one beam of light that projected into the dark town, falling on the mirror old Phil had nailed. Along with the will of the young teen, the light traveled through the dark town, jumping from mirror to mirror. In the end, a hot and harsh light cast itself on the largest house in the town. It was like a light that came down from heaven. In the middle of the town, the bell trembled, as if rung in anger. Underneath it, a snarling dog bit the rope, struggling to shake the bell. The sharp, loud noise awakened the quiet town. People awakened from their sleep and got out of their beds. In a panic, they ran to the window, looking at the street. There was no beast that broke into the town, nor any bandits that broke into any house. Nothing seemed to have happened. Only the sound of the alarm echoed, and a holy light fell from the sky onto the Thomas's house. In the town, the awoken residents suddenly became noisy. "What's the matter?" Somebody shouted loudly. "What happened? Who rang the bell?" "Mom, I'm scared." "Hey! Look at the Thomas's place. Thomas's home." Thus, the town that was just now extremely noisy turned incredibly silent. Under everyone's eyes, a ray of light from the sky shone down, forming a line of writing. The writing was so clear that it was like a blessing that the gods sent from heaven. But it was only a few simple words, with beautiful handwriting like flowing water. It wrote out the teen's kindest greetings. "Son of AB*TCH. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Birthday. Translator, Ye Studio Editor, Ye Studio. It was early in the morning. The sounds of waves came from afar. The morning sun shone at an angle from the end of the sea, and shed light onto the towering spire of the church. Above the spire, the sage's statue held a trombone, playing silently to the sky. However, the angry roar that had started at the beginning of the night was still raging on in the church. "Damn you, Eastern B*****. I'm gonna kill you. Open up, Ye Qingxuan. If you have the guts to curse us, you'd better have the guts to open this door this instant. You're dead, Ye Qingxuan. You know what? No one in the town of Lute can keep you safe." The three Thomas brothers banged angrily on the door of the church, holding hammers and shovels, cursing loudly. The beam of light from last night was like a slap on their faces, as well as their families, in front of the entire town. The worst part was that the little piece of garbage continued the light show with all sorts of curse methods, along with various other word choices. He had taken turns with all the languages that he had learned in the church to curse the Thomas family with the beam of light, and had cast it onto their front wall. It provided a vivid and refreshing language class for all the hooligans in the town. Now the Thomas family didn't dare go out. No matter where they went, there would always be people murmuring behind their backs, "See that one? That's the son of a bitch Thomas. That damn Ye Qingxuan. Damn Eastern half-breed." But no matter how hard they cursed and roared, the church was still unresponsive. After a long time, they finally grew tired, threw some more threatening shouts, and then left in anger. Outside the church, silence was restored, but within the chapel, the tall and slim priest's expression was still cold. The priest seemed to be old, but still burly, only his beard was silver. His face, as always, was indifferent. Whenever he bowed over others, his eyes were serious and harsh, and his voice was smoky, giving people great pressure. In front of him stood two trembling teenagers and a large dog that looked like it was smiling. "Victor, you can go to the back for now." Father Ban waved, "I have something to say to ye." Thus, the blonde teen felt that he was relieved of the pressure. He quickly picked up the dog and escaped, leaving the embarrassed Ye Qingxuan. "Ye, you got in trouble again?" the priest asked coldly. "Ha, not a chance, that Thomas misunderstood me." Ye Qingxuan looked away as he drew the holy emblem on his chest. "Under the teachings of the church, I shall not do anything unrighteous." Last night, his look had been indifferent, with his eyes assured, so he did everything calmly. But in front of the priest, he had a hard time keeping his calm face. Only at times like this did he actually look like a teenager. Since the beginning, everyone thought he was a quiet and smart child. He was calm and never caused mischief like the other kids his age. You only had to give him a book to read and he would quietly sit there all afternoon reading it. Since he had wandered here and was adopted by the church 5 years ago, he had always been the model kid next door that was better than all the other kids. He had perfect grades and excellent manners. He was also gentle, kind and hardworking. Because he knew how to read, write, and organize, he was already the library administrator despite his young age, responsible for copying the scriptures. Plus, he also taught himself mechanical engineering in order to take on the lighthouse maintenance every month. These are the very reasons that made him a bit of a headache. Since he came to this town, 60% of teen fights had something to do with this seemingly harmless young man. Though, he was the innocent victim every time. "I heard that last night, there was a light from heaven shining down with horrible words written onto the Thomas family's wall all night long." The priest's tone was cold. "Ye, your mechanical structure was good, I'm pleased." "Ha ha. That's because I learned from the best mentor." Ye Qingxuan did not finish, as he could not continue through the priest's cold gaze. "I have not taught you anything, these things you have learned on your own. You are a smart child, so I have always been very pleased, but you made a mistake this time." The priest said with a low voice, "The birth of mechanical technology was to help other people have a better life, not to give you a way to carry out revenge." The teen stood in silence, as he was not able to justify his own actions. Like a silent resistance, his silence made the priest even more disappointed. The priest slowly shook his head. Ye, you can go now. I will explain this to the mayor, however, as discipline, you will not have lunch this week. The priest waved, dismissing him. I hope you recognize your own mistakes. You have always been a qualified apprentice, but your actions last night made me very disappointed. Thank you for your forgiveness. Ye Qingxuan bowed to leave, but the priest stopped him. He turned his head and saw the priest's iron gray eyes staring at him. Ye, never mess with the lighthouse again. The voice of the priest was still cold, with no concern nor compassion, the same as always. If someone insults your parents, you can come find me. Ye Qingxuan was stunned for a moment, and scratched his head, then let out an embarrassing laugh. No thanks. He then whispered to himself, why bother adults with childish things? In the backyard of the church, next to the fountain, Victor saw his friend coming back in low spirits. He cracked up, laughing with joy. Hey, Yezi, finished getting a lesson in discipline? How was it? He and Ye Qingxuan were both orphans raised by the church. Victor had it better though, because he was at least half local. His father was said to have been a lord who tried to commit suicide because of poor investments and bankruptcy. The huge debt had left Victor wandering the streets, where only the church would take him in. But 2 years later, Victor moved out due to conflicts with the priest. Now, he used his own fists to gain the position of a pier manager, who pumped water for people to make his living. His days were happy and simple, free from the troubles of learning transcribing skills or theology. Occasionally, Ye Qingxuan came to him, and Victor would leave his job to help him cause trouble or fight together. Sometimes he gloated about not getting in trouble with the priest. For example, he imitated the expression and tone of the priest now, pointing at Ye Qingxuan and saying, I'm gonna hang you up, sinful child, and hit you. Then you'd have been killed many times. No way, I run really fast. He'd never get to me. Victor proudly arched an eyebrow. Honestly, the priest's rules have long been outdated. You're the only one that listens to that huckster talk. In this world, if you want to do big things and succeed, counting on the teachings of God won't be of any help. Old Phil, do you think I'm right? The big dog was awakened by Victor's strokes, and used his tail to hit him since he was annoyed. Victor, who had suddenly noticed his mistake, massaged the dog to flatter him. Don't be angry. Don't be angry, I know you own all the credit. Old Phil was disturbed so badly that it could not go back to sleep. It rolled its eyes at the two teens, got up, jumped into the fountain, and rolled around. It quickly climbed out, splashing water droplets onto the faces of the two next to it. Finally satisfied, it wagged its tail in an elegant manner, like an emperor coming out from his hot bath. The whole process was amazingly natural and as easy as drifting clouds or flowing water. Old Phil is looking better by the day. Where do you learn all these expressions? Ye Qingxuan asked. How should I know? He looked like that when I was 10 and saw him for the first time. Indeed, Ye Qingxuan had been really wondering for quite some time, where did it get that temperament? It was not good looking, its fur was everywhere, and its eyes and expressions had an air of arrogance that you could only see in some Anglo ministers. It walked like a king in his palace, with its chest out and its head high, inexplicably majestic and dignified. One could hardly ignore it, at least Ye Qingxuan and Victor couldn't. The two who were bitten once dared not to do it again. Alright, I'll have to go first. I won't disturb you anymore. Victor got up from the ground and tapped Ye Qingxuan on his shoulder. Some newcomers came. It seemed that they wouldn't like to listen. I will have to reason things out to them. Don't keep fighting. Come back to work in the church. No thanks. I really can't get along with the priest. Victor skillfully climbed the wall and waved Ye goodbye. On the wall, he suddenly remembered something, turned, and waved, one thing, Yezi. What? Happy birthday. I'm poor, so I can't buy you a gift. Ye Qingxuan helplessly shook his head. Then I'll wait for a gift from you when you have succeeded and become famous. Then you'll have to wait a few years. Victor grinned and jumped over the wall. His voice reached over from afar. Relax. I won't keep you waiting for too long. Silence in the backyard was once again restored, only the birds whispered in the trees. Ye Qingxuan looked up to the sky and raised his hand. He turned the ring on his index finger towards the sun. It glittered brightly, lighting up the eyes of the young man. Little Yezi, happy birthday. He laughed softly. Right next to him, an old and ugly yellow dog tapped him with its tail, as if it was beating out the tune for his silent birthday song. I wish you a happy birthday, although this birthday is not happy. It was Ye Qingxuan's 17th birthday today. It also marked the 5th year since he came to the town. His Eastern descent was actually quite rare in the entirety of the Anglo Kingdom. His standard Eastern white hair and black eyes attracted people's attention no matter where he went. Fortunately, in this world, more bizarre and strange hair and eye colors existed. Having white hair made some people call him an Eastern orphan, but that was all, as some rude people would call him a bastard. But these were only a few people, especially after Victor went to live outside of the church. When the retaliation and fights were over, they had to do their jobs. For example, he was now working in the church as a scribe. The work for today was to copy the monthly papers in the church sent to the prayer room from the sacred city. Every month, the sacred city would collect news and information, then send them to churches in different places through special links that were connected by aether. These messages were basically as thick as half of a book when compiled together. Among them was information about the rates of gold and national currencies, the progress of the development of relics from the Dark Ages, the latest disasters, the local outbreak of the results of the war, and the movements of some musicians. What Ye Qingxuan needed to do was to use the translating codes to translate the monthly news. He also needed to pick out news that could be published, copy it, and post it on the bulletin board. Today, he was so shocked that he stopped at the first page. King of Black, Bach. He looked down at the code. A new record? In the monthly reports, the mysterious Mr. Bach had appeared in the southern desert area, and stopped in front of the catastrophe behemoth. 2 months ago, the church predicted that the calamity would once again be reborn from the dark world and would be ready to sweep across the territories of mankind. But no one thought this duel would come so fast. The battle lasted for half an hour, then the king of the storm, Bahamut, was once again defeated and returned to the dark world to sleep. Yet, Mr. Bach left only a short message and disappeared without trace, leaving countless musicians who had rushed to the death desert with sighs of regret. Unfortunately, they had missed the strongest. Bach, this was a holy name from the Dark Age. Only the strongest, most recognized contemporary Western musicians could get the glory of this title. They were called the King of Black of the Three Kings. Between the three kings, the holy name Beethoven, the King of the Red, could only be inherited among the popes. Mozart, King of the Yellow, had always been passed down a family. Only Bach, King of Black, was accessible to the musicians who expected to win the crown. Only the strongest could earn such a glory. In history, the three kings made their first appearance hundreds of years ago when the Mother of Darkness crusade was happening. After the war was over, the Mother of the Darkness was expelled to the icefield of the North Sea, far away from the human hinterland. At that time, Mathau's Passion, Destiny, and Requiem mobilized an unprecedented mass of ether, thus dividing the whole plane into three. On that day, the whole world was able to hear the grandeur of the coming of the angels of God. The aftermath of the war, half a month after the tsunami went to the east, almost sank Qingzhou Island into the sea, creating a new island along the western border. Later, this was called the Eastern Overseas Enclave, Yunlu, the Tower of Clouds. Until now, hundreds of years after the Dark Age had ended, countless musicians fought forward, but the three kings were still the undisputed human guardians. Yi, do not be distracted. A cold voice came from behind him. The fascinated teenager had awoken from his daydream. Father Ban was standing behind him. "Your work today is not finished yet." "Oh, okay." Ye Qingxuan smiled in embarrassment. He dipped his quill in some ink and began to continue. The priest looked at him silently and turned away. He began to head out, but paused and looked back at Ye Qingxuan. "Yi, you should know very well." His voice was cold and cruel. "You do not have that qualification." Ye Qingxuan's hand shook, causing him to draw a line with a frightened shudder, looking like a scar that had been frozen. He finally came back to himself after a long time and found that Father Ban had already left. He looked down at his right hand, his thumb rubbing the ring. The ring felt so warm and gentle, as if it were netted by some wire. "I know," he whispered, as if he had to deny something, but somewhat depressingly. "I know. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Musicians. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Musician, a sacred title. As early as the Dark Ages, where no history could be traced, human beings lived through various natural catastrophes. In the intervals of the disasters, when they dared not to breathe hard or fast, some people discovered the ether. It was a mysterious power that existed in every corner all over the world. It was ubiquitous, but invisible and undetectable. Its power was what eased natural catastrophes, beasts, and evil gods in this world of rage. At first someone named it magic, mana, or strength. Then, some sages finally found and mastered the nature of it. They named it ether. It was ranked as the fifth element, outside the four elements of earth, water, fire, and air. It was a mysterious power from the originator, with incredible variety and properties. As much as they wished they all had that power to use ether, only a pure and special voice could manipulate and transform it into wind, condense it into water, shape it into clay, and ignite it as fire. They could gather substances and turn them into different beasts. They were omnipotent, they were almighty. The earliest humans called the syllables that could control the power as curses. But soon, human beings discovered that music was more powerful than the curses inherited from the Dark Ages. Therefore, they called these manipulators musicians. This discovery effectively declared the end of the Dark Age. Before the darkest dawn, among the human predecessors, emerged countless powerful musicians, one generation after another. By discovering ancient music or creating new classics, they started the Golden Era, the Renaissance. For 500 years, human beings halted natural catastrophes. Slowly, they expanded their territory. Little by little, they marched on, into the distant dark world. Yezi, in the future you will become a musician, one of the best ones. Someone once said this to Ye Qingxuan. Now, it seemed that it had been just a joke. Ye Qingxuan kept his head low, copying something silently, and stopped his reminiscing. He knew that he had no qualifications. Whether you used instruments or simply sang, musicians had to undergo rigorous training and education in order to learn how to control their own breathing and breaths to ensure careful induction and sense of the ether. Sense. Ye Qingxuan suddenly chuckled with his husky voice. Before the age of 10, he had surprised all the musicians with his gift. He was considered to have been born with the talent to resonate with ether as if they were one. But at the age of 10, after running a high fever, he seemed to have lost the ability to sense ether. Not even once. Through the passing years, the genius that his father had proclaimed had become a wandering bum. The road to become a musician was cut off. What was left were only some unrealistic fantasies. Fate will guide the way. He lowered his head and stared silently at the ciphertext of the monthly newspaper. After the end of the Catastrophe Bahamut Crusade, Mr. Bach's answer for the next destination came from the words of the Holy Bible. This sentence came from Aeneas, the first-generation Roman king who established the city of wolves, who later entered the sacred city as the Holy Spirit of Jupiter. Aeneas became a musician at the age of 18. He was inspired by the originator and went to the dark world alone. 30 years later, he established the city of wolves by himself, and was bestowed the title of Holy Spirit after he died. Those were the words he left on his deathbed. He always believed that what he had simply followed the arrangements of fate. But did fate really guide the way? If so, how could the city of wolves be ruined by catastrophe 200 years later? Agonized by these thoughts, Ye Qingxuan bowed his head and started working again. At the door, the shadow that watched him quietly was already gone, leaving behind a weak sigh. That's all for today. After finishing the manuscript, the priest suddenly said, "Your efficiency is decreasing." Ye Qingxuan felt a headache as soon as he saw the stack of paper put aside. Although Father Ban was old, his eyes were still as sharp as ever. He picked out all the wrong letters and non-conforming parts, and asked Ye Qingxuan to rewrite them the next day. This was the rule that Father Ban had laid down for him when he was given the position as a copyist. Ye Qingxuan's salary was often fully deducted because he was not familiar with the format of writing. Things had improved a lot, but it had been a long time since he could remember his salary being deducted because of writing wrong words in his copies. Yes, you are quite familiar with the Dorian's writing style. After checking his copies, Father Ban nodded. You are getting used to it quickly, and you are very talented with the words of runes. It just needs a good memory. I wouldn't be that familiar with it if I didn't do it often. I would tell you if you didn't do a good job. There is no need to be modest. How are you doing with the clerical standard writing I taught you the other day? The priest asked. I practiced often and learned quite a bit. Very good. This writing format and font is the most commonly used one for clerical business letterheads, and it will be very helpful in your future. Father Ban handed the manuscripts back to him. There is a dictionary on the table, you can take it with you. Enough for today. Tomorrow, you can start to copy the Trinity Hadith. With that, the priest beckoned for him to leave. Ye Qingxuan could not help but giving a bitter smile. Father, I am only a copyist. Are you going to train me to be a monk? There's nothing wrong with that. Father Ban looked at him. It is not impossible to be assigned to a good parish with your ability and become an assistant bishop before the age of 40. I have not gotten married yet. Only the cardinal is required to be free from desires, but he can still find a secret lover. Father Ban paused for a moment, and looked at Ye Qingxuan strangely. Did I underestimate your ambition? No, not that. Ye Qingxuan found it difficult to organize his wording. You see, I am an Easterner. You have Western descent, do you not? There is nothing left in the kitchen. I will go buy some food. What would you prefer to have for supper? Ye Qingxuan just wanted to sneak away as soon as possible. Everything as usual. Father Ban finally bid him, remember to clean up the reception room at night. There will be guests. When Ye Qingxuan finished shopping and was ready to go back to the church with his basket, it was already evening. From afar, he could see old Phil wandering around the church, excitedly and proudly scaring kids that passed by. As a high-end dog, old Phil had never been fed by humans. If it could not grab enough food from Ye Qingxuan, it would go foraging itself. If it was in a good mood, it would even bring him back some food, some dead mice, rabbits, snakes, or some stranger things alike. Then, it would look at Ye Qingxuan with the expression, "Do you think you are worthy of me if you don't eat it?" Thinking of that, Ye Qingxuan felt helpless. With that still in mind, he heard of a muffled sound and felt a sudden dizziness. Bang! As if something had hit the back of his head, his footsteps began to stagger. He almost fell to the ground, but then, he felt a hand pulling him up by his hair. Hey, Eastern bastard, you are really late today. A fat and smiling face appeared in front of him. It belonged to the youngest of the 3 Thomas brothers he saw that morning. This was truly a bad situation, very bad. Martin, the youngest brother of the 3, pulled his hair and dragged him into the alley, pressing his face against the wall. I can't find Victor, the little bastard. But it's good that I can find you, you bastard. 2 other guys, already waiting at the corner, blocked the road to prevent him from running away. It seemed that they had been waiting for a long time. Martin, Paul, Ray, listen to me. Ye Qingxuan, enduring the pain, raised his voice. Want to call for help? The eldest brother Paul ridiculed, there's no use. We're far from the church. The priest cannot hear anything from here. Do not talk to him too much. Let's first teach him a lesson. Martin's face twisted in perverse pleasure. Let the bastard know who's a real son of Avalon. At least he should learn to be grateful. Without their permission, without the town of Lute's mercy and blessings in accepting the beggar, this bastard would have died in the drains. But this bastard never knew how to pay his debt with gratitude. Not only did he shamelessly become the apprentice of the priest, he was even after the precious chance to receive training. You did a good job last night. Martin punched Ye Qingxuan's face hard. The victim fell to his knees. Martin's foot stomped on his head, his facial expression twisting. You son of Avalon. How dare you do this to me? Martin yelled, you can never beat me, understand? The chance to go to the sacred city is mine. It's only me who can become a musician. You're only a son of Avalon will rot in the drains. Martin kicked his face hard, but the D*med bastard was just holding his head, curled up on the ground, and did not speak a word. The silent resistance made Martin act even more ferociously. Oh, aren't you a tough one? He spat at Ye Qingxuan's body and told his brothers, hold him, I want to make him pay the price. Paul and Ray laughed, pressing Ye Qingxuan's hands, and held his body against the wall. Then, Martin pulled out a dagger. Beg me. Say you are a son of a bitch and ask me to forgive you. Martin pulled his hair up and let Ye Qingxuan look up at him. He put the dagger on the eyes of Ye Qingxuan. Otherwise, I will write B*TCH on your face. Feeling the dagger pressed coldly on his face, Ye Qingxuan froze. He wanted to struggle, but was held tightly. He stared into Martin's eyes. In the end, he finally understood what had to happen. He bowed his head, feeling humiliated. Ye Qingxuan whispered, his voice getting weaker, Bitch, speak louder, I can't hear you. Martin leaned close, putting the dagger back on his face. Speak clearly. Let my brothers also hear. I said. Ye Qingxuan took a deep breath, watching Martin, who stood so close to him, and suddenly laughed, you are all D*MN bastards. Martin was shocked for a moment. He saw Ye Qingxuan's head raised high, as if he wanted to see the stars in the dark sky, his black eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Then, he suddenly threw himself forward. Bang! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Martin had a good father. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Their heads collided, and at that moment, the crisp sound of the collision stunned everyone. It was like getting whacked with an iron bar. As their foreheads cracked, the spread of the pain made Ye Qingxuan's body spasm. He suddenly raised his feet, making every effort to step on Martin's face. Martin couldn't finish his sentence. His mouth was sealed by Ye Qingxuan's violent kicks. He staggered back from the heavy blow, and fell into a ditch. Paul and Ray were stunned. In shock, they turned around and saw the young man with rage in his eyes. Blood dripped from his forehead, nearly tinting his black eyes red. They felt him stomping hard like a hammer being banged on their toes. Due to the extreme pain, they released their grip, and Ye Qingxuan broke free. Come on, let's see who the bastard really is. Ye Qingxuan and the two elder Thomas brothers wrestled. Ye Qingxuan picked up the vegetable basket from the ground and struck their faces with all his might, ignoring the blows from their fists. As Paul and Ray fought back, he heard a scream from behind. Immediately, Ye Qingxuan turned around and saw Martin with a ravenous look on his face. He had gotten up from the ground, his face bloody, eyes angry, harboring the thoughts of a madman. He thrust the dagger at the young man's heart. Go to hell! Ye Qingxuan only remembered putting his arm around his chest. The dagger made a cold cut on the back of his hand, and finally went deep into the basket. Snap, dot. The dishes were broken, and the vegetables and raw meat spilled all over the floor. Paul and Ray were shocked. They did not think that Martin had any murderous intent. Martin was also stunned. Seeming to be awakened from his rage, Martin finally understood what he had just done. In silence, he looked down at the dagger in his hands, saw the blood pooling on the back of Ye Qingxuan's hand, and his face became immensely pale. He whispered and stumbled back, incoherent. I did not, his hand could not grasp the dagger. It fell on the ground, clattered, and his courage shattered. You may leave now, bastard, but I will not let you get away with this. He staggered back and fled. Paul and Ray hesitated, then got up from the ground and followed Martin. They were scared, and almost got knocked down by the people at the end of the alley. Outside of the alley, Victor, who was dragged there by old Phil, stared at the blood on the ground, expressionless. The 2 packs of sausage in his hands fell to the ground. Ye Qingxuan silently got up from the ground and looked at the wound on his hand. After a long silence, he asked softly, Do you have any bandages? I am afraid it will be hard to explain this to the priest. All right, it should be fine now. In the small alley, Victor helped Ye Qingxuan wrap the wound on the back of his hand. You don't know how to fight, why didn't you just run? One person taking on 3 of people. Are you insane? I wanted to run. Ye Qingxuan smiled. But I'm not sure what happened. I was suddenly fired with rage. When we were kids, when did you not need my help to fight? At least pay more attention next time. If you hadn't moved so quickly, you'd have been dead right here. Victor made a gesture. Just like removing a bathtub stopper, you would have bled out before reaching the church. Sorry. Don't you have anything else to say? Victor threw 2 bags into the arms of Ye Qingxuan. Got something good today. Take it and treat yourself. You stole again? It's called work. Since Victor had left the church, he had been working at the pier. Most people over there had sticky fingers, and often stole from the passengers or cargo ships. If discovered, they would take a beating at the very least. No worries, it was a whole box of sausage and I only took 2. No one will know. Victor took out a knife, cut a piece off, and fed old Phil. He threw more than half of the sausage into Ye Qingxuan's arms. Rare goods from Wales. A box is worth 2 silver coins. Bring it back with you, and let the priest have a taste so that he will believe Victor will succeed in the future as well. You are not going back with me? Ye Qingxuan asked. The priest has always wanted you to come back. Victor was silent, and soon he shook his head. I'm not going. My life is so messed up, the priest would be angry with me if he knew. Besides, with such a good boy like you, in time, he will not remember me. What are you saying? Ye Qingxuan said, agitated. Victor got up, grinning and waving. You know I'm not good at talking, do not be angry. I still have something to do tonight. Are you all right with going back to the church on your own? Victor helped Ye Qingxuan up from the ground and gave old Phil a pat on the back, indicating that he should follow his master home. In silence, he watched Ye Qingxuan drift further away, his smile fading little by little. He stared down at the dagger on the ground, and his green eyes turned the color of blood just like a beast. The color of the sky continued to get darker as the night progressed, and the street was empty. Martin was wandering in the alley, depressed. He dared not to go home. "Big brother, what do we do now?" His lips trembled softly as he watched Paul, his eyes full of fear. "Father has ordered us not to cause him trouble." "If he knew." "Do not be scared. Father won't let anything happen to you." Paul's eyes were gloomy. He sneered, "No one will believe a beggar's words." "No one saw. Even if he says you did it, we can say that he is lying." Ray said, "Don't worry, I will find him tomorrow. He won't talk." Paul cracked his knuckles, remembering being pressed on the ground and beaten up by that little devil. His eyes grew ferocious. He better know his place and say nothing. Otherwise, even if something happened, no one would be on his side. But didn't Father say that the mayor will be done with his term in 2 days? As soon as Father's elected as the new mayor, no one will ever offend us because of some foreign bastard. Paul continued with a cold voice, "You are leaving for the sacred city in 2 days. When you come back as a musician, you can do anything you want to him, and no one will say a word. Not even the priest could protect him." With the mention of the sacred city, the fear left Martin's eyes, as if he had found protection. His expression became calm. He raised his hand and stroked his bruises. His eyes gradually lit up. "I'll repay him well," he whispered. "How dare he do that to me?" Ray and Paul exchanged glances, grinned, and patted Martin on the shoulder. "Do not worry. When you are not here, we will take care of him. Let's go." Paul put his arm around Martin's shoulder. "The day after tomorrow, you will leave for the sacred city. Mother has asked the kitchen staff to prepare your favorite dishes. She has a lot to say to you. Do not let a bastard from nowhere ruin our good time." Martin nodded and smiled. It's good to have a family. Behind them in the dark alley, someone slowly said, "Even if you destroy the world out there, you will have nothing to fear once you get home because you have a good father." "Who's there?" Paul suddenly turned around. "Come out." "Sorry, did I interrupt your good time?" In the alley, a thin shadow slowly emerged. His rusty voice croaked, "Think about it." With warm candlelight, a family enjoying a feast at the table, and the long legs under a maid's skirt are pleasurable as well. With such a setting, even I believe anything can be forgiven. After all, what can be more important than family? Die. Paul and Ray's faces grew fierce. They rolled up their sleeves and moved toward the alley, but the shadow did not flinch. He was not intimidated by them. Instead, he accelerated. In an instant, like a spring stretched to its limits, he burst into Paul's arms from the darkness. His fist with metal rings struck Paul's abdomen with the impact of his body. He fell slightly. This was a rare technique used in street fighting. At that instant, it was almost like the whole weight of his body had been pressed into the fist. Even a scrawny person could break 2 pieces of wood with this technique, not to mention those who did not appear so weak. For a moment, Paul rolled his eyes and bent over. "Hey, Dot." The shadow sneered and raised his hand, then mercilessly struck Paul's back with the iron tiger, like a hammer hitting a bell. With a muffled sound, Paul fell to the ground. Then, the shadow stepped on Paul to jump up towards the stunned Ray, and kicked him onto the ground. Followed by 2 more kicks, he kept going until Ray was immobilized. In just a few seconds, 2 people had been incapacitated. The shadow took a breath, kicked Ray 1 more time, then spat on the ground. He wiped his mouth, and finally raised his head. In the dim moonlight, his pale and cold face was illuminated, and his green eyes shone like a beast. Victor. Martin was shocked. He immediately took a step back, and finally recognized who the shadow. "I did not expect you to recognize me. I thought you had all forgotten my name since I went to the pier." Victor laughed softly, but with no joy in his voice. "Don't come any closer. Martin staggered back, searching himself for something. Are you looking for this? Victor pulled out a dagger, still with dried blood on it. He looked at Martin's stunned face and laughed. He threw the dagger at him. Here. The dagger rolled in the air, drew a curvature, and fell at Martin's feet. Martin instinctively reached out to pick up, but then a black shadow rushed up. Suddenly, a hand clasped around his throat, nearly breaking his Adam's apple. The severe force around Martin's neck choking him forced him down on his knees, but someone started pulling his hair and dragged him back into the dark alley. What do you want? Martin was struggling on the ground and tried to speak. Because of that bastard? I can give you money. However much you want. No need, the voice responded coldly. I like to take it myself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Nightmare. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. No thanks, I like to take it myself. Victor agilely reached a hand in and picked up Martin's wallet. Unfortunately, this money is not enough. You'll have to pay a little interest. Victor crouched down. He looked at Martin's fearful expression and could not help but smile. Then he reached out and grabbed Martin's wrist, looking at his palm. Your hand looks so nice. So slender, flexible, and so white. I heard that in order to help you become a musician, your father hired music teachers to train you starting at a very young age. Every day you also had various hand treatments. So such beautiful hands must be very valuable, right? Martin was stunned and his face suddenly turned pale white as he finally understood what Victor wanted to do. You're crazy. If you dare do that, my dad will not let go of you. He screamed and struggled, I swear that you will regret it. Victor sighed, in fact, half an hour ago, I began to regret it already. Crunch! With a crisp, crunching sound, Martin's screams scratched the silence. In Victor's hands, Martin's pinky finger was turned abnormally up to the back of his hand, broken. Last time, my decision to let you go was my fault. Crunch! Crunch! I will not repeat the same mistake a second time. Crunch! 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 With the series of cracking sounds, Martin screamed at such a high pitch, he almost awakened the people in the faraway village. Victor gently let go and got up from the ground. In another half hour, your hand won't go back to its original state, even if it is put together again. He looked down at Martin and sighed softly, what a pity. So even if you do go to the sacred city, your hope of becoming a musician is slim, right? Hearing Martin's cries, he clapped his hands and turned away. In the dark, he looked back from a distance at Martin, who was rolling on the ground, scratching his head helplessly. Oh, no. I forgot this fatty's father is an officer in the town of Lute. It seems that I can't stay in that town anymore. He sighed quietly. Is it too late for me to run away now? In silence, he turned around and saw a golden-haired dog in the distance. He waved with a grin, can't sleep, old Phil? Old Phil squatted on the ground, silently watching him. It tilted its head and licked its dirty fur. It looked like it could not fall asleep, so it came out for a walk. Old Phil held back its sharp teeth quietly, no longer finding smells in the wind. Even its violent eyes had eased up. Sorry, I have to run away now. Victor squatted down, looking at this old dog, and scratched his head helplessly. From now on, you will be the only friend of that guy. But since you cannot even talk, he will be bored to death. Old Phil seemed to understand him, rolling its eyes and smacking its tail in Victor's face. Aha, sorry. I forgot that you can understand me. You are much better than Ye Qingxuan, who just pretends not to understand. Victor gently patted old Phil's back and his tone became softer. But that guy has always been like that, right? He never talked to anyone, even when he was bullied. Only trying to fight against the others by himself. His ferocious demeanor doesn't let people see his fear inside. He obviously doesn't have any talent, but he still wants to be a musician. It's like he'll die if he can't become a musician. Even I can't see any hope in him to be the one. What on earth is he thinking? He was talking endlessly while old Phil listened quietly. After a long time, he clapped his hands with a bitter smile and turned away. After a few steps, he turned back and saw old Phil still looking at him. He laughed and waved goodbye. Go back, old Phil, I'm leaving now. He paused, then walked into the dark. As long as you accompany him, he will not be so lonely. Not knowing why, Ye Qingxuan dreamed of the past, of things that had happened a long time ago, things that were thought to be forgotten already. At that time, he was walking alone in the dark. And in the dark, someone was calling his name. There were noises, the sounds of knocking at the door, footsteps, screams, and porcelain shattering. Little Yezi, do not be afraid. There was a woman holding him strongly, but she was warm and familiar, like the sun. She pushed Ye Qingxuan into the cupboard, holding his cheek, and looked at him. Her pupils were like jade that glistened tears. Stay here. Do not make a sound and do not be afraid. The door of the cupboard closed. Ye Qingxuan stood in the dark at a loss. He heard the noises of the door and the footsteps. His mother was screaming and questioning someone angrily. Someone rushed into the hall and crashed into the eastern porcelain, white shards falling into the mud. He vaguely heard someone shouting, Yi Lanzhao, who escaped from the felony of killing 6 royal musicians, was ordered by the parliament to be included in the wanted list. All his properties will be cleared and confiscated to compensate the state. He huddled in the cupboard and closed his eyes in fear. The darkness hit again. Feeling dizzy, he heard his mother crying and her tears fell on his face. He tried hard to open his eyes, but could only to see darkness. He felt so cold, as if he was falling into an ice pit. Sir, please save him. This child has a high fever. He is dying. His mother's hug made him feel so warm, but he still could not help but feel cold. She was no longer elegant, no longer a fine lady, but a mad woman, kneeling down in the square, forcing herself to tug at every person's trousers only to be kicked away. Get out of my way, dirty beggar. It was cold and snowing. Very cold, very cold. Ye Qingxuan closed his eyes and heard his mother crying. In the dark, he covered his ears, but the sound was still in his mind. Little Yezi, run. Little Yezi, do not be afraid. Little Yezi, from now on you will just be by yourself. He felt his mother stroking his cheek, her last chance to touch him. She smiled through tears. I cannot hold on any longer. Ye Qingxuan gazed at her sluggishly. She was so beautiful. Even if she looked like a beggar now, her eyes were still gentle and kind, bearing the torture from this world with a smile. Now, her torture was finally ending, so why did he feel so sad? She exhausted the last of her strength to wrap a slender instrument string around the child's finger, one circle after the other, as if it were a ring on his finger. This is the only thing your father left behind. Take it and you will not be afraid. She tried hard to embrace her own child and repeated over and over again, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Until Ye Qingxuan was no longer afraid, until her final breath. She was gone. Ye Qingxuan opened his eyes and found himself still lying in the room. It was morning, but the sun was not up yet. The windows were open. It was raining outside. The moonlight and the sound of rain came from the window. Through the window, a black carriage indistinctly passed by on the street. The rain fell from the windowsill, splashing on the ground. The splatter of raindrops woke him up. There was residual water near his eyes. He got up from bed and watched the rain fall outside the window, rubbing the ring on his index finger with his thumb silently. Ye Qingxuan, you have been here for 5 years, he heard a voice in his heart whisper, "Are you still scared?" In this sudden rainstorm of a night, everything was silent. A black carriage came from afar, and quietly stopped in front of the church. The driver was knocking at the door over and over again. After a long time, the door finally opened. Father Ban walked out holding a candlestick. He seemed to not have slept for the night, looking at the driver coldly. "You are late." Looking up at Father Ban, the driver froze. He wanted to explain. "Father Ban, please do not be caught up with him. He's just an ordinary coachman." A tired voice rose from inside the carriage. "It would be better if you could care about me. I think I got into trouble." Father Ban frowned, vaguely smelling a sweet scent. When he opened the carriage door, a heavy, bloody smell emerged. The light of the candle illuminated the dark carriage and the face of a young man. The man in the carriage was in his 20s. He wore a black, collared trench coat and leaned on the inside of the carriage. He looked so pale in the candlelight. He was trying very hard to breathe, as if he could not inhale after every exhale. In the scrutiny of Father Ban, he squeezed out a smile, as if he was trying to be brave. "I am sorry to come late, I got into some trouble on the road." After he spoke, he stopped holding his waist. His hand came away red. The blood seeped from his waist, dyeing his black coat. Blood fell on the ground beside his pants, forming a puddle. It spread along the gap of the door into the rainwater, trickling outside, where it gradually dissipated into the red track. It was not easy to grab a carriage in the middle of the night. "Can you pay the poor driver for me?" The young man painfully twitched his face, forcibly laughing. "You see, it's not easy for me to get the money now." "You are the so-called Wolf Flute in the letter?" Father Ban asked the young man while holding up the candlestick. At this moment, he was so cold and judgmental, it seemed like he would not give up until he saw evidence. Wolf Flute lowered his head and sighed helplessly. "You are as the rumors say." While speaking, he raised his arm with a struggle. The wound was agitated by muscles stretching, which brought a burst of intense pain. He pulled a necklace out of his collar, and exposed the end of the decoration. Made of iron with a wolf head on it, it was engraved with his number. Father Ban stared at it until Wolf Flute was on the verge of death before nodding and throwing something to the carriage driver. "Follow me." The driver looked down at the thing in his hand, stunned. It was only a gold coin, but its material was the green gold only used by the church. It was rarer than anything issued by the various countries and was rarely circulated in the market. This little coin was enough for him to buy a new carriage. Thank you, sir." He bowed to Father Ban in shock. "Come on, can you hurry?" Wolf Flute said behind him. "I'm really dying." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Talent. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The church's reception room was a mess. Everything that had been on the table was swept onto the floor. Wolf Flute was lying on the table, half naked. By candlelight, the terrible wound around his waist was exposed. The skin around the wound was pale, indicating excessive blood loss. The wound was as smooth as a mirror, like a razor cut, from waist to chest, partially exposing the bone. The priest poured half a bottle of hard liquor on Wolf Flute's wound. He screamed in pain. The priest then heated up a needle using the candle until the tip was red. He threaded the needle and began to sew up the wound. Gradually, he noticed that the pupils of Wolf Flute were dilated. "Did you drug yourself?" "I had to, it hurt too much." Wolf Flute grimaced. "I took half a shot of mandala, only to relieve the pain." "I won't get addicted, don't worry, but isn't there better medical equipment?" Ban responded unsympathetically, "There is no gel, no blood transfusion equipment, and no shadowless lamp. I can only sew up your wound." Another stitch. Wolf howled in pain, reminding Ban of Ye Qingxuan's dog. Wolf Flute's face was twitching. Priest, don't you have a hymn to heal the wound? I am just an ordinary clergy. You'll have to find a hymnist who's proficient in choir. Finished answering his question, the priest stabbed him with the needle again, and Wolf Flute instantly gasped in pain. Can't you help me find one? Wolf pleaded. The nearest one is over 200 miles away, said Ban calmly. I am the only priest in town, so you can forget it. Wolf Flute felt a sudden haziness. How was the front line of war? The priest suddenly asked. Just as bad, still holding its position. Because of the historical remains, the war has gone on for over 100 years, and it seems that it will continue on. He took a breath. Now, people on both sides are preparing for the arms race. It is said that the modern Chopin has secretly arrived at the front line, and the modern Brahms is representing the neutral country. They are in the process of organizing a treaty, but there are still no results yet. Ban listened, but did not ask again. He said in a faint voice, "Is that so?" Wolf Flute felt more annoyed, since he had so much more to tell. While stitching, Ban suddenly paused. He used a tweezer to take out a piece of very thin iron from the wound. The iron had a sharp edge and was thin as paper. It was stuck in the bone as if it had grown there and was very difficult to take out. What happened? A wanted dark musician happened. Wolf Flute smiled and said, "Bumped into him on the way here, probably a Satanist. I wasn't careful enough, and got sneak attacked." Can you be sure? Hyakum's believers usually move in packs. He was alone. I only heard the sound of the clarinet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped. Wolf Flute took another breath. I remember the song. He closed his eyes, recalling. It was like he was going back in time to the heavy fog with zero visibility, and millions of water droplets flying around. The water droplets were like a heavy rain, flying to the sound of the sharp music. The song, the solo, was Opus 74, an extension based on the Kramer variation. Wolf Flute grinded his teeth, and finally remembered from an intelligence memo, he was the rain artist. Holy, holy, holy. With the power of the gods, in the morning I shall sing, through the clouds to the holiness. Wolf Flute was awakened by the hymn in the church. He opened his eyes and felt extreme pain from the wound. He was so dizzy, thirsty, and hungry. It felt worse than dying. Teacher, you lied to me. Wolf Flute's voice was unsteady, who said I wouldn't regret coming out. Sir, are you awake? With his faint vision, he saw a white-haired youth. His hands carried a plate of food and water. Wolf Flute did not pay attention to the youth's characteristic eastern white hair. His eyes were only focused on the food. After he ate and drank to his heart's content, he was finally satisfied. Remembering his rough trip and his high spirits when he first started his journey, Wolf Flute could not help but get sentimental. Most people realize that their past mistakes are from the things they thought they would never regret, but it is always too late before they find out. Maxwell, Refuting Independence, Chapter 2, said the quiet boy at his bedside. Oh. Wolf Flute was stunned for a moment, then realized the presence of the young man, and suddenly felt embarrassed. Sorry. You read that book? From the library. I've seen it from copying other books. Ye Qingxuan smiled, I've only looked at it. The book is deep, mostly beyond my depth of understanding, but... Wolf Flute's face reddened. After all, he had only read it during his final year of learning, under the strict supervision of his teacher, and he still wasn't done. The priest said you needed to rest here for a while. If you're bored, I can help you find some books. No, I get headaches from reading. Wolf Flute rubbed his forehead with a bit of distress, but soon his eyes lit up. You know how to spell, right? He caught Ye Qingxuan's hands, his eyes full of sincerity. Help me, or I will die. Sure, I will do my best. Wolf Flute waved his hands in excitement, stretching his wound in the process. He sneered in pain, but still managed to force a smile. As you can see, I can hardly lift a finger. Can you help me write a few letters, please? Ye Qingxuan nodded, found a pen and paper, and listened to Wolf Flute speak. Wolf Flute coughed a bit, and suddenly had a gentle look on his face. He spoke with a tender voice, "To my beloved Milina, my rose. I have been away from you for a month." From the moment Wolf Flute began to speak, Ye Qingxuan could not help but get goosebumps. He transcribed a letter filled with every mushy love word in the English language. 3,000 words later, Ye Qingxuan was finally done and he took a deep breath. It was finally over. Okay, now the second one. Wolf Flute blinked his eyes and watched Ye Qingxuan's face turn green. To my dear love, Eileen, my rose. I have been away from you for a month. Wait a minute. This is exactly the same content as the previous letter. Eileen and Milina are two different girls? Ye Qingxuan was stunned. You're dating two girls at the same time? No, I'm dating three girls at the same time. Ye Qingxuan hesitated and then said, You're great. After the completion of the three letters, Ye Qingxuan realized that Wolf Flute did not want to stop. To my dear Mr. Sebastian, your rose? You date men too? My teacher. Wolf's face was also green, realizing how it sounded out loud. Forget I said that. Ye Qingxuan was embarrassed. He went back to writing. Fortunately, this time, the letter was quite simple, only a few words long. However, even with many years of experience in copying books, Ye Qingxuan still felt a sense of relief when he was finished. Okay, thank you, my friend. Wolf Flute nodded with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. I haven't asked yet. You are Ye Qingxuan. An Easterner? No wonder. Wolf Flute glanced at his white hair, nodded his head and said, Regardless of who you are, you did a big favor for me, and I will put in a good word with the priest for you. A good word? Ye Qingxuan tilted his head and looked at him. Do you think that will be useful? Indeed. Wolf Flute thought of the priest's iron-cold face, and suddenly felt frustrated. Well, I have no way to repay you. You see, the priest paid for my transportation here. Now, the only one poorer than me is the Anglo Kingdom, who is 60 million in debt. With those words, Ye Qingxuan suddenly laughed. You're a musician, did I guess correctly? Wolf Flute was stunned, trying to recall everything he had said, but nothing had shown his identity. Ye Qingxuan pulled out his hand, and pointed to the holster next to the bed's headboard, where half of the metal flute lay exposed. Although it looked simple, it had a special heavy texture, which was obviously not cheap. Well, you guessed it. Wolf Flute took out the flute, skillfully swiveled it in a circle, and then pressed one of the flute's finger holes. You know this? Ye Qingxuan shook his head. It's not shaped like a flute of the East. It's different from what I know. This is a musical instrument from my hometown, not very well known. He caressed the flute. It was said that the first flute was handed down by the ancient Samnites, called Nai. They lived in the desert, so you could hear the sound of sandstorms when playing the flute. He saw the anticipation in the young man's eyes. Suddenly he laughed. He held the flute vertically to his lips, tapped his fingers, and played a few simple notes. There, a sound clear and pure. In that moment, all usual noise had all disappeared to the wind, the sound of water, the distant footsteps, and even their own breathing was silenced. Followed by the sound of the musical notes, as if the wind was blowing from a deep cave, was the sound of desolation. Like the shaking of dry reed leaves in the wind, like friction from the touch of iron and gravel, the sound traveled and bounced around the room, then dissipated without a trace. In front of Ye Qingxuan, silver dust emerged out of thin air, or it vaguely condensed into a wolf's shadow. Wolf's eyes glanced at Ye Qingxuan, seeming to have a spirit of their own. Then, traveling with the sound of the note, it turned away and disappeared in the breeze. Suddenly, everything was over, like an illusion. The silence was back again. Wolf Flute coughed lightly. He had stretched the wound again, and had to take a few deep breaths. Next to him, the white-haired youth was blindly grabbing at the air. He seemed to be looking for where the silver wolf was hidden. There was nothing there, but he smiled. His smile was hopeful and satisfying. "So nice," Ye Qingxuan whispered. "You want to be a musician?" Wolf Flute suddenly understood as he blurted out the question, but he was saddened. He understood now why Ban had asked Ye Qingxuan to come and to take care of him. That bastard priest did not want him to give Ye Qingxuan hope, rather, he wanted Wolf Flute to shatter it. "Yes." Ye Qingxuan asked with a hint of hope, "Do you think it is possible?" Wolf Flute pondered for a long time, until he slowly shook his head. "Sorry, Ye." Wolf Flute lowered his eyelids, not wanting to see the young man's disappointed look. "You have no talent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Music Notes. Translator, Ye Bo Studio Editor, Ye Bo Studio. If you want to be a musician, you need to understand who the musicians are. Throwing out all accessories, removing all glories, being a musician is to devote yourself purely to your career. Compared with the musicians of the Dark Age, we cannot even say we love music. Compared with other people, we cannot even say we sacrifice more. But there is no doubt that we are most suitable ones for communicating with ether, and we are the ones who can best understand ether, too. Ether is everywhere. It is part of the world, existing even earlier than humans. Whether it is soil, water, fire or air, those are composed of ether. But ether is different from these elements because they can, and only do, respond to sound. Do you understand this premise? Ye Qingxuan nodded. At first, the communication between humans and the ether relied on runes. Those notes inexplicably transcribed the voice of the gods, composing music that could shake reality. These notes are known in some places as runes, in some places as charms, and in the East, they are called mantra. In that era, humans communicated with the ether by singing the runes. Wolf continued to explain. With time, a lot of things changed. Runes evolved into small sections called measures, and measures evolved into music scores until there was a need for dozens of musicians to release the formation of the symphony. But music division classification also became more and more defined. There are hundreds of special careers in 7 specializations. The sages' explorations formed the road to the 9 levels of musicians. Even returning to the originator was not a delusion anymore. But before that, there was always a never-changing iron rule: connect with the ether, respect the ether. Wolf Flute stared at Ye Qingxuan's pale face, trying to gain a feel for him, but then he slowly shook his head. "You cannot sense the ether, Ye." Ye Qingxuan kept silent. After a long time, he softly said, "Mr. Wolf Flute, I can learn musical instruments, I can even dash." "No, you cannot." Wolf Flute became serious. "A man who has never been close to an animal cannot ride a horse, and a man living in the desert cannot swim. Ye, perhaps you have a reason why you must be a musician. But if you can't even sense the ether, you'll be constructing a building without a foundation. If you can't sense the ether, you won't know what the ether is doing. At that time, it'll be a good thing if your music score has no effect. If a single rune goes out of control, the result could be horrifying." He paused, his eyes turning pained. "The smallest mistakes I've seen were all paid for in death. This is why cities and villages are all built in places of low ether density. Important places must even be set inside silent enchantments to freeze the ether. A musician must also have a unified heart of sound to rid your body of white noise disturbance." Here, Wolf Flute realized that he had said too much. The more he said, the crueler it became for Ye Qingxuan to endure, because it became more and more clear to him that his dream was far, far away from him. Ye Qingxuan was still looking at him, so he could not bear to stop. He sighed, "Yi, these words that I've said to you could be considered compensation for your work. But I cannot talk too much, as this information is restricted and is not open to ordinary people. If you are still interested, the stuff you will see later will be my last exhortation." Then, he did not wait for Ye Qingxuan to answer, and raised his own hands. He was no longer laughing. His face became serious, then more and more pale. In front of Ye Qingxuan, Wolf Flute leaned against the wall, his hands folding into his chest, and took a deep breath. At the end of a long exhale, the slightest strands of sound spread out with his long song. This kind of voice seemed to be deliberately suppressed to be faint, like a vague wind, but also had the essence of a snake's subtle sound. But in this enchanted sound, the air in front of Wolf Flute suddenly became blurred. A trace of a light from the convergence gathered in front of him 3 feet ahead of the place, surging and brewing. Then, it burst into full bloom. It converged into crystals and grew in the air, reflecting the shadows of roses. Roses reflected irises vaguely. It was magnificent enough to make people intoxicated. Then, the silky sound suddenly changed by a slight jump, which made it out of place. In response, the magnificent flower turned into disgusting dark red and dark green. The mixed colors made one feel nauseous, then quickly collapsed while the crystals were broken and burst. Snap! The shock of the bursting sound awakened the sluggish teen. Wolf Flute put down his hands, breathing heavily. His forehead exuded a cold sweat. Those were the so-called out-of-control notes, Yi. Wolf Flute wanted to raise his hands, but his body could not bear to, so he gave a bitter smile. "That's it for today. Yi, I am a little bit tired. Please let me rest for a while." Ye Qingxuan was ready to leave, but was stopped again. "Yi, even if you don't become a musician, life can still be very good." Wolf Flute stared at him while lying in the bed. "Do not be too obsessed with its aura." "I understand." Ye Qingxuan reluctantly smiled as he pulled the door. After a long time, someone knocked on the door again. Not waiting for him to answer, Father Ban pushed into the room. "He's gone." Wolf Flute said lazily, "Congratulations, you will get a qualified little priest, but next time, can you tell him those cruel words yourself?" Father Ban retorted, "Shouldn't musicians be cruel?" "Nobody said that one had to be cruel to be a musician." Wolf Flute squeezed his eyes and whispered, "But not being cruel enough will not make for a happy life. Looking at you, I understand exactly what you mean." Father Ban nodded, which made Wolf Flute unable to breathe for a while. After coughing for a long time, he finally uttered, "Hey, Father, why are you so bored that you have to destroy young people's dreams like poking at soap bubbles? Everyone wanted to be a musician when they were younger, right? How wonderful to be a musician. I was cheated when I was young and thought that the musicians were so handsome and fun, and they could save lives, but the result was that it turned me into this messed up state." He would have understood it sooner or later. Father looked at him coldly, shaking his head. "This child is not the type to dream of all that glory. I am worried about his pursuit of some even more dangerous things." "Dangerous?" Wolf Flute grinned. "Could it be more dangerous than my situation?" Father Ban seemed to be puzzled, wondering for a long time, then raised his eyebrows slowly. "You mean, your mission being revealed?" "I was really ordered to come, but my whereabouts were to be kept top secret. Everyone should think that I am now in my home in the desert to herd sheep, but unfortunately, on the way here, I actually encountered the world's most wanted black musician. The most terrible thing was that he was the one from the School of Modifications, which counters me the most. I was not able to use my full abilities. So, I suspected that before I received the master's letter, that order had been leaked out. And, I doubted a more troublesome thing. Oh? I might not have gotten rid of the rain artist." Wolf Flute was still laughing, but his eyes narrowed coldly. Maybe he followed behind me, and now is hidden in a little town far away enough that there is no help there. But I don't even have any strength to catch a chicken." Father Ban was shocked. For a moment, the room was full of silence. Under the noon sunshine, Ye Qingxuan walked out of the church alone. Hot sunshine mixed with the smell of salty ocean waves. He squinted his eyes at the sun, feeling the sunshine disperse the coldness in his body, but he still felt no strength. Like falling from the abyss and staring at the darkness under his feet, he felt so weak. "You have no talent," he whispered as if he had told this to himself. The finger with the ring flashed with pain. He pressed his finger and tried to hold in the pain. It seemed like it vanished cunningly, as if it had gotten into his bones and left the same illusion. "Oh, talent." He scratched his head and sat tiredly on the base of the saints. At this time, he suddenly wanted to chat with Victor. If Victor was here, at least the two could go together to make some trouble, or do something crazy. Perhaps doing something stupid could not solve any problems, but at least it would make him feel better. Now, he could not even find his friend when he was sad, which made him feel so lonely. But soon, Ye Qingxuan found something that made him feel even more uneasy if Victor was missing. It was the afternoon when Ye Qingxuan heard the news that someone attacked the Thomas family's brother Martin, breaking his hands. He searched every place in town, but did not find a trace of Victor. The workers on the dock said that they had seen him the night before, but he disappeared after he and a few other people went to the bathroom. The tramps and the orphans did not see Victor back in the town's broken house where they gathered. He was not found anywhere they used to be together. At first, Ye Qingxuan suspected the Thomas brothers' revenge. He even risked stalking them outside of their house, only to find that the three brothers stayed at home nicely. The father roared at the defeated guards, ordering them to put the D*MN little kid into the prison. He did not know where Victor was hiding, and even the garrison couldn't find him. The town of Lute was not a big place. For a street kid, it was an even smaller place to hide. Since the night before, no one had seen him, and no one cared about where the little thief was. Where was Victor? After running around for an entire afternoon, Ye Qingxuan tried to catch his breath, squatting on the ground. He looked around at a loss, and then started to curse. But when he saw a creature walking calmly towards him in the distance, his eyes suddenly lit up. Looking for someone really depends on you. He rushed to hold the big yellow dog that wandered around every day. "Old Phil, please help." "Arf." In his arms, the dirty old dog gazed at him, puzzled. It stuck out its slobbering tongue and licked its forepaws, and then put the front claw on Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. This was probably old Phil's most special, comforting action. The whole process was so smooth like flowing water, but also had a trace of elegance, like a king canonizing a knight. There was no other dog that could imitate that. "Hey buddy, this is all on you." Ye Qingxuan shook old Phil. "Go and find Victor." Old Phil was not happy with this. Its tail swatted at him, indicating that it was upset that Yezi had put him down. It then squatted on the ground, sticking his tongue out and showing no interest. The dog looked at Ye Qingxuan full of disdain. "Do not be angry." Ye Qingxuan squatted and rubbed its head. "I saved some sausage for you from last night, . Upon hearing what he was saying, old Phil sneezed. Its eyes became pleasant. Then it turned and used its tail to slap him twice to punish him for daring to rub its head disrespectfully. It lowered its head, sniffed around, and began to run. First, old Phil circled around the whole town, and sniffed around the broken house in the east of the town, then went straight to the south. Ye Qingxuan followed old Phil, passing the pier, passing the back door of the church, and passing the backyard of the town master's house. Old Phil was still running forward. And they were almost out of town. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Mistake. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Although the Dark Ages had ended over 100 years ago, the frenzy of the ether storm still remained in every corner of the world. Outside the colonies, dangers still hid in the shadows. So almost everyone had been seriously warned by their parents, teachers, and the garrison. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely do not go outside the colony. But Ye Qingxuan did not care. It was just a wall to climb over that was not difficult for him at all. But this direction, he was vaguely familiar with. Wasn't this the direction to the lighthouse? Usually when they went to the lighthouse, they would cross through a forest. There was a longer route directly from the beach to the main entrance of the lighthouse, but he did not understand why Victor would choose such a dangerous shortcut. If he wanted to leave, he could have chosen any ship from the dock. Quietly hidden in a cargo cabin, he would not be found. When the sailors did eventually find him, he would have been hundreds of miles away. In the deep forest, old Phil suddenly stopped. He looked down at the ground. Ye Qingxuan had never seen old Phil with such a vicious look. It bared its teeth. Its front paws were shoveling the dirt on the ground, and glaring at a dark red spot of mud, it smelled like blood. Ye Qingxuan did not hesitate. He sped through the forest and the thorns, and rushed to the foot of the lighthouse. The heavy iron gate had been there for hundreds of years, and the dark surface was full of rust. But inside, it was still as clean as when it was new. The gate could not be opened with a key, instead, the password plate on the door needed to be rotated. The priest gave the password to Ye Qingxuan, so Victor knew it as well. But Victor had been too lazy to come to places like this. Why had he come here now? Ye Qingxuan struggled to push the door open. The light from the sunset rushed into the space behind the door, illuminating flurries of rolling dust, the dark stairs, and a young man sitting on the stairs. A strong smell of blood rushed towards Ye Qingxuan. On the stairs, Victor had a small case in his arms. He was staring at the entrance silently, eyes vicious like a mad beast. His arms were cut badly, deep to the bone. Even with the bandage, blood was still flowing out. But his hands were still clutching that dagger, ready to stab anything that would dare to come close. When he saw Ye Qingxuan's white hair, the ruthlessness in his eyes started to fade, until it finally dimmed down. Victor? Ye Qingxuan was shocked. How did you become like this? Sorry you had to see me like this, Ye. He forced a painful smile, and looked down at the bag in his arms. I just wanted to steal some money before I ran away, but I got into trouble. Last night, I was going to leave the dock and leave my troubles here. There was a ship going to Birmingham, temporarily docked here. Jensen, who was moving the cargo, told me he had a job for me. A job, . When he heard that word, Ye Qingxuan frowned. He certainly knew what the workers on the pier meant by job. It would be nothing more than stealing a passenger's luggage or goods. These people had good repacking skills, and not much was usually stolen, so few would realize their things were missing. And once the passengers did realize they were missing things from their bags, they usually had already arrived at their destination. He told me someone was going to get off the ship tonight. It sounded like a man from some other town. He was wearing a ring with gemstones, clothes made of expensive material, and seemed to be very rich. So the two of them planned to steal something from this man. He paused, then continued with a husky voice, I thought I was going to make some money for the trip, so I agreed. According to the plan, the two of them would distract him by selling him some local products, then I'd steal his small bag. Were you caught? It's worse than that. I succeeded. Victor managed a terrible smile, his face seizing up unnaturally. I stole the bag, then was supposed to meet them outside of the dock. But I had a stomachache, and did not get there on time. When I got there, they were all dead. His pupils were dilated, frozen hands tightly gripping Ye Qingxuan, as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar, trembling slightly. They were all dead, Ye, cut into pieces and thrown into the sea. His voice sounded like a demon was ready to rush out of his throat, vague and cold. Ye Qingxuan was shocked, caught by surprise. All dead? I saw the man cutting them into pieces with my own eyes. Victor looked at the scar on his arm, fear still in his eyes. If I did not run so fast, maybe I'd be in pieces now too. Is this what Easterners mean by karma, Yi? It came so fast. That's bull. There is no karma in this world. You need to calm down. Ye Qingxuan patted his shoulder. Who is the guy? I will report him to the garrison. It's useless. Victor interrupted him, grasping his shoulder. Yi, leave. Do not stay here, and pretend you never saw me. You have no idea who I offended. Ye Qingxuan broke away from his hand and grabbed the small bag from his arms. The lock on the long black bag had been smashed, and you could feel how expensive it was by the soft texture of the leather. Although he was prepared to see a bag full of jewelry or gold bars inside, Ye Qingxuan still could not help but take a deep breath once he saw what was in the bag. Inside, there was a layer of soft sponge, with an additional layer of padded black brocade on top. It was a very fine brocade, one that felt as smooth as water. On the edge of the sponge layer, there were a few slots, holding some delicate spare parts. They were exquisite and gorgeous, with forged metal patterns. But nothing could replace the radiance of what was in the middle of the bag. It was made of dark red iron, crafted with an exquisite forging process, and hand-painted by the craftsman. The smooth surface was spotless, reflecting the men's pale faces. It was a clarinet. Did you steal from a musician? Ye Qingxuan was idly looking at the things in the bag, and felt a surge of coldness spread from his feet to his head. Victor, do you know what you've done? In the great sanctuary of Anglo, as early as a few decades ago, the parliament issued a ruling. Once a citizen had acquired the formal status of a musician, he automatically received the status of nobility, the same status as a baron. No military service was necessary. One did not need to pay taxes, one did not even need to comply with the law. A musician could only be tried by a special court if a crime was committed. Any insult to the musicians would be seen as an insult to the kingdom, and the punishment would be just as grave. This kind of status for musicians was considered the most common respect. Because it was also commonly known that once musicians decided to slaughter, nightmares would follow. Once in the Avalon area, a village had hired a vagrant musician to drive away outlaws from the mountain. However, they regretted it and refused to pay the musician, intending to drive him away with force. The furious musician started to play the pipe, controlling his group of ruthless employers to assemble into a line. They were singing and dancing while digging their own graves, then cut open each other's wrists, and jumped into the coffins. The whole village was obliterated, no one survived. Even now, that musician was still on the most wanted list to number 62, named Hamelin's Pied Piper. Similarly, there were dozens of such bedtime stories to scare children, creating 7 devils to attack a castle, Snow White, the musician who killed the queen, the Red Hat who kidnapped the old grandmother and controlled beasts to attack a village, the puppet master who used a long-nosed puppet's body to strangle children who lied, a grey witch who used a pumpkin carriage to kidnap the prince for a pair of crystal shoes, a sea witch who turned half her body into a fish and commanded a storm to drown the prince's fleet. Some of these stories were fiction, and some were actually variations of true incidents. From these stories, there were still several parties on the most wanted list, rankings unchanged for over a decade. Countless horrible rumors involved much blood, sweat, and tears. Perhaps some had demonized the musicians, but at least one thing was clear: no one was to mess with a musician. And now, Victor had stolen an instrument from a musician, something they treated as an essential part of their lives. I know a musician. Let's go see him. Ye Qingxuan put the clarinet back in the bag, and dragged Victor out of the windmill. Regardless of the price, I will ask him to help you get out of this trouble. Ye Qingxuan whispered, Victor, no matter who that musician is, I will not watch you die in front of me. But it's too late, Ye's. Victor seemed to have felt something, and his look turned bitter. he turned around and said, "He's here." In the forest, a rotten stench of wind suddenly blew in. The leaves shook, with a rustling sound. The sun had almost set below the sea, and the residual light illuminated the withered leaves of the branch, as well as the mist from afar. The fog slowly came from all directions, like a living thing. It seemed very slow, but instantly drowned them. Numerous strange shadows flashed through the fog, wrapped in a cold and wet gray. Gasping with fear, Ye Qingxuan heard a low voice singing vaguely, "Avalon bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down." Foul fog rose from all directions, thicker and thicker, until nothing could be seen. As if there was sorrow pulling at their hands, feet and hair, and slowing down their steps, they could barely breathe. Builded with iron bars, iron railings, iron railings. A sound with the friction of iron came from the paleness. Ye Qingxuan felt the bag trembling with a low voice. It was the instrument echoing the familiar song, uttering to its master. Suddenly, countless iron pieces whistled and cut through the silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Avalon Bridge is Falling Down. Translator, Ye Studio Editor, Ye Studio. In this foul fog, countless iron pieces scratched against each other sharply. The sound was like a dragon crawling on stones, its scales scraping against the stones, sparks flying from the friction. Sound accompanied by a horrible stench rushed into his mouth, nose, and eardrum. It tortured his head, making Ye Qingxuan suddenly see black in front of his eyes, struggling to walk. Rough! Rough! In the blur, he suddenly heard a sharp roar from Old Phil, followed by a hard bite on his thigh. Old Phil was really a fierce dog, whose bite was always vicious, painful enough for people to keel over and roll on the ground in pain. Ye Qingxuan's mind suddenly cleared. Then Old Phil turned around and bit Victor, restoring Victor's movement as well. This pain therapy was so simple and effective, but it was not selfless. Ye Qingxuan felt that Old Phil was taking revenge for not having gotten some sausage. Old Phil looked at him indirectly. Every time Old Phil looked at him like that, he felt that it was disappointed at him because of his lack of progress over the years, continuing to rely on Old Phil to save him. It was really shameful and troubling. Old Phil turned around and used its tail skillfully to whip the two idiots, indicating that they should not stupidly to stay in place, and should instead hurry up and follow it. The horrible stench could confuse others, but was not able to confuse Old Phil. It could smell the sausages Ye Qingxuan was eating behind him halfway across town, so it could certainly lead them back. Ye Qingxuan felt the sounds of sharp iron friction getting closer. In such a large fog, the other party had finally found his target. What was waiting for them? Ye! It's getting more and more powerful. Victor looked at the black box, the instrument in the box issuing a lower shocking sound. In the next moment, the low sound from the box suddenly broke out, like a sharp friction sound bursting. Builded with iron bars, iron railings, the low voice continued to issue a command in the fog. Suddenly, iron grew out from the trees right in front of Ye Qingxuan. In the dense withered trunks, iron branches broke through, like bamboo stems or some kind of proliferation of crystals, crazily split. Quickly, iron railings appeared from out of thin air, cutting off the front. No creature could cross these thorns. They ground against each other, causing endless sounds of friction. Those thorns grew quickly and closed like two big hands shooting out from the middle, trying to trap them. Old Phil did not care about it. It barked to the two behind him, telling them to follow closely, and then sped up to rush into the thorny jungle of death. It really was a ferocious and vicious dog. It was hard on itself, but even harder on the others. Not only did Old Phil dive straight into the danger, but also let the two teens follow it. Ye Qingxuan didn't have time to hesitate and fiercely ran after Old Phil, trying to escape, trying to gamble for his life. As he ran, the thorns scraped against his body. He could feel the coolness of the thorns as they scratched his face, and his heart growing cooler. Old Phil quickly jumped out of the thorns without any fur falling out. Ye Qingxuan followed Old Phil closely with only a few cuts. The most miserable one was Victor, who jumped out from the thorns and onto the ground with his clothes shred, his pants torn in half, which was exceptionally funny in the midst of such a dangerous task. There was no time to hesitate. Ye Qingxuan pulled Victor and ran after Old Phil. The fog became so strong that he could scarcely breathe. The song emerged in the angry atmosphere. The pitch suddenly increased by 8 octaves, and the fog began to frantically dance. Countless hands flashed in the dancing fog. There were suddenly. Those illusory hands passed through Old Phil and Victor, going straight for Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan was shocked. He used all his strength to fight, but was not able to escape every hand. These palms did not even exist in essence and were a weak force. One or two felt like the resistance from a gentle breeze, but once Ye Qingxuan's speed was reduced, more and more palms began to appear. Suddenly, Ye Qingxuan was overtaken by the palms, tightly grasped by them so that he was unable to move. "Hey, could I be that unlucky?" he muttered to himself confusedly. "Yee!" Victor rushed over to help with his red eyes opened wide. Old Phil was even faster than him, frantically rushing to those hands, wrestling with the invisible palms. But the palms did not care about Old Phil, and continued to move towards Ye Qingxuan. The palms were like evil spirits, layered on top of him, dragging him into the fog. Simultaneously, the low voice suddenly became a high pitch. Among the countless dead trees, iron edges broke out again. Those thorns once again began to grow more. This time they converged with each other, bursting and flowing together towards Ye Qingxuan. This time it seemed that they wanted to crush him thoroughly. At that moment, Ye Qingxuan heard the sounds of countless pieces of iron grinding against each other, like the sound of ice cracking. The fog was broken by numerous strikes of lightning, extending toward the front, piercing everything. Ye Qingxuan struggled with incredible strength, but was pulled into the shackles of the palms, feeling powerless. At the last moment, he heard a vicious roar, followed by a leaping shadow struggling to bite the invisible palms. Old Phil! Ye Qingxuan was stunned as he saw Old Phil's hind legs wrapped by the thorns. But Old Phil was enraged. Old Phil would rather die than throw in the towel. Blood pooled from its body. "Old Phil! Get out!" Ye Qingxuan shouted. Were those words useful? He suddenly started to get scared. The old dog was so angry that it did not listen to anything. It bared its teeth, saliva flowing out, eyes turning red. It wanted to protect Ye Qingxuan, to bite those invisible enemies, not caring if it was killed. Iron branches wrapped around Ye Qingxuan's neck, making him feel death's grasp closing tighter and tighter. Ye Qingxuan struggled to reach out, wanting to get Old Phil away from him, but he could do nothing. Once again, he was overwhelmed by despair. Like the fear of having nothing at the age of 10, like falling into the snow, struggling with a high fever, like his mother's last call of the fear of losing something, and the pain of being crushed. His heart beat so furiously as if it were going to explode. The blood in his body circulated faster, causing the veins in his face to bulge. His blood vessels were about to burst. All his adrenaline gathered in his chest, like his heart was pumping lava, like it was trying to break free from the shackles and into a forbidden realm. Then he heard a crisp sound on the back of his hand. It seemed like there was a familiar voice sighing. He lowered his head in dismay, seeing the silver wire around his finger shine with a bright light. A long bellow from a dragon broke from the finger, tearing apart the white mist. At his fingertip the white fog was dispersed, pulled by an invisible force into a whirlpool. In the whirlpool the light illuminated the darkness. It was an illusion. But the illusion seemed so real that he was able to sense the ether once again. The power filled the sky and the earth. It came with the wind, drifting in the mist, rippling from the layers of waves. In a flash, the illusion disappeared with a sigh. However, the layers of coiled iron thorns were frozen, as if they were confused and could no longer locate their target. They seemed dazed, not knowing what to do. The feeling was too short for anyone to think carefully. Ye Qingxuan only had time to hold old Phil. He got out of the cage and rolled on the ground pathetically. It was hard to resist the drowsiness from the darkness. That momentary illusion had sucked all his strength, like he had been hollowed out in an instant, making it difficult to breathe. Ye! Ye! It seemed like someone was shouting his name and shaking him hard. Before he lost consciousness, he used his last effort to point in one direction. From there, go to the church. Then he fell into darkness. Just half a minute later, a thin figure walked out of the dark, dense forest. Although it was in the dark of night, he seemed able to identify the terrain and the road without his eyes, completely unimpeded by the darkness. In the end, he stopped somewhere, looking coldly around at the wreckage. There was nothing in the steel thorns of the thieves had fled. Rather than becoming enraged, he wondered why the fog magic had lost control. Through the countless steel thorns he stared coldly at the direction that the thieves had fled, but suddenly, he stiffened to the resonance between the instrument and him had disappeared. He followed the last traces of the residue, finally stopping beside a river. He stared at the riverside, angrily growling. In the mud along the riverside, there was still a residual smell of the blood. 10 minutes later, at the other end of the town, someone was knocking relentlessly on the back door of the church until the priest finally pushed open the door. At the door, a teenage boy was soaking wet, carrying his friend on his back with a wet dog next to him. The old dog had a black box filled with water dangling from its mouth. The white-haired boy on the teen's back was barely breathing. Ye is going to die, Victor said with trembling lips. Father, please save him. He asked me to come to find a man called Wolf Flute, Victor said with his purple lips. Come in, Ban gestured them in and quickly closed the door. He took the white-haired teenager from Victor's back, then rushed in the corridor and violently kicked the door to Wolf Flute's room. Behind the door, Wolf Flute, who was dangling a pipe from his mouth and reading a novel, almost fell out of the bed, stunned to see the father rushing into his room. He saw in the father's arms the teen who had been joking with him during the day. He was soaking wet and unconscious. Hey, was he that stubborn? He looked at the unconscious Ye Qingxuan. It's not worth it to jump into a river and commit suicide, even if you can't become a musician. Do not talk nonsense. Father Ban pulled the boy's shirt open, pointing to his bloody chest. Sound of heartbeat recovery, save him. Really terrible. Wolf Flute looked down at his waist where his wound had finally closed, almost crying out. At this moment, Wolf Flute profoundly realized what he had done. He had to make up for it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Bait. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. When Ye Qingxuan awoke from a long period of being unconscious, he cried out in pain. Stole a musician's instrument, escaped from the fog and the iron plant, successfully got away from the musician with 2 friends, and finally, in order to break away from the musician's lock on you, jumped into the freezing water, and swam all the way back into town. Next to him, a voice sighed weakly. Ye, you really did quite a thing back there. Mr. Wolf Flute? Ye Qingxuan was surprised to see the man in the wheelchair, pale as someone on the verge of death. What happened to you? Nothing. I pushed my limit with the excessive use of sound of heart. I had to do a heart resuscitation, but then my wound opened again, so I lost a couple of 100 cc's of blood. Oh, you do not know what a cc is, about half of a big pot, Wolf Flute said with ease. Then he sighed, you scared me. I thought you drowned yourself since you couldn't be a musician. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a long time, then said in low voice, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Wolf Flute shook his head. If it were not for your friend who stole the rain artist's instrument, he would have come to my doorstep last night and killed me. Oh? Ye Qingxuan was surprised for a moment. The one you stole the instrument from was my enemy. I wouldn't have been hurt if it wasn't for him. Wolf Flute sounded a bit embarrassed. Actually, I was careless. I am much more powerful than he is. Really, you have to believe me. Ha ha. Actually, I wouldn't know. Ye Qingxuan scratched his head, embarrassed, and felt weak all over his body again. You were rescued from hypothermia. You should probably lie down. Wolf Flute pushed him back to bed, and suddenly said, Ye, there is a question I'd like you to answer for me. Yeah? Although I got all the details from your friend, I don't understand how you escaped from the fog magic. That's not something a kid can force his way out of. Ye Qingxuan was also clueless. You mean those hands in the fog? Yes, it was a song written by members of a cult called Mother Goose. Avalon Bridge is falling. Only 2 sections are still being circulated. One can create its own mist demon, with foul poison. The other is able to control the iron plant which comes from plants and soil. The instrument was in your hands, so he wasn't able to use all of his power, but the binding capacity from the fog was the strongest among its kind. To break free, even musicians cannot do that without paying a heavy price. To tell you the truth, I do not know why either. Ye Qingxuan smiled wryly. If there was a reason, then it might be this. He took off his ring, and took it apart. After the ring was taken apart, it became a slender and flexible string. Even though it had been bent for so many years, it was still straight and tough once it was stretched out, radiating with dim silver light. What is this string? Sorry, I cannot recognize its origin. It is too long for a guitar, too hard for a violin, but Wolf Flute took a closer look, amazed. This is a very rare material. You know what it is? Ye Qingxuan eyes lit up. Yes, this may be from a certain school's manufacturing technology. This material is green gold refined with alchemy, as well as cultivated and alienated ether. That kind of alloy material can only be used in a very powerful instrument. You can feel it. It still has a leftover scent of ether. Too bad. It was once part of a musical instrument, but has been split into a string. Now it's useless. Useless? Ether has its own order of movements. If not moved accordingly, it will only be a mess. The existence of the instrument is to help the musician control the massive amount of ether, to attain a precise control. This kind of control relies on the harmony of countless parts, as well as implementation. It cannot be done with any single component. The ether collected on it was probably the reason you got away, but I am afraid it won't be able to do it again. Wolf Flute thought for a moment, then gave the string back to him. Keep it, no matter who gave you this, it is a very precious gift. Ye Qingxuan silently took it back, and wrapped it around his index finger. Ye, are you awake? The door opened. Victor, who had waited for a long time, rushed in and checked again and again to make sure he was okay before letting out a relieved sigh. Old Phil was much calmer now. It slowly walked in, gave everyone a disgusted look as if it was the king of this place, then jumped on the bed. It took a whiff of Ye Qingxuan, then sat on his chest reassuringly, and began whipping its tail at him. It was not painful but very embarrassing. This is your dog? Looks very powerful. Wolf Flute came closer, staring back at old Phil. He smacked his lips and barked as if trying to communicate with old Phil. Old Phil looked at him expressionlessly, unmoved, and as calm as someone related to Father Ban. Although face to face with a musician, the dog's eyes were still reserved with disdain, as if mercifully looking at its slave. It had guts, even Ye Qingxuan had to admit that. Oh, strange. It did not respond to me. Wolf Flute did not mind, and continued making more weird gestures and sounds. Ye Qingxuan was confused. What are you doing? I'm talking to it. I do not think he's like an ordinary dog. I'm wondering if it understands a wolf's temperament. Wolf Flute raised his hands above his head, gestured at the ears, and quietly hummed at old Phil. If he had a tail, he would certainly be wagging his tail also. old Phil gave him the side eye. Seeming impatient, it finally raised its forepaw casually and waved in front of Wolf Flute, then mercilessly slapped him in the face. And then it put its paw down, leaving a dirty paw print on Wolf's face. Ye Qingxuan was shocked, Victor was shocked, and Wolf Flute was also shocked. There was a long silence. Ahem, ahem. Wolf Flute moved away uncomfortably, pretending to cough twice. Well, your pet has a very strong personality. Have you ever seen any pet like this? Ye Qingxuan thought. He had actually never dared to treat old Phil as a pet. Indeed, ever since Ye Qingxuan had met old Phil, it had lived in this world as a wealthy bachelor. For 5 years, old Phil had always lived a heroic existence, rebellious, fighting with powerful force, and always ran ahead of everyone else, never letting anyone else be in charge of it. To be his master? I'm definitely not qualified. Actually, he has always thought of me as its follower, Ye Qingxuan thought. Well, enough said. Since we are all here, let's talk about something serious. Wolf Flute wiped the paw print off of his face, and started to look serious. He looked around at the 2 boys and the dog. In order to save ye, I also took a great deal of risk myself. So, the priest promised me he would not intervene with this matter. There are some things that I'd like you to know. At the very least, you have to understand what you have done. Seeing the 2 faces turn solemn, Wolf Flute nodded with satisfaction. First, let's talk about the rain artist. Rain artist, the musician Victor had stolen the music instrument from. Rain artist was not his original name. Like Wolf Flute isn't my given name either. These are titles given by the sacred city by evaluating one's resume, past conduct, and specialty in music after reaching the resonance level. Previously, the rain artist was someone nameless. He was considered to be like most people without talent, and probably would be stuck at the student level for life. Suddenly, he escalated in an exploration, and successfully became a musician. Because of his talent, the sacred city awarded him the title of the rain artist. He had a smooth path thereafter, and was considered having a solid foundation. Until 6 years ago, someone found out that he had massacred a whole village to sacrifice to Hyakum. He had disappeared since then, becoming one of the most wanted black musicians. Sacrifice? Yes, the price for exploring the originator, with the power of Satan, is life and blood. However, since he could use other people's lives, why sacrifice himself? In most recent years, it has not been uncommon for musicians to go to the dark side. Wolf Flute's eyes no longer carried a smile, but were chilly. All the disciplined musicians from the silent authority will hunt him down to the ends of the earth, until his head is hanging on the wall of the blasphemy. Justice has to be done. Whether or not he had attacked me, now that I've found him, he must die before he causes greater chaos. Ye Qingxuan silently listened to him talk, but a bad feeling gradually rose in his heart. Why was Wolf Flute saying all this? And why did he look at Victor when he spoke? Bait? Suddenly, Ye understood. He looked up at Wolf and said, "You need a bait." In his gaze, Wolf Flute's eyes also lit up. He hesitated and sighed. Nobody likes a kid too smart, Ye. Your wound also came from him? Ye asked. Yes, a sneak attack, Wolf Flute admitted. He's better than me at sudden attacks. I almost died. Then he chased you here. Ye Qingxuan went on to say, he knows you are recuperating, but does not know you are with us. Because no one expected Victor to steal the bag, no one knows that I will bring you this news. He still thinks we're hiding in the town. Without his instrument, he will not be able to kill you, so he will hide himself in the dark. But as long as the instrument can be retrieved, he has nothing to fear. Ye Qingxuan touched his string on the finger, and finally began to understand. His eyes gradually lit up, so if you want to win, you will need an opportunity to have him walk into the trap willingly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Putting Out the Fire. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Can't we destroy the instrument? The resonance between the instrument and the musician is even closer than that of husband and wife or blood relationship. If he senses any damage to the instrument, we will lose the initiative. Whether he plans a large-scale sacrifice or attacks forcefully, we will be powerless. Ye Qingxuan responded, It is impossible. Wolf Flute right away understood what Ye Qingxuan was thinking. You have not seen the sacrifice, so you do not understand. As long as a dark musician plays and sings the evil praise, it will be enough to attract Satan's eyes. The voice of praise will cover the whole town. When all the people can only see their own blood as it exudes from their skin, flowing into the river, all the lives will be taken by the palms of the abyss. This process can take up to 3 hours because the musician's performance is only the bass tone and the sacrifice is the main part of praise. This is the most annoying point of the evil cult. Even if it is easy to kill him, it is difficult to stop his sacrifice from fighting back. However, Hyakum is not a generous god. Sacrifice is also a very strong torture for the musician himself, so unless the circumstances are extreme, he will not use it so easily. Hearing Wolf Flute's words, Ye Qingxuan turns silent. So, do we have to do that? Yes, this is the best way. Wolf Flute said, Ye, I'm sorry, but I can't do anything either. How about the town's garrison? And for musicians, the number of ordinary people does not matter. Adding them on will be just adding more casualties. Wolf Flute's eyes became cold. I am sorry that I brought him here. I will not let him continue the damage. I have an even more important mission to accomplish. If I don't complete it, there will be hundreds of times more dead people than those that died in the town. In silence, he turned his head and stared at Victor. Victor's face gradually became paler. Sorry, although I do not know you, I have to give this task to you. This is not forced by the Musician Act, but I hope you can understand the truth. He touched Victor's shoulder. This is my personal request, thanks. His words stopped abruptly, because the palm of his hand did not fall, but was caught by another palm from the side, making him unable to move. He never thought that the Eastern youth's arms had such a strong force, like vices. Victor was stunned. Wolf Flute turned and looked down at the youth in surprise. Ye, not now. Wolf Flute tried to figure out what to say, but saw the juvenile looking up, his white hair shining like silver metal in the candlelight, his dark pupils glaring at him. I will go. Ye Qingxuan whispered. The rain artist saw me before. If I hold the instrument, he won't doubt it. When Ye Qingxuan walked out of the room, he saw the father silently standing at the end of the corridor. The priest stared at him quietly with complicated feelings. Ye Qingxuan bowed his head in silence. When he walked by the father, he whispered, Sorry for letting you down, father. I'm probably not the material of a priest. The father was silent, letting him leave through the church door, carrying the black box. The old dog did not know what happened, and cheerfully followed him and left. Soon, Wolf Flute pushed the wheelchair out of the room. This is the recruitment of a musician which I have no control over. But there is one thing I want you to understand, Father Ban suddenly said softly, I am telling you on behalf of the church representative that if something happens to him, but you are still alive, you will pay a big price for your mistake. He will come back alive, whispered Wolf Flute. Even if I'm dead. Then, he looked at the night outside the church, and could not help but sigh. He continued to push the wheelchair to the scheduled location. In his mind, he still saw the youth's expression while he said those words solemn and peaceful, and even, a smile that he had not perceived. It was the smile of a moth flying towards the flame with no thought of returning. Since his escape in the evening, Ye Qingxuan had been in coma for an hour. When he went back to the street, it was already late at night. In the silent dark night, there were no pedestrians. Ye Qingxuan walked alone in the street, hearing the yellow dog's footsteps behind him. Beside him, old Phil looked up. Its eyes were still disgusted, not understanding what Ye Qingxuan wanted. Seeing old Phil's fearless eyes, Ye Qingxuan suddenly became more relaxed. For so many years since he come to the city far away from Avalon, things and people had changed, but old Phil still accompanied him, not caring about the little brother being a lazy waste, but often catching some dead mice to feed him, for which he felt gratitude. Old Phil, go back. Ye Qingxuan squatted down, touched its collar and softly said, "Thank you for being with me for all these years." But old Phil tilted its head and looked at him, seeming to not understand what he was talking about. After a long time, it reached out its claws and patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder twice. It was its sign of encouragement, which nobody knew where it learned it from. Old Phil barked and yawned, then turned away. At the end of the street it looked back at Ye, then embarked on the road home. Under the moonlight, Ye Qingxuan watched as old Phil walked further away. He lowered his head, untied the silver rope on the black box, and tore off the seal. Cold river water from the cracks in the box dripped on the ground, leaving a wet trail. Wolf Flute had hand-carved the seal to lock the resonance of the instrument. But now, with the rope unlocked, it once again began to tremble, and issued a call to its owner. Ye Qingxuan quietly waited and recalled the voice of Wolf Flute. Rain Artist is not a hard-to-find singer, nor is he a talented scholar. I don't know how much he knows of the runes, but it is certain that most of his ability relies on the instrument. So, as long as you take it, Rain Artist will come to you, but he won't use too powerful of a music score. This will be the opportunity to take advantage. But you have to be careful. Hyakum has often given his attendants some strange abilities and props. Wolf Flute had stroked the flute on his knee, coldly. Your task is only to lure him out. Once he appears, the instrument should be destroyed, and you should leave quickly. I will follow you in the dark, and it will be my task to deal with him, Ye Qingxuan silently recalled, ensuring that there was not any misunderstanding. In the silence, he heard the sound of ocean waves from the distance, echoing the fear in his heart. It resounded in his chest. He heard the sound of his heartbeat, chaos, panic, and trembling uneasily. If I die, will the father be sad? He is a qualified parent. He adopted me and condoned my rebelliousness for so many years. Also, old Phil and Victor. Will they be fine in the future? Ye Qingxuan's thoughts suddenly paused and his imagination stopped. He finally heard the footsteps from afar, so low and so quiet. He came, he whispered to himself. Ye Qingxuan turned to stare at the place where the sound came from, and suddenly, he no longer felt afraid. Obviously he was filled with fear and uneasiness, but his heart suddenly became calm, the blood still flowing, like the ice water flowing in a glacier, so quiet and so peaceful. It may just be me. Come on, he whispered, either musician, or monster, or fate, I will not be afraid. In the silence, the moonlight shone down. Under the dim light, someone walked heavily out from the darkness, as if he were carrying a very heavy weight, or as if he had a serious injury. His footsteps staggered, dragging his body, exhibiting great difficulty to move forward. He went under the moonlight. He stiffly looked up and saw Ye Qingxuan and smiled. The axe he dragged on the ground sparked happily. He came. But it is not right, a voice suddenly called in Ye Qingxuan's heart, this is not right. The vaguely familiar shadow wore a gray leather coat. His face was shrouded under a dark hood, and the axe in his hand reflected the moonlight. The heavy axe was dragged across the ground with sparks flying. The man raised it high above his head as if trying to cut off the moon, and then he rushed over, screaming with madness. No! Ye Qingxuan suddenly realized. But it was too late. A desolate flute suddenly sounded, as falcons rushed into the sky, higher and higher. It rose with a swaying melody and then descended from the sky, sweeping the earth, and the earth began to tremble. The flute music swayed like a ghost, issuing a call. Then dust flew into the sky. Wrapped by the moonlight, it trembled and blurred, forming a concrete shape. It walked on the ground, silver hair flying in the wind, like the moonlight torrent. Sharp shouts burst from its mouth. It jumped up from the ground and into the air, revealing its large stature. It was a huge wolf. With the call, a number of the same giant wolves jumped from the eaves and the walls. The speed was like a road of silver trajectory circling in the fog. Just for a short moment, they came before the man, stopping the sharp axe in his hand. Under the wolves' attacks, the fine iron axe was like mud. It broke and splintered. At the same time, his legs broke too. The wolves rushed on, completely splitting the corpse, but stopped suddenly at the end. Wolf Flute, stop! Ye Qingxuan shouted, he is not the rain artist. The wolves instantly stopped. They stared at the man in the pool of blood. A dozen pairs of green eyes stared at him, making him shudder. He suppressed his overwhelming fear, and walked into the pool of blood. He forced himself to tear off the hood, and stood, shocked. This person could not be the rain artist. Under the moonlight, he recognized that ugly and swollen face. This man was Pippin, the lumber in town. He looked very ugly, because he went through a serious illness when he was young. Although he was always drunk, he was a very good person who had helped many street kids. Because his appearance was so frightening, he had to live in the wood hut in the far end of the town, only the stray cats accompanying him. But why did he come here? Why did he raise his weapon towards me? In shock, he saw Pippin's pupils suddenly move. A black dot spread through the white eyes. Pippin started laughing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, The Demon of Rain and Breath of Boiling Blood. Translator, Ye Studio Editor, Ye Studio. In a flash, Pippin jumped up from the ground. It was like power within burst out of his body, and his whole frame had extended a few sizes. Some of his joints were ruptured from the brutal action in that instant, but his speed was incredibly fast. As if a huge iron ball brushed past his body and flew away, Ye Qingxuan's eyes saw a flash, then everything turned pitch black. Dazed, he felt himself knocked into the wall. In the moonlight, Pippin leaped into the air, held on tight to the black box, then turned and threw it into the darkness. Soon after, the furious wolf pack jumped up from the ground and tore him into pieces. With numerous bone fragments, chunks of flesh and blood flying around, the black box flipped and stumbled, and finally stopped at someone's feet at the end of the street. A large silver wolf followed very closely, like a shadow of the box. The guy looked at the silver wolf's grim face and smiled. He bent over, and pressed down on the black box. Crash! In a blink of an eye, the black box set off a deafening sound. With a violent sound, an invisible power like a hammer crushed the wolf's head into the green stones of the ground. Blood flew onto the box like mercury, and whitened a corner of the stone. The black box started to slowly crack until it completely turned into powder. The exquisite clarinet fell into the hands of the man, no longer trembling after the burst as if it had finally been returned to where it belonged. What a pity, Wolf Flute! The guy took off his hat and revealed his white pupils. A nice trap, but it did not work on me, and killed an innocent man in the process. Are you regretting it now? He seemed very old, his face wrinkled, nothing like the 30-something-year-old man Wolf Flute had described. But those white eyes moved with a coldness, more chilly than the wolf pack. If beasts gave a man fear, then this ruthlessness and cruelty could freeze a man's soul. Sorry, no. With the wolves growling and circling around came the voice of Wolf Flute. He already died when you controlled him with the worm nut. From Pippin's broken skull, a leech-like black organism crawled out from his ear. It had originally lived as a parasite in Pippin's brain. It crawled out and swam quickly through the pool of blood, leaving a trail of blood behind it. It came to the feet of the rain artist, and finally wrapped around his wrist, hardening into a strange bracelet. The rain artist looked down gently, admiring the worm bracelet on his wrist. He sighed softly. "You see, I paid a great price for this reward. It had helped me through many difficult times, including this one." As he was talking, he looked around at the scenery with a surprised and admiring expression on his face. "It is hard to imagine. I have chased you a long way here, and it is hidden in this ridiculously small town. I won't let you have it." A dark voice spoke as if from all directions. "I dare not carry with me something as terrible as this. My order was only to destroy it." The rain artist suddenly laughed. "Similarly, I can," he paused, the clarinet in his hand suddenly rising up with a chilling bang, "destroy you." The explosion sounded like a dying whistle. When the whistling spread, numerous boiling sounds followed. The sea breeze suddenly started dancing furiously, the sound of the wave became blurry. A huge amount of ether awoke from the whistling sound. It came together from all directions, swallowing every drop of the vapor. The air suddenly became extremely dry. Every breath came with a burning sensation. Then a pale fog spread from beneath the rain artist into the air like a suffocating mist. The fog immersed the entire street, everything was blurry. Then, water drops appeared from out of thin air, colliding like a rainstorm in the fog, as fast as arrows. Along their way they took away any warmth in the air, leaving behind a layer of frost. Suddenly, where the fog had enveloped, heavy rain began to pour. Silver wolves roared into the mist, but they had lost his trail and could no longer find the man. Musicians of the school of modifications were best at manipulating the nature of objects, swaying storms and frost, making flames and iron walls. Among all musicians, they were the best suited for the battlefield because of their great destructive power. With the clarinet singing, he quickly finishing playing a measure, summoning a suffocating fog storm heavy enough to freeze any ordinary man. Went back to hide in his shell, Wolf Flute spat. His pupils turned vertical like an animal, staring at the fog and the rain. Kramer Variation Opus 74, also known as Demon of Rain. But this was not the most dangerous, not even close. So he needed to be very alert. In the fog, the clarinet suddenly sounded. The sound, like countless people sobbing in the rain, spread quickly. It was like iron bees beating their wings, like ghosts calling out, wandering in the fog. Inside the fog, a sudden harsh whistle came through the endless tornado, effortlessly punching a big hole in the silver wolf's neck. The silver wolf's head was broken, hanging on its neck. It rolled on the ground in the rain, but then it was completely cut by something behind it. Eventually, that silver wolf dissipated, leaving small, deep holes in the ground. In those holes, there were many long and thin iron pieces. These iron pieces embedded into the earth, still with burning lights. But once out of the fog, the heat disappeared, as if the fog took it away, back to where it came from. This was one of the reasons why the Demon of Rain was known as the music of massacre. Through many different combinations of notes, it could produce exploding iron, which contained a force of destruction so powerful that it was nearly undefeatable. The fog was alive. It was a living thing. It constantly absorbed light and heat from its surroundings, which was why the temperature had become so cold. Then the fog would explode as a medium along with the iron. No matter how heavy the armor, or how sturdy the walls, the impact of the fog could not be stopped. If someone was hit, they would probably be ripped in half. With only a loud noise, the upper half of the body would have to say goodbye to the lower half. Or perhaps the whole body would become mincemeat. This was the most dangerous aspect of the rain artist because killing was his talent. The music continued, and the rain became denser. Shards of very thin iron shot in all directions. The iron easily cut through the wolves' necks and the claws, killing them instantly. But with Wolf Flute's even more depressing notes, more wolves had appeared from all over the earth. It seemed like it would never end. The summoning from Wolf Flute continued to bring more wolves from the void. Almost a whole pack of wolves had shown up. Those wolves, almost as tall as humans, were no ordinary creatures. They were born from the ether, with no weakness, no blood, no fatigue, and with no fear. With the flute nigh playing, they expanded again, showing a strange ice blue. The bodies became mistier as if they would melt into the fog. "Do not hide, Mr. Wolf Flute." In the rain fog, the rain artist suddenly growled. With a flashing light, the wall was split, the stones collapsed, dirt flew everywhere. In the dust, the shadow of Wolf Flute was finally revealed. A piece of the iron cut through the wall and barely missed his throat, leaving him with a striking bloodstain. "Wheelchair?" The rain artist took a big step forward. "When did this happen?" Iron whistled past. Like a strong crossbow with bursting arrows, the iron converged into a tornado and charged ahead. Wolf Flute's body suddenly tilted. The two wheels of the wheelchair slid on the ground. It made a full circle, then backed away. The iron rain went right past him and left a honeycomb-like hole on the wall, causing the shingles from the structure to fly away. "Wow, you don't say," Wolf Flute cocked his eyebrow and patted the armrest of the wheelchair. "This thing is easy to use, and it is good for my laziness. It's super convenient. I'm falling in love with it. Keep your playful words and go to hell with them." The rain artist lifted his withered face. In his dark eyes, his white pupils started to shrink. "No more nonsense." He lifted his clarinet to his lips, playing a sharp tune. The white fog suddenly trembled, boiling over, and the color turned scarlet, like blood. Blood red. Breath of boiling blood? Wolf Flute opened his mouth like an animal and ground his teeth. Music that requires blood as sacrifice really fits the style of your evil cult. A sharp and mournful performance suddenly turned to a higher pitch, with red fog swirling, countless raindrops colliding, and the sound of friction like a roar of thunder. With this thunder, suddenly there were 6 burning flashes. It was a very thin and sharp iron piece. They had the speed of arrows in the rain, swung with a trill, like an evil spirit screaming. This was the exploding iron that should have only been single shots. Mixed in with the rain, they could launch as one with the shape of a fan, and no one would be able to escape it in this narrow space. But now there were 6 of them. Even Wolf Flute, who had seemed nonchalant, felt pins and needles in his scalp. The breath of boiling blood, this evil technique, sometimes did make one king jealous. How come there were no such techniques for the musicians of religious disciples? Even if they were not allowed to use other people's blood, they could at least use their own. Wolf's eyes were envious. 6 shots each time. The rain artist must have paid a hefty price for this. Unfortunately, whether he was insane, or was just trying to show a great respect for his enemy by displaying such elaborate combat, it would be extremely tough to fight back. After all, when he was sneak attacked from over 100 feet away, Wolf Flute had been heavily wounded by only one piece of the iron, and now, he was in a wheelchair with nowhere to escape. The humming in the air had given him chills. That was the sound of the hot iron ready to explode. Under such pressure, he started playing his flute, his scalp still numb. In an instant, the sound of the flute was crushed by the sharp noise of the wind and the sand blowing. Iron pieces flew out from the rain and the fog. The red-hot iron was suddenly released, and the terror of the kinetic energy and heat destroyed their body in a moment. It had turned to iron sand, more dangerous than ever. The iron sand burned through the fog, firing forward, and pulling the bloody fog along with it. After what seemed like only a few seconds, hundreds of hot spikes flew out of the bloody fog into the slate in the walls, instantly turning them into pieces. The remaining heat was spreading, setting off a pale water vapor. In the water vapor, you could hear the scream of the silver wolves. "I really am a genius. Ha 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 ha." With 6 silver wolves pulling the wheelchair with all their strength, it broke out of the fog like a sleigh on the snow. Wolf Flute, with blood covering half of his body, cackled. He sat firmly in the wheelchair that was about to completely break down. No one ever thought this psycho would be able to turn his wheelchair into a sleigh at the very last minute, allowing him to escape from the 6 fan-shaped iron fires. In the speedy wheelchair, Wolf Flute sighed. He removed a pendant-shaped bottle hung around his neck. He removed the cork with his fingers and swallowed the whole bottle of liquid. As soon as the ice-blue liquid went inside him, he trembled. His skin turned pale. Blue and purple blood vessels expanded under his skin, intertwined with each other. The blood was pulsing with a rhythm. As if it were a beast was digesting the blood then releasing the burning flame. Wolf Flute's eye flashed vaguely for a moment. There seemed to be electricity firing through his eyes, too bright to look straight into. Damn, this was a huge loss, Wolf Flute whispered. He took a deep breath as husky as the sound of the iron piece and started playing the flute. This time, there was a kind of power in the music, like an illusion entering reality, eroding through this fake world. It was an extremely cold night, but now, it felt maddeningly hot. Wind from the desert fell from the sky, destroying the cold rain. The humidity and poison in the air had been swept away by the wind. The sound of the flute spread like a sandstorm, giving the illusion of being under the burning sunlight. The sound of the stone's friction overpowered the cry from the demon of rain. A huge alpha wolf suddenly appeared beneath the moonlight. It was blurrier than his followers, but was also more strongly built. Like a reflection in water, it would soon disappear. It really disappeared. The rain artist paled and quickly retreated, but the alpha appeared again, right behind him. The rain artist's body trembled slightly. He looked down and saw a huge gap on his waist. It was a wound made by the alpha in what seemed like an instant. Under the moonlight, the alpha spat out the blood and organs and slowly looked back at him. Its translucent body seemed misty in the fog. The underworld messenger? The rain artist murmured dazedly, the mournful scream cutting off. The alpha returned and disappeared. When he reappeared, its claws held a new piece of flesh and half a rib. It looked down arrogantly as if looking at its prey. The rain artist was defenseless. With the next re-emergence of the alpha wolf, the flesh tore again. The rain artist grasped his exposed organs and knelt on the ground. The war was over now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Win or Lose. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Forcefully turning the wolf into a phantom beast, distortion of the rules, scepter level? Rain artist covered his fatal wounds. He looked as if he was both crying and laughing. You have already reached this level? How old are you? 24? 25? 23. Wolf Flute wiped the blood off his face, coldly sneering. So how about it? Are you feeling hopeless seeing the difference between geniuses and mortals? 23? I am already 47 years old, Rain Artist mumbled to himself in shock. I have paid so much, and have even become a believer and follower of Hyakum. I've spent more than a decade to do so. But someone like you, why did you get to this level first? Why? Rain Artist raised his head stiffly. He was screaming, ignoring his tragic injury, I've given up so much. So much. I've already said so, Wolf Flute smiled fiercely like a wolf. Because I am a genius. He hit his own flute where Rain Artist could not see. Wolf Flute's face was blank. His fingers caressed the crack of the flute, but with twitching distress. Sure enough, he had tried too hard. Are you? Rain Artist stared at his eyes, then sneered suddenly as if he had seen the reflection of a man in his pupils. Then he realized and said, what an honor. I thought the genius had no weakness. Wolf Flute frowned indifferently, his fingers gently tapping. The silver wolf shouted under the moonlight and suddenly disappeared. The silver wolf snuck into the air, biting at the enemy's throat. Over there. Rain Artist suddenly threw out an exploding iron. Blood aura mixed together with the iron in his hand so that the iron issued a terrible scream. Strong water vapor whistled out from the exploding iron, but in the direction the opposite of Wolf Flute. It was not trying to hit him, but in that moment, Wolf Flute felt rage burst from his brain. The exploding iron was directed towards the white-haired teen who laid unconscious in the corner. Rain Artist said he found Wolf Flute's weakness. Indeed, he had found it. Wolf Flute sighed with his eyes closed and waved. The silver wolf appeared from the air in a flash, and stopped in front of the juvenile. Grains of iron sand instantly crashed into its body. Silver blood burst out as the wolf screamed in agony, its eyes becoming crazier. Wolf Flute's body shook a bit. The wolf frantically rubbed its 4 claws, wanting to tear that damn enemy, but another burst of exploding iron hit its body like falling meteorites. Debris flew everywhere, scratching its eyes. Wolf Flute's body shook again. "Mr. Genius, you should not look over there. You have looked so many times. You are very concerned about him, huh?" Rain Artist laughed hoarsely until he could not breathe. He knelt down on the ground, coughing. He was in obvious pain, but his voice remained condescending. "No one would believe that a disciplined musician who could kill anyone without blinking an eye would care about a child's life? Ha, a genius like you should be a shame among disciplined musicians. Are you afraid that your bet is wrong?" Wolf Flute's face was gloomy. "But what if I win? It is fate." Rain Artist picked up the instrument in the pool of blood. After experiencing the overclocking load, the instrument which had accompanied him for years actually overheated. Ignoring the burning temperature, he grasped it, releasing another burst of exploding iron. Bam! Dot! In the wheelchair, Wolf Flute's body twitched, unable to move. Rain Artist looked back at his enemy. "It's also my luck to meet a fool who bound a consumable like a phantom beast to his life." Wolf Flute could no longer speak, and lowered his head. Thick blood dripped from his wheelchair, converging on the ground in a puddle. "I won," Rain Artist announced in a cold voice. Sensing its master dying, the alpha wolf angrily got up from the ground. Despite the immense trauma to its body, it rushed toward Rain Artist. 3 bursts of exploding iron could not solve the problem. Phantom wolves are really too troublesome. Rain Artist frowned and put the clarinet to his lips. The sharp, high-pitched voice caused the fog to spread out. Countless mournful roars synchronized with the terrible performance. The sound was like a long knife painfully scratching one's eardrums. In the madness of the fog, the blasting resulted in condensation again. 1, 2, 3, 6. 6 bursts of exploding iron released hot red, lethal light that could make anybody's scalp go numb. Then, boom! For a short moment, Rain Artist could not hear anything. His vision turned dark in front of his eyes, only a vague ray of light could be seen. He moaned in pain. Lowering his head, he looked at his hands. They had been broken by the clarinet's explosion. Blood dripped from the broken wrist emerged. He looked up at the moonlight, revealing his torn face, his jaw hanging on his neck, and blood dripping. Amongst the bloody flesh, only a withered eyeball remained, blinking in a daze. The wolf which rushed to him earlier had disappeared without a trace. It had long been dying but had fought until the very last moment. Rain Artist sharply screamed, "Wolf Flute!" He roared, "Wolf Flute!" "The error of the instrument leads to the error of the control," a husky voice whispered amidst Rain Artist's roars. "And the error of the control makes the ether uncontrollable. When the ether is out of control, it will bring devastating consequences." What Wolf Flute said was correct. The white-haired teen who had been unconscious opened his eyes, quietly staring at Rain Artist with bloodshot eyes. "You lost," he said. Feeling faint, it was difficult for Ye Qingxuan to open his eyes. His skull felt like it had been hammered and was buzzing. The disturbance of any noise made him dizzy enough to kneel on the ground. The power of musicians was incredible. Even the aftershocks were enough to destroy a person's sanity and resistance. He felt that his body was about to break. He had been at the brink of collapse when he was hit by a power strong enough to break a wall in the very beginning. Then, again in the middle of the confrontation between the two musicians, he was hit by a bunch of aftershocks, practically knocking him out. Fortunately, the last shock woke him up. He felt like a nightmare. His internal organs crazily beating each other, but his body did not listen to his call. He could not move. I lost? Rain Artist gaped at him with dismay. He looked down at the debris on the ground and vaguely mumbled, "You did something to my instrument. It's supposed to be complete." "Yeah, but you did not notice that there was a part inside missing inside." Ye Qingxuan raised his hand in difficulty. On his fingertip, a slender reed reflected the moonlight, illuminating his pupils like flowing water. "I always felt that it will be too dangerous to return the complete instrument to you, but Wolf Flute said that you would notice it if we destroyed it. So I thought I could give it to you, but," he coughed in a low voice and softly laughed, "just needed to replace it with a needle spring." Ye Qingxuan dropped the reed to the ground. The simple movement had already caused him great pain. "We used your original spare part, soaked it in strong acid, then carved a very shallow incision." The juvenile gestured with 2 fingers. "It is simply a slight incision. In a rush, people will not notice the sound changes. The only flaw is that the high heat and intense vibrations make it easy to break." From the beginning, Rain Artist staggered, approaching him with his face convulsing. "You planned it from the beginning?" "No, I am the only person knows the defect of Demon of Rain." "Only I should know it." "Maybe." Ye Qingxuan lowered his eyelids. "I had almost forgotten. Demon of Rain truly is strong. Its offensive power and impact on the environment are both extraordinary, but it does not mean that it doesn't have flaws. It can force the extraction of all the heat from the fog as explosive power, which upgrades the small effect of throwing items with destructive lethality. But this means that the load of the instrument is 10 times that of other music. Once out of control, all the heat will explode in an instant." Rain Artist roared, but his jaw finally fell to the ground. Blood dripped from his body non-stop. His body was quickly decaying. What had already been taken away by Satan now disappeared again. He fell to the ground, feeling his vitality quickly leaving him. If the world was a table for the satanic god Hyakum, then the so-called believers were just the pepper and salt. Since the pepper on Hyakum's table would soon expire, it only made sense to eat him now. "Eat it up, eat it up." "No, it should not be like this. I came following your command." "Why?" Rain Artist struggled in the pool of blood with his shattered body. He crawled forward with difficulty. His one-eyed vision fell on Ye Qingxuan's body. His eyes glistened. "The body, yes. I need a new body." "This is your promise. This is your promise of my reincarnation?" "I still have hope. I got the approval of God." He laughed as if to comfort himself, but only to send an empty voice. In his broken right hand, the last remnants of 2 fingers tried to hold a leech-like worm. He crawled through the pool of blood toward Ye Qingxuan. "The body, give me a new body, dot." Ye Qingxuan tried to hold up his body, but was powerless. He smelled the stench from the blood. The quickly rotting Rain Artist had finally clutched his legs, smiling in ecstasy. "Body, body." Ye Qingxuan turned pale. He took out half of the dagger from his sleeve with trembling fingers. Victor had given it to him for self-defense before he left. He did not expect that it would become his last straw. Arm trembling, he held the dagger to this evil old man in front of him. But in Rain Artist's eyes, he could not see the fear and frustration, but only joke-like contempt and ridicule. "What do you have in your hand? A toy?" Rain Artist opened his cracked mouth, as if he were laughing. Then he raised his hands and snapped his fingers. His fingers were broken, but the snapping sound was like a hammer hitting Ye Qingxuan's hands. Crunch! Ye Qingxuan's wrist suddenly dislocated, and the dagger flew out from his hand and broke into iron pieces in the pool of blood. Kid, do not be afraid, and do not resist me. Rain Artist looked at Ye Qingxuan's pupils, laughing with ecstasy. It will only take a short while to complete the will transfer. Ye Qingxuan grinded his teeth, heavily breathing, and did not say anything. He wanted to escape, but the wall was behind him. He was cornered. Through the whole process he only miscalculated one thing: Rain Artist's desperation at death. This mistake could not be remedied. Rain Artist screamed once again because the cold worm drilled into his left eye, digging out his flesh and blood. And then it stretched out the other end of its suction cup, crawling on Ye Qingxuan's chest, quickly going towards his pupil. Great, there was a hope for rebirth. Rain Artist was overjoyed. Do not resist, but accept God's reward. Good boy, we can go together to the peak of the musicians. He was incoherent in his ecstasy. Aren't you excited? I will always remember you, young man. What is your name? Where are you from? Why do you not talk? You must be too nervous. It does not matter, as I will forgive you. We'll be best friends, you know? Ye Qingxuan was too terrified to speak. He just looked at Rain Artist's back, like watching the best thing in the world. The longer he was watching, the more he could not help but laugh. He is not your best friend, a hoarse voice came from Rain Artist's back, stunning him. Rain Artist finally saw the reflection through Ye Qingxuan's pupil. There was a yellow old dog standing in a pool of blood. Next to the old dog there was a blonde-haired teen looking livid, forcing down his fear. In Rain Artist's sight, the teen raised the iron bar in his hand, which had been used to close the door, raised it up and slammed it down. I am. Crack. Rain Artist's skull dented. He fell to the ground. His expression stiffening, he gaped at the crazy teen. He tried to say something, but Victor raised the iron bar, and then, bam! Bang! 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 Rain Artist's skull dented with every blow. His last gaze was full of despair. He said with difficulty, "Wait, I..." Bang! Victor delivered the final blow expressionlessly. Blood splattered onto his face, staining his green eyes. After a crisp sound, all fell silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Moonlight. Translator, Nayibo Studio Editor, Nayibo Studio. When Wolf Flute awoke, he was laying in the same bed as before, only it had been converted into an operating table. He could not feel his own body. He felt like he was floating in the air. A sense of happiness wandered through this head. Although he felt no pain, the feeling of euphoria, seemingly out of nowhere, was rather confusing and unsettling. Mandala? Wolf Flute whispered, "Father, isn't the amount of injection you gave me a little too much? At least you still have a sense of reasoning, and can talk as well." In the candlelight, the chanting priest turned and looked back at him. "When you were brought back here, you were not exactly in one piece. In order not to let you die from pain, I had to use all of my mandala." Really tough, huh? But can an ordinary priest perform a surgery with this level of difficulty? Moreover, an ordinary church should not have surgery equipment and this many drugs. The priest ignored him. Wolf Flute raised his head slowly, and saw that his chest had numerous stitches. He sighed softly, "Since I am alive, does that mean the Rain Artist is dead? Isn't he right next to you?" Wolf Flute was stunned by the priest's words. He turned to the other side and let out a cry, almost falling out of bed. Right next to his pillow, there was a large glass container. With a repulsive smell of the antiseptic liquid, a dry, deformed body was soaking in the container. It was as if all the water had been drained. A deformed body curled into the fetal position, but no baby was nearly as horrible as this. "Is that your way of getting revenge on me?" Wolf Flute said bitterly, are you from the hunter's tribe? How did you turn him into this? He became like this after he died. The priest reached over, took the bottle from him, and made a gesture to throw it away. It seems that I was too sentimental. If you do not need it, I can throw it away. I was wrong. Please forgive me. This thing is rather ugly, but worth a lot of money from the musician unions. Wolf Flute pouted and begged for mercy. Saliva dripped down from his mouth. He looked like an idiot. My instrument cannot be repaired otherwise. Those people from the Cavendish laboratory won't even let me in the door without money. The priest looked down at the wreckage in the bottle and suddenly asked, the funding you promised the child is also part of this? Wolf Flute was stunned. How did you know? When you were talking last night, I was listening outside. Since when? Since the beginning. Until you said, in order to compensate him as a bait, for the danger he may encounter, I will financially support him to study to be a musician, but... Were you not curious whether or not he agreed? The priest gave him another look, as if he was an idiot, and said nothing. Well, he agreed. Wolf Flute shrugged. If it wasn't for him this time, I might have died. The priest shook his head. You had a wolf king who could control the ether. You might not have lost. The teacher gave me that. Thanks to his foresight, I was able to scare the rain artist, but I still paid a hefty price. It's better to be alive than anything else. Why don't you rest now? Father Ban got up, ready to leave, but after a moment of silence he whispered, there will be a carriage to take you away the day after tomorrow. I will go with you to pick up that item tomorrow. It is kept very well. I hope you can use it properly. He took one last look at Wolf Flute, left the room, and shut the door. In silence, there was only Wolf Flute. After a long time, he scratched his head and sighed softly. As long as it was used, there's no such thing as proper anymore? Ye Qingxuan had another dream. He dreamed of the distant past, but different from what he had remembered. It had seemed to be from someone's fantasy. Beginning with the sound of the rain, he came into the dream. He was once again in the streets of Avalon, crowded as always. A familiar sound of piano playing came from somewhere. It was a voice from his first memories. They were like hands, guiding him towards a deeper world of dreams. In the raging crowd, he saw a man carrying a piano case. He looked very young, so it must have been many years ago. His robe floated in the wind, flying like a crane. His long silver hair was not tied in a knot like most of the Easterners. He simply put it up with a hairpin. Strange but simple. So that group of old men from the holy city called me Chant of Month, probably thought I was the expert against a heretic. But whichever way you look at it, my son is a bit more of a genius than I am, right? The man looked down at his son. The child was just curiously gazing at his surroundings. The child's face was so familiar, it gave Ye Qingxuan a headache, but he still could not remember who he was. Ye Qingxuan was standing in the middle of the crowd, staring and confused. Dad, I want that. The child raised his hand and pointed to the balloon in the hands of a pedestrian. Well, okay, Daddy will buy you one, but do not tell your mother, okay? The man carrying the piano case teased his kid, and walked right past Ye Qingxuan. Ye looked back, and saw the child in the arms of the man, gazing with innocent eyes. In the crowd, the child looked back at him. Their eyes met for an instant, like a door had been opened. Their eye contact made Ye Qingxuan take a step back. He fell to the ground stunned, feeling as if he were inside out. The child looked just like him when he was young. Had he ever been this happy? He wanted to laugh. The piano music started again. It had frozen the raging crowd. The wind had begun from the end of the dream. It had fallen from the sky and blew away the whole city. Ye Qingxuan was struggling in the wind, unsure of where to go. At his fingertips, the cord was restored to a shining string, pulling him deep inside of the wind tunnel. He floated in the wind. Ye, have you dreamed before? The man carrying the piano case whispered in his ear. Ye Qingxuan looked around blankly. He heard a young voice answering instead, "Is that one of those things happens after falling asleep?" "Maybe, but you can also dream when you're awake." The guy carrying the piano case laughed gently, his voice soft and low, like the clear resonance of tapping jade together. "You will forget the dreams you had when you were sleeping, but the ones you had when you were awake, they will continue in your dreams. And the whole world will become a dream." "That's beautiful, right?" Ye Qingxuan was stiff. He looked back at the man with the piano case. A pain out of nowhere made him keel over. He held his head, feeling bursts of pain. "This world is a nightmare, Father," he roared. "It is all because of you. And you think of it as a beautiful dream? Mother died, she died because of you." The Eastern man was shocked. He seemed to have finally remembered, staring at Yi with blurry eyes, complicated and sad. The music, smooth as silk, was interrupted for a moment. Like sharp scissors had shredded it into pieces and left a mess everywhere. The wind had stopped, the dust was gone, the sun went out, the earth was broken, and everything had collapsed. The darkness encapsulated everything, and he fell into the abyss. The broken piano music was like a hand, tightly holding onto him. The dreams were changing dramatically. Sometimes a flooded city, and sometimes a castle ready to collapse. Sometimes it was a raging sea with a jungle growing in it, with neon flashing at the horizon. In the next instant, they changed again, now dim. Infinite fog was rising, drowning everything. The piano started again. As the moon sang, the clouds moved in the sky. Ye Qingxuan was walking in the fog, looking for the music. At his feet, the rough mountain road was rising, but was becoming narrower and more difficult to walk on. The fog wrapped around him. As if numerous eyes were quietly watching him, it made you feel not so alone walking this path. He kept walking in the mountains. Forward, forward, forward until there was no place to go. The next step would be to the abyss. The music came from the end of the sky, broken yet persistent as if it were calling him. Ye Qingxuan quietly staring at the fog and took a step forward. The abyss did not devour him because of the invisible music lifting him. He stepped into the wind and began to move forward, faster and faster. Sometimes he looked around, staring at the dancing clouds. In the fog and the sea of clouds, only stars shine like broken lights around him, like a fish in the fog. Flashes of light passed by him, then disappeared. He began to feel calm, no longer afraid. Then the clouds split in front of him. Layers of mist and clouds exited from both sides, revealing a dark sky with stars flashing above. Ahead of the clouds, a moon was rising silently, illuminating his path. With a crushing sound of the music, immeasurable rays of light rose from the star-filled sky, up and down again. Misty tunes lingered in the clouds between heaven and earth, turning into bits of bright light. In the moonlight, he saw the man waiting quietly. He was standing in a distance, unreachable. Ye Qingxuan could not catch up with him. Staring in silence, he saw the shadow of Ye Qingxuan, then laughed and gently waved. His body was swinging with his wave, as if dissipating. "How do you like it?" He looked at the boy. "A beautiful dream? Is this a trick, Father?" Ye Qingxuan stared at him. "But I do not think it's beautiful. I am scared of it." "Yi, this was a dream of your past. You were just remembering." "I forgot already." Ye Qingxuan turned around, not wanting to see it again. Things that have been forgotten would not have appeared here. He whispered in the moonlight, "Things that cannot be forgotten may be painful, but this was your dream, how could you forget?" Ye Qingxuan was stunned. He looked around at his dream world, watching the sea of clouds and the moonlight. He suddenly felt lost and sad. "What should I do?" In silence, the man laughed, as gentle as the moonlight. "Weren't you planning on going forward?" he said, just like that, not arrogantly floating in the sky or falling down because of the pain. Just go forward, straight ahead, and nothing in this world can stop you. Whether it leads you to heaven or hell, straight to the end of the dream. The young man looked at his black eyes, the same color as his own, seemed to have 1,000 words in them, but also seemed vague. So, do not forget, Ye. In the moonlight, Ye stared at the young man, sighing. His feelings were complicated, but he was mostly sad. Gradually, the man disappeared onto the moon, only the wind carried his final whisper. I'll be there waiting for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, True or False? Translator, Ye Studio Editor, Ye Studio. Ye Qingxuan opened his eyes. It was afternoon. The warm sun shone through the open windows upon his body. He felt the fatigue for the first time in a long time, but it felt so good. There was no pressure, or any unbearable pain either. There was just a peace and comfort in his heart. You're awake? The father who was reading at the table raised his head and said coldly, I couldn't expect you to recover that quickly since you came back half dead last night. My father had said before that cheap life was easy to support. Ye Qingxuan laughed, struggling to sit up. God was probably not willing to accept a liar like me. Do not speculate about God. The priest did not continue arguing with him, only giving him a warning, then went back to his reading. The afternoon sunshine on Ye Qingxuan's body felt warm and soft, making his pale face feel much better, almost soothing him back to sleep again. After a long time, he heard Father Ban's unexpected voice, Did you have a nightmare? No, Ye Qingxuan thought for a moment, but could not help laughing. I haven't had such a good dream for a long time. It doesn't sound like a lie. It looked like you were recovering well. The priest nodded and suddenly said, Go and see Victor. He is in his original room. What's up with him? He has been hiding in his room since he came back last night, and didn't want to talk to anyone. He felt guilty regarding you. You should talk to him. The priest paused and said, You both are fools, so you should be able to understand one another. Since geniuses had a mutual understanding amongst themselves, there should be a common language between fools too. The priest's words were right. The world was always grouped together. The wealthy drank with the wealthy in their mansions, while the homeless hugged each other in the snow. The lonely people shared loneliness with each other, while the people in pain licked each other's wounds. Victor said that Ye Qingxuan was his only friend, as Ye Qingxuan was Victor's only friend. One was holding on to the dream of becoming the musician and never letting go. The other one imagined becoming a big shot and seeking revenge against the aristocracy for killing his family members. The guy who was already a street boy always believed that he would become a bigger one, so he was ready at all times to challenge authority or whatever else. Treating others as he wanted to be treated, he felt Ye Qingxuan was his only friend. This way no one could call him cheap, even His Majesty would not be allowed to do that. The entire time he felt that he would have a great future, and there was nothing in this world that could stop him. He was naive and stubborn. But when Ye Qingxuan saw Victor so anxious and sad, unkempt and curled up in the corner, he did not look like the big man he wanted to be. When Ye Qingxuan sat next to him, Victor looked at him for a long time before he finally recognized him. Oh, Yezi, are you awake? Victor asked, trying to smile. Ye Qingxuan looked at his messy bed, shaking his head. You didn't sleep? I couldn't fall asleep feeling like someone was looking at me. There was the feeling of murder in this room. Yezi. Victor looked at the empty corner, as if he could see the invisible evil spirits. His green eyes were vicious, hunting for the enemy, ready to kill. Is he looking at me? He is dead, Victor. Ye Qingxuan whispered, he will not appear outside the window. Everyone only lives once. Once someone is dead, he is really dead. He died? Victor looked back at him. The viciousness in his eyes gradually faded, like finally relaxing a whole night of confrontation. He whispered, "Is he really dead?" Ye Qingxuan nodded slowly. "So it is," Victor said. Victor suddenly realized that all his hardships were gone. He leaned against the wall and softly laughed. "Yes, I killed him, I had forgotten. As I said before, you don't know how to fight, so every time you have to rely on me. When old Phil was looking for me, I knew that it was not good. So I did pretty good, right?" He smiled, but the fear beneath his smile was not completely concealed. It was a fear that could never be rid of. "Yes, you did very well." Ye Qingxuan nodded. "Of course. I'm a bad spawn, and not even murder could stop me." He whispered, "I am a big man and will be successful, right?" Ye Qingxuan kept silent, patting Victor's shoulder. Victor looked at him, smiling as he teared up, both embarrassed and sad. Like a little bully who had just gotten beaten up, his tears were cheap. But at that time, why did I not stand out? I was supposed to be the bait. I should have been who went, but I was afraid. Ye, you are not afraid? You've suddenly asked me this question, but I can't answer now. Ye Qingxuan scratched his head and grasped Victor's shoulders. "You do not have to be sad because of what happened. I was not as brave as you think." "Ye, are you trying to comfort me?" Victor gazed at him. "I do not need comforting, but..." He did not finish his words because he saw no sympathy nor the slightest mercy in the white-haired teen's eyes. "No one can always say beautiful words, Victor. Those beautiful things are just for camouflage." Ye Qingxuan whispered, "I am more afraid than you are, but I have been used to it. When I was very young, I knew that if I died, no one would remember me. So I had to work hard to live, but with more effort to live, the more I feared death. It's much easier to die than live. 5 years ago, after I wandered here, the priest adopted me. I thought I could live. I thought that by living, I could do anything. I could act like a good boy, studying hard to learn to spell. But the most important reason in my heart was not to repay them or help other people, it was for myself. Ye Qingxuan paused and started laughing, but it was self-deprecating. "This includes the time I stood up and asked Mr. Wolf Flute to let me replace you, so that he would owe me, and help me become a musician to go back to Avalon. It was that simple. Sometimes I think about the kind of person I am and feel very ashamed. Victor, I have done so much. Maybe part of it was to help other people, but ultimately, it was for myself." He stroked the ring on his finger. "Maybe I was such a person, but because I had nothing, I wanted more. If I really wanted something, I would not care about my life. I would rush to any opportunity, feeling like a dog yearning for food. Sometimes I felt that being a dog was not a bad thing. As long as that allowed me to get the things I wanted, I could do anything, anything." Ye evaluated himself quietly, as if he had cleaned the dusty mirror that he had looked at before, now able to see his true reflection. His tone was complex and solemn. Saying those words was like betting against fate everything he had in his life. "Victor, I want to be a musician." In the long silence, Victor stared at him as if this were the first time he was seeing him. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly softly laughed. "So you are really evil, Ye." "Did you really say that?" Ye Qingxuan was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he became angry and kicked Victor in his side. "I have said so much, and tried to comfort you, but..." Victor was being tossed around on the floor by Ye Qingxuan's kicks, but could not help laughing, as if he was laughing at Ye. "Go away. I will pretend that my kindness was eaten by old Phil." Ye Qingxuan snappily kicked the door and left, but Victor was still laughing. After a while, the awakened old Phil ran into the door, looking for something to eat. But he only saw Victor was still laughing so hard almost could not breathe. The kind of laughter was embarrassing and sounded like it came from a petty man, but Victor still felt that he was a big man. Downstairs, the priest looked up in silence, and after a long time nodded. "It's all right now. Really simple. Wolf Flute sighed. Should it be said that it was easier to communicate between the kids? No, it's a fool who only believes in silly words. It was midnight. The black moon hung high, while the wind howled. In the backyard of the church, the two figures walked out of the room carrying shovels and walked through the streets. One of them was tall and thin without facial expressions. The other's footsteps were staggered, like he had just been injured recently. They walked all the way through the town quietly, and finally stopped at the iron fence in front of the cemetery. The tall and thin priest took a rusty copper key off of his neck and unlocked the huge iron lock. The iron gate was pushed open with a sharp sound as it had not been opened for a long time. Do you really want to hide the stuff in the cemetery? Wolf Flute held the shovel and whispered, will it become rotten from the moisture and the corpses? The last priest told me that the thing was well preserved and should not be broken, the priest said. Hey, we entrusted such important things to the custody of the church. You should at least confirm. First, that thing was handed over to the cleric to seal. You did not say which day you would get it back. Second, if every priest chose to look at the thing, then there would be no secret. Why don't I think you're right? Father Ban looked back at him again, like looking at an idiot's eyes. In the dark, Father Ban carried the light, leading the way ahead. They walked on the soft, wet soil, passing by the tombstones. Wolf Flute was injured, not able to walk fast, so he still had the privilege of reading the epitaph of each tombstone. Oh, what a miserable story. This person was killed because he discovered his wife's affair. Wait. His wife is here. Why is the adulterer here? Plus his 2 dogs. What is that? Father, I could make up a story with hundreds of thousands of words. Nonsense. The priest wrote him off. Come on, we're almost there. In the end, they stopped in front of a very old tombstone. Behind the pale tombstone, the cross had been broken, and the writings had been faded over time by the wind and rain. The priest looked down at the writing, and used the shovel to get rid of weeds in front of the grave and nodded. It's here. You can start digging. Wolf Flute tentatively started digging, feeling the dull pain from his wound. Without any resistance from the mud, it made him feel at ease. But the muddy soil was obviously cold, and also had gravel on the top. It seemed like an invisible ghost was staring at them in the dark, watching them dig the graves. It seemed to envelop them with cold air. The ghost waited to be dug out, and then let the people lie in the tomb. Whose tomb is this? Wolf Flute trembled a little bit. I always feel like we will dig up wraiths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Bones of the Perished. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. This tomb belongs to the one before the previous priest, Ban said in a cold voice. He jumped after he had gotten drunk. He had internal bleeding and died the next day. Rest assured, even if the avenging spirit did exist, he'd have gone drinking instead of come looking for you. Hey, are you encouraging me to dig the grave of the previous secret protector? Fine, you don't have to, Ban muttered. Wait, I will. I will. Wolf Flute continued digging bitterly. With the surgery and the medicine, his heavy injury had healed but had left him with very serious side effects. He would receive more advanced treatment once he returned to the holy city. Now he was sweating all over, regretting that he had not done much physical work during his years in the holy city, otherwise he would not be panting already. Digging and digging, the sound of the shovel became rhythmic. He tried to make it less boring. Wolf Flute began to sing, 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians. 4 little, 5 little, 6 little Indians. Just before Father Ban's tolerance reached his limit and killed him for singing such horrible songs, Wolf Flute finally heard the sound of the shovel hit the sarcophagus. He was excited and started to dig harder. He had soon cleared a majority of the dirt on top of the coffin. Seeing that he was almost done, the priest pushed Wolf Flute away. He took out a crowbar from his sleeve and put it under the crack of the opening, struggling to open it. With the sound of the nails breaking, the coffin was cracked slightly, then opened entirely. Wolf Flute was stunned. He did not smell anything unpleasant, instead he smelled church incense, which made him quite uneasy. The priest lit the lantern and swept the top of the coffin. Wolf Flute was only able to see the bones, like the blooming stoneflowers, but he barely saw much else. A surge of wind blew in from the sky and swept away the dark clouds. The moon shone above. In the gloomy moonlight, the body in the sarcophagus appeared to smile at the two guests. The priest had a cold look on his face, and Wolf Flute gasped with surprise, "What the F***ck is that thing?" Inside the 100-year-old coffin, everything was covered in scarlet. There were spider lilies in full blossom. They grew out of the bones, with a smell of an extravagant incense, enchanting and seductive. Underneath the layers of spider lilies, the bones that would only exist in nightmares were finally exposed. On the seemingly grinning black skull, in addition to the normal two eye sockets, there were two additional gaps, as if there used to be two more eyes in them. A skeleton over 3 meters tall was lying in the coffin, 6 arms crossed. 2 hands with open palms on top, fingers crossed, posing like flames. 2 hands laid on top of the chest, its fingers closed together like a lotus. 2 hands, with fingers crossed like chains with an iron lock. Under the 6 arms, something was guarded. Where the rib cage had been now had many layers of lamellae, the barbs above had all been broken. A pair of torn wing bones extended from the back to the front. Although it had become bone, it was still covered with a bronze layer. A frantic feeling filled the coffin like a demon's burial ground. Even when dead, it still felt as if he would leap out of the coffin and fly towards the moonlight. This was not a human corpse. It more like a monster made of black iron, bronze and silver, only existing in a craftsman's nightmare. Wolf Flute took out the shovel, expressionless. He poked the bones, which seemed to have been made of alloy. The sound of the metal colliding produced a very low buzz. Numerous souls in the darkness echoed in return. He held the shovel and froze. As a gust of wind blew, the shovel in his hands silently disintegrated into powder. The iron residue drifted through the air, seeming to have pierced the heart with every breath, giving him chills all over. The curse of ravages. It was a curse created by the musicians of the modification department. The music was engraved into the bones. Even the smallest disturbance would cause the ether to backfire, turning all those who touched the bones to ashes. Wolf Flute tilted his head and looked at Ban. "Hey, Father, when the people of your church were drunk, did they all turn into something like this?" "Ah, I was just trying to scare you. I only wanted to see your expression." The priest casually revealed the truth, as if he had done nothing wrong. He looked at the bones with a cold stare. Before he died, he was not human. Just treat it as a body of the beast. "What now?" Wolf Flute asked. "The two of us stay here and wait a few decades until the curse of ravages has dissipated? The sarcophagus and the cemetery are connected. Unless the cemetery was dug entirely out of the ground, the curse of ravages will not dissipate." The priest turned around to look at him, putting his hands out. "Show me your letter of appointment." Wolf Flute was surprised for a moment. He scrambled through his bag and took out a piece of paper as red as blood. The paper had a pear watermark from the church as an anti-counterfeit mark. The priest put the paper in front of the lantern, turned it to the side. A few numbers were revealed where the red stains had been. S7:6-3242? What kind of code is this? Wolf Fong asked. The authorized ciphertext, issued by the Cardinal Hall of the Sacred City. The believers are allowed to use divine power with this. S is the abbreviation of the angel seraph, meaning the first sequence under the throne. 7 is the number representing the burning snake, a power to eliminate all evil. This is power given to me by the Cardinal Hall of the Sacred City. followed by a one-time ciphertext, which can be interpreted by us. The priest explained this casually, and took out an old clock from his inner pocket. The clock was the size of 2 fists, more like a large bell, but much more solemn than a bell. It was very old, engraved with lines of spells, and a crest of the 3 saints. Under the moonlight, the brass bell shone silently. Then the priest sounded the bell with a complex rhythm. It was quiet at first, then suddenly felt like someone let out a breath. Suddenly, countless bats started screaming, shattering the silence. They flew toward the sky in panic, aimlessly flying about, so frightened they died running into the tombstones and the walls. The sound, unbearable to the human ear, had spread like water dropped into a quiet lake. Ripples spread in all directions. Suddenly it reached tens of millions of miles away, so many miles away in the holy city, a huge dark bell sounded in response. Then the clock in the hands of the priest broke, silently turning into iron sand in the moonlight. It poured down from the hands of the priest like water and dissipated into the air. Wolf Flute suddenly turned pale. The light from the iron sand had emerged. A huge amount of ether formed together. Amid the dust swirling, the holy object revealed itself in the iron sand. It was a rare sword. Its body was made of lapis lazuli, its blade full of gaps and cracks. On the back of the sword remained traces of forging, almost like layers and layers of the blooming peonies. If you looked carefully, each layer was filled with numerous holy names and scriptures. At the hilt of the sword, for generations of popes left their names and the emblem of the tricyclic, proving that God had the power to grant this weapon. When it was used, it would break everything like shattering a china pot. The emblem and the scripture were filled with endless power. The power turned the body of the sword scarlet red. The edge of the sword shook non-stop, and a fuzzy shadow was revealed. Upon calling of the prayer, the divine power shall arise. I will fill the river and let it run endlessly, the priest recited, holding the hilt, letting the flame's power burn himself. My lord, for you. He clenched his sword and held it high. There was silence, as if they were frozen by an invisible power. Then the blade came down. The silence was broken. The sword came down with a burning burst, like a quick flash that tore apart the lights and the shadows, impossible to look at directly. The bones in the coffin were shaking violently. On top of the bones, the scarlet red spider lilies quivered. They blossomed, danced, and in an instant, turned into dust and flew away. Dust mixed with the petals, red as blood in the moonlight. They continued to fly out of the sarcophagus and spread into the cold wind like a group of blood-colored butterflies. And yet the sword continued to stab downward against the bloody butterflies. Finally it collided against the bones. The blade and the bones started shaking and screaming, as if they were being burned in a furnace together. The sounds were terrifying yet harmonious. Soon the sound disappeared, as did the blade, then the butterflies. Everything was like a dream. It was as if nothing had happened. Wolf Flute had his head down, but could not keep his eyes off of the bones in the sarcophagus. Inside the sarcophagus, the 6 arms slowly stretched open. The chest bone plate expanded like flower petals, revealing what was hidden inside a box made of black iron. The curse of the ravages was broken by the sword from thousands of miles away. Remembering the light, Wolf Flute felt goosebumps all over him. It was a power extracted from the source, daunting even if it was just a mirror image of what was left of it. That sword, is it the kingdom of heaven forged by 4 generations of the popes? Yes. Father Ban withdrew the empty hand. The ciphertext was the real key. Without it, you can't open the cage of the bones. The technique of the church was really amazing. Wolf Flute sighed and pointed to the corpse in the sarcophagus. And this? What is this? Did I not tell you? The secret keeper from the one before the previous generation. Ban had no expression. He was sent 100 years ago to the north to find the whereabouts of that thing, and he found it in the territory of the Dark Gaia. The Pope led a crusade against the natural disaster? Yes. It took the secret keeper 3 years to plan. He sacrificed 6 of his men to bring that thing back. He himself was eroded by the power of the natural disaster and began to go mad. He turned into this monster and forgot who he was. In order to kill him, the mission dispatched 6 knights of the Holy Temple. He finally died by the hands of my father. He had become a vengeful spirit, but he still recognized his own children. He saw my father and relaxed and curled up by the fire, had some food, then fell asleep. He might have already known that there was iron sand in the food. The iron sand turned into a blade and stabbed his heart from the inside. In the end, he did not resist, preserving his own dignity. It was a hefty price to pay. Wolf Flute was silent for a long time and sighed softly. Father Ban drew a holy emblem on his chest. His eyes were still cold. It's just one person's life and death. The fear of life and death was enough to respect. Why should the numbers matter? Wolf Flute bent down and held up the black box among the bones respectfully. He blew away the dust and ashes on top. Under the moonlight, he opened the lock on the box and reached inside. The expressions on his face kept changing. Finally, he took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, it's the same as what the teacher has described. He put away the box and slightly bent over to the priest. Thanks to the church, my mission is done. This is my mission as well, and I thought I would die here from old age. I did not expect to be free today. In silence, the priest looked down at the sarcophagus. He stretched out his hand toward the bones and drew a shape of the holy emblem in the air. You are free. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, time to go, no longer stay. Then the wind came from the sea, passed by the tips of everyone's nose, erasing the lingering rotten smell from the cemetery. In the tender wind, the hideous bones seemed to have calmed down, finding their eternal peace. Under the moonlight, the bronze wing bones reflected a glimmer of silver, sacred and solemn in its own way. It's beautiful. Wolf Flute took a final look, shoveled the earth on the ground, and covered its body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Choice. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. On the way back, Wolf Flute carried a crowbar. He hummed the 10 Little Indians nursery rhyme. He seemed relaxed and in a happy mood. Stumbling forward, his body twisted like he was drunk. Father Ban was still silent. His face was cold but showed no emotion, but Wolf Flute's heart still felt full of sorrow. Hey, Father, my mission is done and your mission is done too. Why are you so sad? At this time, shouldn't we need to have some drinks to celebrate? Wolf Flute scratched his hair. You are spacing out. What exactly are you thinking? You have completed the task the Lord and the church assigned you. Soon you can leave here and return to the church as a reincarnation. The glory crown has been kept for you. Are you worried that the crown is too small for you to wear? I was thinking about something. Some things need to be reconsidered, the priest said coldly. What's the matter? Wolf Flute pondered for a while, then said, Is it that little guy named Ye? You are training him as an apprentice, right? Now he's not going to go back to your training. Is that so? Your arrival disrupted all my plans, Mr. Wolf Flute. If you had not come, I could have at least let him replace me and return to the church as the knight of the temple, Father Ban said indifferently. Wolf Flute felt embarrassed but forced a dry laugh. You may be right, but you see, he did not want to be a little priest, and you should not force him to go that way. It was better than insisting on an unrealistic dream that would only lead to a dead end. Father Ban looked up at him. You rekindled the fire in his heart, Wolf Flute. I underestimated how dedicated he is to becoming a musician. This, you see, kids always have dreams, right? Wolf Flute tried to organize his words and explain, I do not understand rebelliousness or adolescence, but having a dream is a good thing. You cannot stop his dreaming. My meaning is that one day he will find it unrealistic.
Wolf Flute nodded and made a conclusion. Well, rest assured, he will give up sooner or later.
Father Ban shook his head. You do not understand. Okay? A few years ago, the first time I saw him, he was barefoot, walking in the ice and snow. He had nothing, and was accompanied by his only dog, but he said that he wanted to go to Avalon. When I asked him what he was going to do, his eyes lit up. Bane recalled the street boy's appearance and the cold and snow from when he had first met Ye. The white-haired teenager dressed in broken coat, trembling, but speaking with the corners of his mouth tilted, lips open, the kind of eyes. They were shining. Wolf Flute was stunned and stopped his walking. Wow! Wolf Flute suddenly understood. He is an excellent child, so excellent that I had never seen anyone like him before. I said to him, if he wanted to become a musician, he must have good moral. Then he trained himself in accordance with the standards of the monks. I told him, if he wanted to become a musician, he needed to go through the best education, so he spent a month reading the entire library collection, and learning the advanced mathematical foundation and etiquette in just 2 months. In order to fight for the place to go to the sacred city, he taught himself the mechanical structures, helping maintain the town's lighthouse for 3 consecutive years. I do not know if anyone has taught him the basic theory of the music. He is familiar with all things about musicians. For so many years, he has been walking in that direction. The priest's voice got lower. He will soon realize he is far away from achieving his dream. So Wolf Flute, could you really let him give up that idea? Otherwise, the unachieved dream will make him drown in his despair one day. Wolf Flute kept quiet, but then suddenly burst into a relentless laughter. What are you talking about, Father? Wolf Flute opened his mouth, patting his chest. The one who died for the dream is the happiest. The next day in the church reception room. Well, my friend, it is the time for you to choose. In silence, Wolf Flute lied on the couch and spread out his hands to the confused boy. I need you to make a choice about the agreement between us. Choice? What do you want me to choose? Ye Qingxuan asked. Yes. You see, last night Father Ban and I discussed about you receiving the education to become a musician. Wolf Flute coughed a bit. Well, although you are only 17 years old, and not eligible to go to the university yet. Father said that you had studied reading, writing and mathematics. The exam should be no problem for you. You will be qualified enough to pass the exam at any time to become a teacher at church, so he has a suggestion. Because of Father's advice, I have made some changes to my original plan. Ye Qingxuan was puzzled to see the priest, but the priest stood silently with no emotions. This is the case because the priest was recently promoted to a big title and received a big fortune, so he could do a lot of favors for others. Wolf Flute started talking non-stop. After seeing Father Ban's serious face, he stopped. Well, he can recommend you go to the sacred city as an internal member of the church. The current Trinity Theological College will enroll you without an entrance exam. This is the chorale musician's cradle. Once you graduate, your future will be bright. If you perform well, maybe you can also be selected for the holy choirs. Holy choirs? Ye Qingxuan could not help but give a bitter smile. You should know that I couldn't even sing in the regular mass. It is okay. As long as there is a group of people singing, you just need to open your mouth. There is a saying in the East, be there just to make up the number. I used to cheat a lot while going through exams back in the day. You should be flexible. The priest coldly glared at him. Wolf Flute shut up, embarrassed. Ye Qingxuan thought for a moment and suddenly asked, how about the other one? The top college in the Anglo Kingdom, the Royal Academy of Music in the capital of Avalon, my alma mater. But they probably would not admit you because I dropped out of school. Talking about it, Wolf Flute suddenly became enraptured. The academy was located in the city of Avalon, only 2 blocks from the center, Greenland, native scene, natural view, and luxury area. It is low-key yet high-end. If you like astronomy, there is an observatory on the left. If you like art, there is an opera hall on the right. If you like politics, the House of Commons is in the front. If you like crime, the prison is right behind the academy. How about it? Pretty happy and unexpected, right?
Ye Qingxuan was silent.
Just a joke.
Wolf Flute scratched his hair, but it really is good there because there is a variety of research available, and the academic atmosphere is also very strong. But getting you in will be tough. I am not powerful enough, but I can ask my teacher for help. However, my teacher is very strict, and is never willing to open this back door.
So he may only give you a letter of recommendation to take the entrance exam. You can pass the test, but then I have no way to continue to help you. That's it.
Ye Qingxuan nodded. The Royal Academy of Music, please.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf Flute. So quick?
Wolf Flute was surprised for a moment as he thought Ye Qingxuan would choose Trinity Theological College, and did not think he would decide to go to Avalon. In silence, the priest nodded as he had expected Ye's decision.
He got up and left, saying nothing.
Wolf Flute looked at the priest walking away, scratching his head helplessly.
Then I will write a letter to my teacher.
Please be aware that my teacher has some power, but you have to get on the road tomorrow or else you will miss the admissions period. Ye Qingxuan was stunned for a moment, deep in thought.
Then he nodded, yes, tomorrow. Good.
Wolf Flute hesitated to ask, that okay?
Ye Qingxuan noticed Wolf Flute's hesitance.
Wolf Flute took a deep breath and released an irritated sigh. He looked back at the door making sure nobody was there, then lowered his voice and asked, why didn't you choose the Trinity Theological College?
Stupid.
Do you know that when the priest goes back this time, he will be promoted directly up another 3 levels?
A bishop class member, plus the temple knight.
With your special relationship, you could have a bright future, my friend.
Why are you deciding to go to Avalon by yourself? And in the sacred city, most of the world's musicians are gathered there.
The door is willing to open for all believers, even the tuition is free. The money you would save is enough to buy a custom-made instrument. Did you know that after I dropped out of college, I sold my pants in order to buy a musical instrument?
Ye Qingxuan was stunned to hear Wolf Flute's rant.
After a long time he could not help but laughing in a low voice. He shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Wolf Flute, I think you may be wrong from the beginning.
Okay? I am not a believer. Okay?
Wolf Flute could not help but exclaimed.
He found himself lost, but quickly spoke, wait, what did you say?
I am not a believer, Ye Qingxuan repeated. I thought you were a clerk, but in the end you are not even a believer.
Do you believe in the gods of the East?
No, Ye Qingxuan shook his head. I have never been to the East, nor do believe in God. I learned about him through reading and writing from the Father. The Father tried to baptize me many times, but I had rejected him,
Why don't you believe it?
Wolf Flute's face was twitching a little. Ye Qingxuan suddenly pondered as he had never thought about this question before. After a long time, he finally understood a little. He softly replied, probably, because God never saved my mother? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 19. Chapter 19, The Future. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
When Ye Qingxuan came down from the reception room, he saw the priest sitting in the chair of the library, going through the holy command which he had started copying some days ago. The priest did not seem to be concerned, yet one could see the sadness in him. Ye Qingxuan came to his side and whispered an apology, sorry, Father.
I have disappointed you.
I knew you're troublesome, Father Ban shook his head, but you've really troubled me this time. It has always been tough, Father, Ye Qingxuan laughed.
Putting up with me for so many years, it must have been hard on you. Yes. As stubborn and vengeful as you were as a child, you'd give anyone a headache wherever you went. The priest said coolly, now I don't have to worry anymore, it will be so much easier. Ye Qingxuan smiled, and after a long silence he asked, Father, why did you let me be the scribe here? Because you were a child who could read and write, the priest answered without hesitation. You did not need food or accommodation to be arranged for you, and you worked for half of the wage. You also seemed helpless. I thought I would give you a hand. That's it? Ye Qingxuan said in disbelief. Is that not enough? Ye Qingxuan was silent for a moment and laughed softly. Father, you really are a good man. Which is why I was good to you. The priest got up and patted his shoulder. Congratulations, Yi, you are fired. This is your farewell gift. He threw something at Ye Qingxuan, who caught it. It was a 3-ring holy emblem, about the size of a coin. It was a dark gold color, like some kind of token. It was engraved with a line of coating on the edge, but it was so smooth so you could hardly feel the engraving with your hands. What is this? The holy emblem. It means you are accepted by the church. It has been given to you ahead of schedule. I will help you with all the paperwork once I return to the sacred city. The priest said with ease, with this, you can take a small loan with no interest, and get unlimited help from any church, so at least you won't end up on the streets in the future. Thank you so much. Ye Qingxuan tossed the holy emblem into the air, caught it, and put into his pocket. His big eyes were wide and hopeful. Anything else? Aren't you supposed to give me a super weapon or a book with roadmaps to a superpower? I do not have the things you said, but there is an axe in the backyard. Do you want it? Ye Qingxuan did not dare taking it. He was not sure if that axe would end up splitting his own skull. You can go and pack now. When you leave for Avalon, I will not see you off. The priest waved and signaled for him to leave. Ye Qingxuan stood there with his mouth open, not sure of what to say. He looked at the slightly aged man in front of him, always cold and stubborn. Father Ban had never been good with words, or ever tolerated anyone's mistakes, but was always an exemplary yet strange priest. 5 years ago the priest opened the door of this church, saw Yi in the snow and reached out to him. It was not charity, but a rescue. 5 years later he was about to leave the church, but as he looked at the man in front of him, he was suddenly reluctant to go. He still did not know how to say goodbye at the end, so he just silently nodded his head, turned around, and closed the door behind him. His footsteps showed how hesitant he was to leave. Ye Qingxuan looked back and saw the priest praying. He suddenly felt an overcoming sadness inside him. He could not stay here anymore, he needed to escape. Father, until now, I still think that I was glad to be saved by you. As he was praying, the priest suddenly heard the young man's farewell words. He was surprised. He looked up in time to see the white-haired boy run out into the sunshine. The sun in the afternoon was intense and dazzling. It swallowed his shadow as if he had walked into his own future. 5 years. That kid was no longer a child. Father Ban's lips trembled for a moment, but he did not call out to the young man. He only watched him run farther and farther until he disappeared. In the long silence, the priest's mouth slightly curved up like a smile. The next day at noon, Yi waited at the dock. He carried a huge suitcase, squatting in a chair. He was waiting for the boat that had departed from Yan'an, and would soon pass through his location in 15 minutes. Its final destination was Avalon. The Titan, the newest ship model, was made in the church's shipyard and purchased by the East India Company. It was rumored that compared to the first generation of cargo ships, the Titan was like a small boat in terms of its weight capacity and speed. These kinds of big ships usually did not pass through such a small pier because the water was too shallow. But when the ships did come, they would send a small boat to deliver mail from all over the world, as well as merchandises the town had ordered. Yi could get on the boat by using the holy emblem and pay the fare afterwards.
This was the fastest way to Avalon, which was the least the priest could do to help Ye Qingxuan. Wolf Flute was leaving on the same day, but by carriage. Wolf Flute was not leaving until the afternoon, so he and Victor came to send Ye off. You may be a bit nervous since it's your first trip away, but you have nothing to worry about. The bounty reward will be deposited into your church account in about half a month. You just need to go to the church's loan office with your holy emblem to pick it up. Wolf Flute patted his shoulder and continued to ramble on. Take care of yourself at Avalon, and remember to find a hotel near the school first. You will be able to live in the dorm once school starts. Avalon has had some serious pollution issues for the past 2 years, too much smog. You can think of it as bad air, so remember to buy a mask. Then, Wolf Flute paused, his expression turned sour. Be very wary of the damn kids begging for money once you get off the boat. They will steal your money. Do not worry about me, Mr. Wolf Flute. Ye Qingxuan laughed. I was one of those damn kids many years ago. You street kids are seriously not cute. Wolf Flute shook his head. Remembering something, he looked around. Seeing that no one had noticed him, he lowered his voice and said, Ye, there is one thing I think I should tell you. Okay? For whatever reason, you have to remember that you cannot say that you are the son of a dark musician in Avalon. He pressed down on the shoulder of the white-haired kid. You are just some young man I met when I was traveling in the East, understand? Ye Qingxuan was silent. He looked at the man in front of him with genuine concern in his eyes. Ye smiled reluctantly. You knew? I am a musician. Wolf Flute looked into his eyes and sighed softly. Ever since I realized that you knew the demon of rain, I had suspected it, but I did not expect it to be true. Ye Qingxuan was silent. Easterner, silver white hair with the bloodline of the dragon, as well as your surname Yi. It was all too obvious. I didn't need to think too much to know. Once a scepter musician with great talent, now number 3 on the most wanted list. He killed 16 Anglo-royal musicians 5 years ago, and joined the natural catastrophes. The traitor, Moonchant, Yi Lanshao. Wolf Flute sighed. I was shocked that you are his son. It explains the demon of rain. After all, your father was the best demon hunter. My father was not a traitor. Ye Qingxuan whispered, he did not betray mankind. The problem is that everyone thinks so. Wolf Flute tried to reorganize his words. At last he sighed, I can only say that he used to be a very good person. After all, when I was in the Royal Academy of Music, I had attended his class about Eastern music theory. He even took me, a poor student, to dinner. You knew him? Only a little. He used to teach at the Royal Academy of Music, but quit after he got married. So, whether you just want to find out what actually happened back then, or if you want to do something about it, I suggest that you disguise yourself as an international student from the East. After all, this will be good for you. In a long silence, the white-haired young man seemed to be thinking hard. Mr. Wolf Flute, are you not afraid? Ye Qingxuan suddenly smiled and asked softly, are you not afraid that I will also betray mankind, and become a traitor? But Ye, sometimes you are just a little kid who doesn't know himself well. Wolf Flute looked down at him and laughed at him mercilessly, you know? You are the kind that's not very creative even if you are doing bad things. So, just be a good guy. As he was speaking, Wolf Flute took out a thick book from his pocket and put it into Ye's hand. This is part of your thank you gift in advance. Ye Qingxuan took the thick book. He realized that it was a notebook covered with a very old leather cover. Inside was small writing and many drawings. The notebook was made very well. Even the leather cover was thicker than any ordinary notebook, and felt like it was made of iron. Next to him, Wolf Flute casually opened the notebook, pointing to one of the pages. This was my notebook when I first went to the academy, including entry music notes from 4 different schools, and some miscellaneous stuff. Oh, yes, this part was written during your father's class. On the page, there were only 2 lines of scribbled notes.
The rest consisted of some very strange-looking music notes. It seemed incomplete, and was unable to be identified clearly. Sorry, I was sleeping through my classes at that time. I didn't even know what class it was. Wolf Flute laughed in embarrassment. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a long time, then bowed to him. He put the notebook in his suitcase carefully. I will read it thoroughly. Thank you, Mr. Wolf Flute. Not at all. It's only a notebook. Don't worry, just don't lose it. Wolf Flute looked at Ye's serene eyes and gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry about the past, have a good life. If you can get into the school, I will give you a gift. Is that a promise? It's a promise. Wolf Flute backed up 2 steps, put on his hat, then left in the carriage. The quiet ocean suddenly became turbulent. A huge ship came from a distance, causing big waves to appear, and leaving layers of ripples spreading in all directions. This is as far as I will go with you. Victor lightly punched Ye Qingxuan's chest. Don't miss this place when you're in Avalon. I'm leaving as well, as soon as the priest is gone. Maybe after 2 or 3 years, if you are not doing well, you can come find me, and I will be someone famous by that time. Hey, do you have to be so confident? Ye Qingxuan could not help but laugh. With someone as bad as me, I can only do better and better, right? Victor pushed him, as if to drive him away, and rid him of his sadness. No more chatting, hurry up and go. You are going to miss the boat. Don't worry about others while you are in Avalon. I will be fine. You just take care of yourself. In the afternoon sun, the blond boy with the cap grinned, a small stick dangling from his mouth like a pipe. Victor waved goodbye without hesitating because he was convinced that one day they would eventually see each other again. Ye Qingxuan hugged him and whispered, "Goodbye, Victor." Old Phil also ran to Victor's side, its tongue sticking out. It stood on its 2 hind legs and patted Victor's shoulder with a saliva-drenched paw, as if to give its best wishes to a little brother. Old Phil hopped into Ye Qingxuan's trunk, ready to leave. Ye Qingxuan took a final look at Victor, then set foot on the boat. When the huge ship lifted its anchor and set sail once again, Ye Qingxuan stood on the deck, not daring to look back. He knew that behind him, the coast was becoming further and further away. He felt like a part of him was emptied bit by bit. Perhaps a stage of his life had been left behind forever. "Sir, please come with me." A waiter politely interrupted him and led the way. "Your room is ready. We will arrive at Avalon in 3 days. We wish you a wonderful journey." "Thank you." Ye Qingxuan smiled. Just like that, the white-haired young man carried a trunk, a suitcase full of old clothes, 2,000 pounds of paper money, an iron box, and a strange old dog, embarking on a journey with no return. He was 17 years old, and had not yet had his coming-of-age ceremony, but he was already an adult. "I'm coming, Avalon." When the boat slowly left the pier and headed off, Victor was the only one left at the terminal. He stared at the ocean motionlessly. His only friend was getting farther away. Sad? Human emotions are so weak. A faint voice appeared. With a short lifespan, humans have wasted so much time because of their hormones. All that just for a good dream. Hey, you old devil. You're really annoying. Victor looked down at his chest and sighed softly. Blah, blah, can you shut up? You dare? I am. Now you're just a worm in a bottle, afraid of the air. If I didn't take you back with me, you would have been eaten by your god as a cold appetizer, Victor said in a cold voice. Dear rain artist, I'm not good with words, so if I had said something wrong, then why don't you come out to bite me? You little devil. I would have killed you if we were in the past. In Victor's pocket was a bottle about the size of the thumb. A worm squirmed like mercury flowing, and roared, I just made a tiny mistake while searching for eternal life. If it wasn't for you, I would have had a new life. Oh. Victor sneered. He did not comment. After a long while, the rain artist finally calmed down. He whispered, "Why did you have to agitate me? Why can't we help each other? If I find a new body, you will also succeed. It's true what you said, but didn't you get something wrong?" Victor looked inside the bottle and at the mercury worm. "The terms of our cooperation is just my success, no new body." "Bastard! You signed the terms because you desperately wanted to live. Although you can never clearly see the situation, there is one thing I do agree with you about." "Oh? Power, old man, power." Victor looked down at his own shadow. In the sun his shadow was shaking and alone, dark and pitiful. "I am weak. It must be because I have no power. I have been afraid of many things, but one day, I will be afraid of nothing." In the burning sun, his eyes lit up like coal in the fire, with dark red flames. "As long as I am more powerful than anyone else." This year was an ordinary year because the world was as it had always been. Everything in its own place. Nations were fighting or bickering. Natural catastrophes still hid in the darkness, occasionally wandering into the human world, leaving behind disaster and destruction. Old people, as always, bathed in the sun, while drinking afternoon tea, and aging. The women watched over their children, and gossiped about others. The men who brought home the bread, struggled through their jobs in order to provide food for the table. The world was busy as always. The only ones bored with nothing to do were the young. So when they looked around this strange, big world, their eyes would light up because the world seemed like a huge playground, filled with many hopes and dreams. The songs of the old times had ended. The stories of the new heroes had not yet begun. During these awkward days, two young men had a coming-of-age experience on the same day, and were both ready to enter the world. Their future would lead to many different directions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Welcome to Avalon. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Big cousin, the money's here. Run. In the turbulent flow of people, a child stuck a package into Ye Qingxuan's arms, then disappeared quickly in the crowd as if they had been slicked down with oil. "Don't run, you little devil. He also has a helper. Break his legs. Kill him." Ye Qingxuan looked back blankly. A group of grim and brawny men were running towards him, holding daggers and chairs. They were staring at the package in his arms and furiously. Wait, what is going on here?" Ye Qingxuan had a bad feeling. Half an hour earlier. In the morning of the third day after leaving the town of Lute, the breeze blew in from the distance, and the waves were quiet. The outline of the island could be seen in the distance now, and on the deck of the Titan were many people hustling and bustling about. "Dear passengers, please do not leave your seat until the boat stops." The waiters tried to maintain order with bitter faces. They shouted over the speaker, "Because of berth restrictions, we are temporarily unable to enter the harbor. Please be patient. During the meantime, let's look to the right. That white ship is a brother boat of the Titan named Nick, which was created at the same time." The passengers did not care about what the waiters were saying. They continued nibbling peanuts and laughing. In the crowd, babies wailed, and big men roared with deep voices. In the crowd, the white-haired teenager was squeezed against the stern, squatting with a group of sailors smoking pipes. The sailors did not mind sitting in the sun with a little child. Ye Qingxuan also had nothing to fear. Compared with the well-dressed rich folks, he felt more relaxed in front of the sailors. "Hey, sir," Ye Qingxuan asked, "do you have to wait so long every time?" "It's because the berths are all occupied." Next to him, the sailor smoked a pipe, pointing in the direction of the port. He was vaguely able to see warships guarding a white ship slowly entering the harbor. Not far from the sea, several ships together were also waiting. "Are those all occupied?" Ye Qingxuan took a look. Are you sure? Can't help it. Those are ships from Yunlu, escorted by the Royal Navy.
The man blinked with his ambiguous eyes and with a tacit smile, said, "And, have you heard that the one on board?"
What?
Ye Qingxuan was confused.
Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Yunlu. Don't you know? The news is all over Avalon. Yunlu? I've only heard that it's an enclave in the east. It only has a governor. Where does the princess come from? You are far behind, little boy.
The sailor patted his shoulder.
The governor is no different from the king. Plus, Yunlu dominates the sea trade in the east and the west.
They control tea, spices, and silk, which makes them very rich.
The people from the east even said that their emperor's treasury had been moved to the sea. He. Someone next to him suddenly laughed. This time, will they borrow money again?
The more the debt, the less the worry. They had borrowed tens of millions, but there would be tens of millions more to borrow.
They can't pay it back anyway, the man scoffed.
I say, the empire on which the sun never sets will be gone soon.
Ye Qingxuan felt that they were talking about some dangerous topics.
I heard the princess of the Yunlu is a beauty, only 17 years old, but is already a musician at the resonance level.
What a pity, the sailor next to him sighed. What is?
It is said that the royal family wants the prince to marry the princess.
The sailor sneered. But everyone in the Anglo kingdom is aware that the prince likes sheep more than women. Sheep?
Ye Qingxuan was in shock.
Yes, sheep. The smoking sailor nodded and softly sighed. Sheep. Sheep.
The sailors around exchanged looks with each other and started laughing together. At that very moment, from the bottom of the cabin came a sheep's cry. Not knowing why, Ye Qingxuan suddenly felt that the adult's world was really dirty.
15 minutes earlier. Come, do not hesitate, do not be confused. Pay 50 coins pay, you will get 500 in return.
Within the tavern in the harbor area, everyone was moving and hurrying about. Through the tobacco smoke and the sweat in the air, there was a child's voice. Many rough sailors that had just gotten off the boat now surrounded a table, counting the money in front of them with bitter faces. At the center, a dirty child shuffled the cards in his hands.
He looked very happy.
That round of blackjack was all thanks to you all for taking care of me. It's rare for so many powerful men to think highly of a kid like me, so let me entertain you and play another round.
He looked about 13 years old with a soft hat.
His face dirty was thin like a little beggar. But his actions were so fast, comparable with a professional dealer.
This little kid had entered the pub an hour ago.
No one knew where he got those $40 from. He began to bet on the dice with the guests in the pub. Now, he had already gotten almost half of the gamblers' money, and lured the other half of the gamblers to his own table. In the back, the bartender wiped the glass with cold face, indifferently watching how much money the little devil could cheat into his pocket or if a red-eyed sailor pulled out a knife and threw the kid into the sewer.
Come, do not quit. The kid did not realize his situation at all. He reached out, grabbing all the money that he had won, and smiled. Buy big, win big, buy small, win small. Life's opportunity is in front of you, the success is near.
On the opposite side of the table, a group of red-eyed grown-ups bared their teeth and dropped all the silver coins from their pockets onto the table.
Again.
I have 400 here.
If you are able to, you can take tit all. Okay.
The kid laughed so hard that his eyes would not open.
I like you, big brother. You are so straightforward. Let's do it again.
The island of Avalon was the capital in the kingdom of Anglo. 300 years ago, the musician Arthur controlled 12 phantom beasts by the chapter of the Golden Victory, and opened up the island of Anglo. Since then, the aristocratic blood had passed on from generation to generation on the island. For centuries, the territory of the kingdom had continuously expanded, it had already done so from the Avalon Island to the surrounding continent.
Half the territory was now ocean, the other half land.
Avalon, the capital island, had also become more and more developed after hundreds of years of repair. Shrouded by perennial white fog, the city was built with the white stone of the mountain. From the palace on top of said mountain, the city was divided into 9 ring areas and then circled around, until the end, spreading into the sea. Nowadays, the temple of the old age had been buried under the sea. But the crown of the city still stood above the ocean, surrounded by the 32 outer city islands. Every traveler who set their feet on the outer ring of the harbor would see the huge stone that King Arthur left, inscribed with the giant's handwriting, "God bless the kingdom." Unfortunately, God never blessed tramps and little beggars. If someone had no money to ride the carriage, when he stepped on the pier, his first step would be in the mud and he would be surrounded by old women who held all sorts of strange local specialties and empty-handed beggars. After a wave of shopping, the traveler, holding all sorts of poor quality souvenirs, would be enticed by a gypsy for the chance to see a glimpse of his future, not having realized that his wallet had been taken from the big hole cut in his pockets. 10 minutes ago, Ye Qingxuan set his feet on the port, sniffing the slightly smelly air, suddenly feeling that he missed his old home. He took out a soft hat from his pocket and stuffed his glaring white hair into his hat. He bent over, staring at his reflection in the water to make sure there was nothing suspicious on his body.
"Don't got anything?"
Ye looked back at the beggar who was groping his pocket. "You're late.
I want to know where my wallet is too." "Pooh, such a cheapskate, dot."
A few beggars spat at him, gave him a couple of rude gestures, and moved on to the next target. Ye Qingxuan proudly laughed. He simply did not have any money on him, as all the money was with Old Phil. He finally released Old Phil from the suitcase. The stir-crazy Old Phil bit him on his hand, hurting Ye Qingxuan so much that his mouth started twitching. However, Old Phil did not bite too hard for the sake of Ye being its servant for such a long time. Then the big dog shamelessly started playing around on the muddy road in Avalon City. Soon after, it had become a very dirty dog.
Avalon is still the same.
"I won't be surprised no matter what happens here," Ye Qingxuan murmured, looking around. He had hardly finished speaking when he heard continuous loud noises of ping-pong balls from behind. A figure ran into his arms and put a bulging package into his hands.
"Big cousin, the money is here."
The child secretly winked at him, heavily breathing.
"Run fast."
"Well, wait." Ye Qingxuan stared at the package in his arms, turning back, and then felt something was by him. The dagger flew through the air and gently scratched his ear and landed on the street.
"What is going on?"
A group of angry men were holding beer cups, chairs, 2 axes, and several daggers. They rushed out from the bar growling, and dashed toward him.
"Catch him. They're together."
Someone's red eyes were locked on him.
"No way?" Ye Qingxuan's scalp was tingling. "What's the situation, dot?" Something bad was happening, right? Bang!
Another axe barely hit his hand, then hit the wall behind him.
"Kill that cheater."
"I'll pay the killer 500 pounds. The one who lost the game roared. There was no time to say anything. Ye Qingxuan turned around quickly and ran as fast as he could.
"Hey! Don't run, little boy. Come back."
With all his might, he chased the kid who was crazily laughing in front of him. For a long time, he ran down the streets where he used to be chased countless times. In the front of him was the naughty kid, next to him was his own dog, and behind him was a group of people calling for his death. He was swept into this mess somehow. In the rush, Ye Qingxuan could not help but roar, "When did this place become like this, dot?"
"It's always been like this."
Facing the smelly sea breeze, the naughty kid turned to see him.
He could not help but grin, happily running in front of him. "Hey, country guy, welcome to Avalon.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Two Kids and a Dog. Translator, Ye Studio Editor, Ye Studio.
Half an hour later in a downtown alley, a child covered in dirt was hiding behind the trash can, panting. The sound of shouting with the threat to kill was farther and farther away.
Phew! Scared me. He wiped cold sweat off his forehead. How did these fools get so smart? They even caught me switching the cards. Good thing I ran fast and got out early, otherwise I'd have died in that awful place. For only a few $100, was it really worth it? Muttering to himself, he took out a bunch of silver coins from his pocket. He counted them one by one, wiped the sweat off with his sleeves, and grinned. More than 300 pounds, ha ha ha. Made it. My first pot of money, how should I spend it? How about you pay your medical bills with it? Someone next to him said with a low voice, whispering in his ear. Or exchange them for your life? Ah. The child was so scared he fell on the ground. He rolled over and saw a young man sitting on top of the trash can. In the dim light, he recognized him as the fool he ripped off earlier. Right away he managed to smile. Oh, you're my older cousin? Yes, little cousin. Ye Qingxuan sneered at him, throwing the bag of waste the kid gave him earlier on the ground. Little cousin, you ran pretty fast, I almost couldn't catch you. Here's your stuff. Sure. The kid smiled and walked backwards, then suddenly turned and ran. 10, 9, 8. Ye Qingxuan watched while he whispered the countdown, motionless, as the kid ran towards the end of the alley. When he got to 3, the trembling kid walked backwards from the alley, his face terrified. At the end of the alley, a mud-stained dog grinned, 2 rows of bad teeth exposed, a dead rat tail still left on one of its teeth. Old Phil was blocking the exit. No one could leave. Little cousin, what's the rush? Ye Qingxuan pulled out a rope from his suitcase and pushed down on the kid's shoulder. Let's talk. I was wrong, big brother. Please, let me go. 5 minutes later, the kid was tied up. He curled up in the corner of the alley and blinked his big watery eyes, as if he was going to cry. He seemed so pitiful. Ye Qingxuan just quietly watched him cry until he stopped. Done crying? Ye Qingxuan smiled and asked. Are you hungry? I can make you a bowl of noodles. The kid looked like he ate a fly. Hey! Don't you have any compassion? No, cousin, I do not have compassion. What you did today just wasn't right. He reached out and pinched the kid's face. Since you call me cousin, let this cousin teach you how to do the right things. He started cracking his knuckles and sneered. Hey, what are you doing? The kid was scared. Curled up, he raised his voice and shouted, I'm warning you. I'm really powerful. Watch, I'll get someone to teach you a lesson. Haha, Ye Qingxuan laughed. Old Phil. Old Phil came over, grinning as well. There was no telling what the big dog had eaten earlier, its mouth was so stinky. Its tongue was still licking the blood on its teeth, chewing half of rat tail. Well, okay, you got me. You got me. The kid's face turned pale. He pointed to the silver coins with his chin. Here. Rules of the Brotherhood, you see it, you get half, dot. Ye Qingxuan did not take it, and just looked at him. The kid's face turned sour. Hey, we are all from the streets, be appreciative. 50-50 is a good offer. Never mind, 40-60, still no? Do you want 30-70? Sorry, I don't want things that were stolen or cheated. What do you want? The expression of the kid suddenly became angry. I can't give you all of it. Ye Qingxuan sighed. Apologize to me. What? Ye Qingxuan looked at him with no expression and repeated himself. Apologize to me. I will not. The kid turned his head to the side. Apologize, Ye Qingxuan repeated it again.
Do not even think that I'd ever say dash. The kid stopped halfway, unable to go on with Ye Qingxuan glaring at him. Ye Qingxuan did not say anything. He silently watched him, without a word. For some reason, the kid felt guilty under that gaze. After a long time, his head turned a little bit, and he bowed his head. Sorry, he mumbled. Ye Qingxuan sighed and reached out to loosen his rope. Watching him curled up in the corner, he suddenly felt sorry for him. Well, I was going to give you a beating, but never mind now since you apologized. What else do you want? The kid stared at him. Pervert. I know it's very tough to be hungry. Stealing and cheating aren't that big of a deal. Ye Qingxuan reached out and patted on the kid's hat. But once you're used to stealing, one day you'll realize that some things cannot be stolen or cheated. Don't do it again, he murmured. The kid looked at him, his eyes complicated, and whispered something softly. Ye Qingxuan tilted over to hear what he had to say. The kid took a deep breath, grabbed his ears, and screamed, "Not your business." Like lightning striking the ground, Ye Qingxuan's mind was blank for a moment. The kid suddenly jumped up from the ground, bitterly stepping on the back of Ye Qingxuan's foot. He fled as fast as he could. Ye Qingxuan subconsciously reached out, but only caught a knitted hat in his hands. The kid was gone. Old Phil was gloating on the side, panting with its tongue sticking out, showing no signs that it was going to chase the kid. Ye Qingxuan was also stunned. He stared at the empty alley, remembering the kid's reflection while she ran away. He grabbed her hat, her long silver white hair falling off of it like silver stars. That was a girl? Ye Qingxuan looked down at the hat. After a while, he sighed softly and stuffed it into his pocket. That's really bad luck. I finally found someone from my hometown, but it had to be here. Half an hour later, the original pub was in a mess. Two bulky men stood guarding the front and back of the pub, arms crossed, coolly staring at anyone who dared to get close. Each man had a dagger branded with a silver emblem peeking out of their belt. The passers-by sped up their pace, trying to avoid them. In the pub, everyone was lying on the ground, or more specifically, was beaten down to the ground. Only an old man was sitting in a chair, silently smoking a pipe. The bartender, who had hidden behind the bar, was now tied to a pole, his face bloody. He was moaning in pain. In front of him, a half-naked man still kept going, punching his face like a hammer. The fists were already covered in blood. Okay, Marvin, stop. The old man with a pipe waved his hands. He looked at the bartender who was barely breathing. Jason, I know you are a tough guy, a good guy. Every month, you always pay the shaman well, so I did not break your neck like I did everyone else. But you have to tell me the truth. Where is the kid that gambled here? He escaped, and I swear, I do not know him. The bartender could barely open his mouth, his teeth about to fall from his mouth. I know you do not know him. The smoking old man sighed. Tell me something I haven't heard, otherwise I cannot make a report. I really do not know. Someone saw him run away with another kid. No one has seen them since. A kid? Avalon is full of damn kids. The smoking man frowned. Do you want me to dig each one of them out to question them? Someone saw him. He was an Easterner with a dog. The bastard begged, Mr. Ghost Hand, this is all I know. In Mr. Shaman's name, I dare not lie, please just let me go. Another Eastern kid? What a day, it's really worrisome. The smoking man grunted, waved his hand, and gestured for Marvin to walk away. He got up and patted Jason's shoulder. Thank you for your honesty, my friend. Mr. Shaman will pay you for your loss today. He kicked aside the broken table, and turned to the corner. You see, Mr. Chang, our people are not with the kid you were looking for. At the corner, where the light could not reach the darkness, a thin figure walked out. It was an old man from the east, wearing a seemingly cumbersome and luxurious robe, with hair as white as any ordinary aging man. His eyes were sharp. He had no presence when he stood in the corner. Mr. Chang kept his hands in his sleeve. His face, covered with age spots, was expressionless. The shaman assured us that he would find him.
Yes, shaman said to find him.
We will find him and return him to you without a single strand of hair lost. Maybe we'll also do a buy one, get one free deal with the other white-haired kid, but you've got to give us a little time.
I will, Mr. Chang said dimly. He took a step back and disappeared into the darkness. Ghost Hand watched him disappear. He sighed after a long time. Damn, that's trouble.
Notify everyone and tell them to work harder.
Find him.
Outside the door, someone who worked for him walked in and whispered, Mr. Ghost Hand, Mr. Shaman has a few words for you.
What is it?
He also wants you to find a missing person.
It's for another group we cannot refuse. Deep *T. Ghost Hand scratched his white hair. D*MN, we're gangsters, not a nursery. Who is it this time?
A kid from the east, with a dog. Ghost Hand held back an impulse to spit out blood.
Let me guess, there will be someone else who'll ask us to find a dog.
Having wasted a whole afternoon, Ye Qingxuan finally finished following the road as complex as a spider's web and found the north side of the city. When the bell rang from a distant church, it was already dusk. In the square where people came and went, Ye Qingxuan sat on a bench next to the fountain, tired. He looked at the tall building not too far away with a sense of satisfaction on his face.
The Royal Academy of Music. I have finally found you. He smiled.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 22. Chapter 22, The Invitation. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Old Phil, don't run, ... In the hotel bathroom, Ye Qingxuan pushed the crazy old Phil into the bathtub, trying to clean the layers of mud off of it. Old Phil turned around and bit Ye Qingxuan, but he remained determined as ever. He poured half a bottle of the hotel bath soap onto old Phil, and added a few tablespoons of detergent until the dog was about to be drowned by bubbles. No one knew how long this old dog had not taken a bath, as Ye Qingxuan also brushed out several small hairpins, not knowing who had put them there. When the dirty water in old Phil's fur had almost completely clogged the drain, Ye Qingxuan finally stopped and nodded, finally satisfied. That's how it's done. In front of the mirror, old Phil sluggishly looked at itself. It whined a little, too sad to continue looking. This golden-haired dog with luscious fur suddenly stood up, raised its paw and skillfully slapped Ye Qingxuan.
Then it sat in a corner and refused to move. Under the afternoon sunshine, the tips of its fur glowed with golden highlights.
They was so elegant and beautiful, making it a totally unrecognizable dog compared to that dirty one before.
But why did it love being dirty?
No one knew what the dog was thinking, as it was sad despite being so beautiful now.
Old Phil squatted in the corner, sadly bowing its head.
It would be perfect if old Phil could hold a glass of wine and recite some poetry to express its sadness.
Do not be sad, old Phil. Ye Qingxuan squatted and tried to comfort it.
You see, if you are dirty, I have no way to take you to come with me to the entrance exam, Old Phil was still unresponsive. I discovered that before the entrance exam this year, the Royal Academy of Music will have a reception banquet.
So tonight you can follow me quietly into the kitchen, and you can eat as much as you want.
Ye Qingxuan predicted old Phil's selfish desires. Old Phil, it's the Royal Academy of Music's banquet.
Whale sausage will certainly be unlimited.
As soon as old Phil heard the word sausage, its tail started wagging, and its eyes shone.
And maybe there will be seafood, meat, and endless stargazing. Stargazing?
Immediately old Phil stared at him very seriously. Ye Qingxuan realized what he had just said, and tried to make it better. Okay, we don't eat that.
Just the sausage should be enough. The bread is not the stale kind, but is soft like cotton candy. Old Phil nodded, then opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue as if saying, that would be satisfactory. There is seafood, scallops, and lobster, this big. Ye Qingxuan stretched out his arms wide. Rough, rough. Old Phil was so excited, and flew into Ye Qingxuan's arms. It patted his shoulder, full of gratitude, as if it had begun to see that its little follower had grown up and could now take care of him. Ha, don't open your mouth. Ye Qingxuan was happily rolling with Old Phil on the ground. In the end they both were tired, lying on the dirty floor. The sun shone through the window onto the teen's white hair. It glistened like flowing mercury. Ye Qingxuan spaced out while looking outside the window. The messy streets, the blue sky with white clouds. In silence, he suddenly gave a silly smile. Old Phil, I will become a musician soon. The setting sun shone through the clouds like flowing water, brilliant and beautiful. A ray of sunshine fell from the sky and shone on the top of the palace. White towers stood high, the golden, glistening griffin flag fluttering in the wind. The light from the top of the palace reflected upon its surroundings evenly, illuminating the three-ring city. Everything was rendered with a layer of an enchanting golden hue. Dancing white fog shrouded the city below, huge waves appeared to cover the whole town from there. The shadow of the white church could only be seen vaguely, becoming blurrier as the distance increased, yet the sound of the tide could be heard from afar. This was the era that the nobles were bathed in the light, while the ordinary civilians looked up to witness the glory. Outside the iron gate, Ye Qingxuan was holding Old Phil and looked up in awe. Behind the tall walls, layers of old trees covered the entire school area, faintly revealing a peak of the auditorium and the corner of the bell tower. The ancient college exuded a peaceful atmosphere, with people quietly coming and going. 200 years ago, when the school was built, the architect had placed solemn monuments in every place. The doors slowly opened. Years of history blew through the door, fascinating people. Old Phil, let's go. Ye Qingxuan finally recovered from spacing out, waved at Old Phil, walked into the school, full of excitement. Are you here to attend the banquet? Asked an old gatekeeper. He wore a short cloak and held a short staff. He looked down at the excited child, and the excited old dog, then nodded his head and ushered him in. Watching the boy happily run away, he laughed. He propped up his chin on the short staff and went back to sleep. In front of the auditorium, there was already a group of people gathered. At the front door, two polite waiters dressed in black opened the door for the guests with respectful and flattering smiles. Earl Wellington, long time no see. Is this your daughter? Just at the main entrance, the host wore a tuxedo, trying hard to look dignified. But to many people, he really looked like a penguin. He bent over to salute the aristocratic man and his daughter. The dean has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in. Mr. Czerny, I haven't seen you for a long time. Is your global travel coming to an end? We are looking forward to seeing your new work. He pointed to the arrogant boy beside the man, then nodded and started praising him. Your son has reached the age of admission. Wow, he looks so handsome and smart. Please come in. He took the invitation and moved on to the next person. He prepared to say something, but the arrogant elite teen brushed past him. The servant handed him the invitation and hurried off. Sydney's face twitched, not revealing any ugly look. He just smiled. Most of the candidates invited to the banquet had aristocratic backgrounds, many of whom were also the children of musicians. Out of the spite and worry towards the school's growing number of peasants, the aristocratic musicians who held this dinner wanted to pick out the noble blood among all the candidates. The current principal, who was not of noble heritage himself, had extended the dinner banquet to all the candidates, agitating the aristocratic committee. The original elite banquet was turning into a flea market. Looking at the crowd filled with many peasants, Sydney turned bitter. How many more of these people will come? Sir, the representative from the Ackerman family had arrived, the servant said softly. He is the son of Mr. Leon. You should have told me earlier. Sydney saw the carriage in the distance. His eyes suddenly shone. The Ackerman family was one of the most important guests at the banquet. Leon, as a famous musician in the kingdom, was an important figure that the aristocratic factions wanted to be close with. During this critical occasion, he must not be neglected. But as Sydney stepped forward, a big dog arrogantly strode past him, proudly raising his head up, even sneering at him. That kind of ridiculous pretentiousness really aggravated him. He started screaming, "Wait! Whose dog is this? Someone get it out. I have said so many times, don't let wild dogs into the school." "Oh, sorry, that's my dog." Next to him, there was a teen by the waiter. He raised his hand awkwardly. Sydney looked down at him and saw his clothes, realizing that he was another one of these peasant musicians. Eventually, the prestige of the Royal Academy of Music would be defiled by these dirty commoners, turning the school to garbage. "Professor, there is a problem," the attendant whispered. "This gentleman came to attend the dinner, but he is not on the list." Sydney frowned and slowly reached his hand out toward Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan hesitated, but shook his hand anyway. "Hello, Dot." Sydney's eyes became more contemptuous. He brushed away Ye Qingxuan's hand, asking him slowly, "Invitation letter?" "All candidates have invitations." "Oh, what about letters of recommendation?" Ye Qingxuan started shrinking. "What recommendation letter? I don't know what you are talking about." Sydney looked at the musician Leon walking toward him. Suddenly he became anxious and increasingly impatient. "Go away. Do not waste my time." Ye Qingxuan was stunned and confused. "Sir, could you check again? There certainly should be one." No, Sydney did not even look at the list and pushed him away. "Go away. Wait. Ye Qingxuan was stunned, and unconsciously pulled Sydney toward him. "There must be something wrong. My recommendation letter should have been sent to you already. I am from the East. My name is Ye Qingxuan. I was recommended by Mr. Wolf Flute." I said no. Sydney took Ye's hands off of him. "There was no letter of recommendation sent to the college in the past few days. And I have not heard of Mr. Wolf Flute." "But..." "Stop talking, you brat. This isn't the place for the nonsense, unless you want a visit to the law enforcements." He gave Ye Qingxuan a dirty look, and patted the corner of his clothes that Ye Qingxuan had pulled, as if there was some dirt on it. Sydney quickly changed his sour look into a smile, trotting toward the well-dressed man. Mr. Leon, do you remember me?" "I am." Ye Qingxuan stared at his back for a long time, then whispered, "Impossible, but..." He looked at the door open again and again, with the dressed-up boys and girls walking into the glow of chandeliers. Old Phil came back from the bushes, dropped 2 coins next to Ye Qingxuan's foot, then looked up at him. But old Phil could see the smile on the young face slowly fade little by little, turning into an expression of loss and fear. "Impossible," he said softly. "Is there something wrong?" Old Phil tilted its head to look at him. "They must have made a mistake." Ye Qingxuan squatted beside old Phil, biting his lips. "Let's wait and see. Maybe the letter will come in a little while." But when the dinner was about to start, the letter had not arrived yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Position. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Before Ye Qingxuan came to Avalon, Wolf Flute had promised him that his letter of recommendation would be sent to the school, allowing him to take the exam. But now Ye Qingxuan was at a loss because everyone told him that there had been no sign of the letter anywhere. The banquet had already begun. He was waiting with old Phil at the door, but had no idea how much longer they would have to wait. Some distance away by the entrance, Sydney was still wondering anxiously. Still not here? The dinner is about to start. Sidney frowned and looked at his pocket watch. When he saw the young man wandering nearby, he became even more irritated. Why is he still here? Someone, take him. Halfway through his sentence, he heard a carriage coming from afar. With handsome black horses pulling it, the luxurious carriage quietly parked in front of the hall. Sidney's face suddenly lit up, and he walked quickly to the carriage. Ye Qingxuan turned around and looked hopefully at the carriage. He was hoping to see a messenger step out, and gave him his very late letter of recommendation. But a messenger cannot afford such a carriage, a voice whispered in his heart. Do you see the gold-plated handle on the door? A messenger working together with you for a whole year wouldn't be able to afford such a thing, but... The carriage slowly came to a stop, and the door was pushed open. The person who stepped down was no messenger, but a well-dressed young boy. His face was pale as if he had not seen the sun for a long time. His eyes were cold and arrogant. Master Banner. Sidney wiped off his sweat and went up to greet the boy. Why are you so late? Left a bit late. The blond young man put his hand on Sidney's arm to get out of the carriage. He quickly looked at the hall and remarked, the dinner isn't over yet. It'd be better if you had come earlier, of course, Sidney said laughing. He said softly, you are only 16 years old, and are already spoken of highly by Mr. Schumann. Your brother is already the concertmaster of the seniors. If the Adrian family produces another concertmaster, the influence from this generation will certainly be beneficial to the family. I know, so here I am, Banner answered casually. You have nothing to worry about, I have already made the arrangements. Sidney lowered his voice. Once the president finishes with his speech, your solo will be next. No other candidate can compete with you. This is the first step to establish your reputation, and then I will. Oh, you've worked hard. Banner walked ahead expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with him. When he saw Ye Qingxuan standing not far away, he frowned. Who is he? Some kid from downtown, no one significant. Sidney did not even look at Ye, and only urged Banner to walk faster. The president arrived a while ago, let's not keep him waiting. Banner nodded, and looked back at the boy in front of him. Excuse me, you are in my way, please let me pass. Until now Ye Qingxuan had not even realized that was blocking the young man. He was pushed aside by Sidney before he could react. He staggered, but silently let him through, saying nothing. Banner saw his clothes and seemed to have understood something. His eyes became friendlier. Do not wait here. It is not a place for a servant. Do not cause your master any trouble. Ye Qingxuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Banner looked away, and walked into the lively dinner hall. Ye Qingxuan was silent. After a long time he looked down. He had wanted to say that he was not a servant, but compared to those rich and noble young men, he may as well have been. He was no longer a young master, nor did he have the letter, so what was the point of sticking around? He did not know what he was thinking, only that he was ridiculous. He shook his head and waved his hand at old Phil. Come on, old Phil. He said softly, we are going home. Why are you here? When they got to the middle of the street, a man ran up to him, breathless. The middle-aged man was wearing a black school worker's uniform, and seemed surprised for a moment. Come with me. What? Ye Qingxuan was dumbfounded. Aren't you the new guy? Didn't you know to wait at the back door? Why did you come here? He did not give Ye Qingxuan a chance to speak and grabbed him. Don't just stand here, we are going to be late. Ye Qingxuan was stunned for a moment. You were looking for me? Of course, who else would I be looking for? The middle-aged man grabbed him, and made their way to a house. Ye Qingxuan knew something was not right. There were many servants in the house getting dressed. When they saw him, none of them seemed surprised, or said anything at all. One of the servants who was dressed saw the man come in and smiled. John, you found him?
This guy went to the front entrance, not sure why. It was rather troublesome.
John waved his hand and gave Ye Qingxuan a uniform.
Hurry up, the kitchen needs people.
The kitchen?
Ye Qingxuan blankly looked at the uniform in his arms, and suddenly understood. He felt depressed all of a sudden. He forced a smile, but it looked like he was crying.
Do I really look like a servant?
5 minutes later, the white-haired kid with a uniform carried plates and fixed his tie in front of the mirror.
Well, he did somewhat look like a servant, not.
Along the way, he could not help being pushed forward by a variety of people. Before he knew it, he was already at the kitchen.
The kitchen was crowded with people coming and going. Hurry, table 4 ran out of fruit platters. Does anyone know where champagne is? We ran out of fruit, what do we do?
Why did you buy so many sausages? Damn, the stupid guy in charge of purchasing mixed up the forms. He wrote the fruit's price in the sausages, and wait, whose dog is this?
Kinda cute, come over and let me see.
In the kitchen, the cook who was waving the purchase forms and cursing stopped when she saw Old Phil.
She went up to pet it.
Old Phil's eyes were only focused on the sausages. It did not even bite at her touch, only drooling for the sausages.
Oh, do you like sausages?
The cook smiled at Old Phil's greedy look, picked up 2 sausages, and carefully placed them in front of it. Old Phil jumped over and began to eat feverishly. The cook carefully patted Old Phil on the back, and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, look, so soft.
I can pet it,
A group of girls helping out in the kitchen suddenly took notice.
They came together. I want a pet too. Yeah, it's soft, like a cushion. So cute.
Ye Qingxuan was standing on the side, speechless.
He wanted to ask them, are you blind?
Old Phil used to dominate the town of Lute. Children would cry whenever he gave them a stare.
Whose dog is this? How come I have never seen it? The cook asked after she was done petting Old Phil.
That, Ye Qingxuan raised his hand, is mine.
The cook was surprised to see him. Who are you? Isn't he the new guy from your kitchen staff? Said John.
You idiot, this is an Easterner. The cook pointed at Ye Qingxuan's white hair.
Where did you find him? John was dumbfounded. Never mind, I came to look for a job anyway.
Ye Qingxuan quickly raised his hands, easing John's embarrassment.
He sighed.
It seemed that the Royal Academy of Music was no longer a possibility, but at least he could fulfill his promise to Old Phil. He gave Old Phil, who was enjoying his food, a quick look. He shook his head and sighed, as long as you are happy. The cook gave him a look and also shook her head, never mind, the other guy must have left because the pay was too low.
Why don't you work for the night? I will pay you after. If you work hard, maybe you can stay. Yeah. Ye Qingxuan chuckled. What is the kitchen doing?
Why so slow?
Outside of the kitchen someone had asked loudly, are the truffles and caviars not ready yet?
Ready. The cook quickly began to work, and signaled for Ye Qingxuan to help. Just when Ye Qingxuan rolled up his sleeves, someone walked in.
The manager came in sweating like a pig. Do you have extra hands in the kitchen? We need someone up front. I can't help you, boss.
The school hasn't started yet, and the workers are still on vacation.
The school committee suddenly told me to hold a banquet. We got as many people as we already could. Forget it, we need people in the front. You, come with me.
The manager pointed to a few people, and finally pointed at Ye Qingxuan, and you.
What?
Ye Qingxuan was stunned. In the hall, the crystal chandelier on the ceiling emanated a soft light, illuminating the wide space with no glare.
The master's portraits were hanging on the white walls.
Even the stones on the floor were carved with a faint flowery pattern.
Everything looked exquisite and solemn. The band was playing some soothing music. It was a very relaxing atmosphere. The elderly were gathered together, deliberately leaving the young ones with more time and space. The young ones tended to gather in groups of 3 or 5, holding a glass of wine and talking quietly. On the 3 long tables were a variety of untouched, exquisite dishes. Only the cold dishes and appetizers were occasionally visited. In this pleasant atmosphere, the white-haired kid stood in the corner as if he did not exist. He was holding a tray, eyes staring at all the glasses held by the guests. As soon as someone's glass was empty, Ye Qingxuan would emerge out of nowhere with a tray. With a voice so soft it would give someone a chill, he politely asked, "Sir, would you like a glass of champagne?" Many people were startled by his sudden presence, but Ye Qingxuan did not care, thinking, "I already poured your wine, what's there to complain? You are lucky I didn't spit in it." In his boredom, he began to appreciate the oil paintings hanging in the hall. The paintings seemed to have been done by someone famous. The portraits were lifelike, each with its own spirit and grace, like a real person were standing in front of him. Anyone could easily see that the subjects of the paintings were the grand masters among the countless musicians, the 12 uncrowned kings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Performance. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. The 12 musicians in the paintings depicted the 12 great masters of the Western world. The 3 portraits in the forefront were the 3 kings named after the impressive and glorious Bach, Mozart and Beethoven, followed by other gurus like Chopin, Haydn and Brahms. In addition to their extraordinary abilities, these big musicians inherited their names from the saints of the Dark Age, who were also in charge of terrifying power and technology. Because of the country's confidentiality policies and the master's wishes, some of their abilities were unknown. For example, Mr. Haydn, the one who was permanently stationed in the sacred city, secretly guarded the sheet music considered taboo, Genesis. The last time Genesis was played was 40 years ago. The phenomenal natural catastrophe called Holy White Storm, from the tip of the Northern Sea, invaded human countries. It had completely flattened half of the land and the population. This was followed by an invasion of beasts which completely destroyed one of the countries. Mr. Haydn had then led the holy choirs to the northern wall, where the power of Genesis took out all the ether within a 1,000-mile radius, completely defeating it in one swoop. The power of the irresistible force was beyond any ordinary person's imagination. It got into the fertile plains, turning them into burning lava. Moan Mountain had been turned into a huge valley by the exhaustive power. With hundreds of millions of tons of water coming in, most of the plains had sunk into the ocean forever. It was still a wetland. The wealthy city had completely vanished, only leaving skeletons under the sea. The power was miraculous and could not be controlled by the call of humans. When the power of the weapons was too strong, it did not matter who won or lost, because it led to extreme loss and tragedy on both sides. Although there were 2 musicians who had inherited from Chopin and Brahms on the border of the Anglo Kingdom and the Burgundy Kingdom, they had never fought against each other before. It was said that in the East, the musicians of the powerful imperial 9 musicians were so strong that they could not even control their own power. They could not stay in one place for a long time. Otherwise a disaster would follow known as Armageddon. A well-deserved icon of the Western musicians named King of Black Bach permanently lived in the dark world, opening up the land for mankind. After inheriting the holy name, he never returned to the hinterland of the civilized world. And the papal of the generation, in the succession of inheriting the name King of Reddish Beethoven, simply lived in seclusion in the sacred city. All educational affairs were given to the cardinals. Beethoven's mind was devoted to the guarding the abyss mission. As for the King of Yellow Mozart, he had been missing for many years. No one knew where this genius was. The 12 portraits represented the 12 giants. But 4 portraits were still missing, which meant that no one was entitled to those names yet. Looking at those blank portraits,
Ye Qingxuan felt a little bit sad.
If that even did not happen, that man would probably be one of them.
Your Royal Highness, Mary, I did not expect you to come. I am quite surprised. In the corner, an old white-haired man saluted the blonde girl in the front of him.
The girl nodded back.
She had a slender neck and looked dignified with soft beauty. She wore a blue dress, with her hair in a simple bun behind her ear. She did not look like a girl going to a banquet, but more like a girl walking in the park.
This is not a formal meeting. Please don't be too serious, Mr. Principal.
The girl's voice was very gentle. She looked around with admiration. I came to handle other matters, but I saw this admission dinner and decided to attend, feeling that many students will be the pillars of the future. She was almost as old as these students, perhaps even younger, but she seemed superior when she spoke.
Just a group of children, who knows what they'll do in the future?
The old man shook his head emotionally, but every time I see them, I always feel that I am getting old. He sighed, honestly, I have been as scared 3 times already by a waiter today.
I will go and ask the supervisor whether they recruited a Persian assassin to work in the school. You are exaggerating.
Mary could not help but chuckle softly, but I'd love to see the person who scared the principal 3 times. At this point, the gentle band music gradually stopped. Most of the commotion in the hall had returned to silence, and everyone looked towards this corner, puzzled. Based on the schedule, it was time for the principal's speech, but the principal was not willing to step on stage. He stood in place, not moving and just sipping his champagne. Principal, your speech, Sydney whispered to remind him.
Sorry, I don't feel well today. Let's not have a speech today.
He looked at the stunned Sydney.
Maybe you can go up and say a few words. Sydney was surprised for a moment. Maxwell, you initially wanted to.
Oh, don't be too rigid.
How could you take my random ideas seriously? Plus, I hate advising people. What if I say something inappropriate? Maxwell waved lightly. Skip it, let's move on. Did you say that there was a young man here praised by Master Schumann? Let's request a piece. Music, please. I liked the sound of the piano. Sydney was speechless. He felt that the school board and himself had been played by this guy once again. It was like watching a strong enemy raise his palm, anticipating him to strike, then watching him gently put his hand down. Although there was no slap, it still made people upset. But what could he do? All the people who hated him so much had no way to deal with him because he was Maxwell, the guardian of the blood of Anglo, the ruler of the Royal Music Academy. He had shown off from a young age, never giving anyone respect, nor caring about others' opinions. He did whatever he wanted, not afraid of messing up. It was arbitrary chaos, he never cared about consequences too much. For decades, he firmly occupied the seat in the parliament and the supreme hegemony of the school, ignoring even the Queen's order. Obviously he was from a noble family, but he had offended almost all of the families, and was even absent from 3 consecutive roundtable meetings. Sydney sighed, next. This was the best solution. At least he did not need to worry that there was something wrong with Maxwell's speech. Moreover, this was the committee's special arrangement for Banner. It was rather better without Maxwell's involvement. In order to cultivate the younger generation, the Adrian family donated a large sum to the aristocracy committee. Just thinking of it, Sydney's heart felt warmer, his fists clenched. It all depended on Banner now. Under his expectant eyes, a blonde teen walked onto the stage quietly, standing in front of the piano. In the public's attention, he slightly bowed. His eyes swept across the whole audience, then sat down silently. His hands settled on the keys, and slowly pressed down. It was like the sound of broken crystals. Crisp reverberation from the keys resounded in everybody's ears. Maxwell squinted his eyes and gazed up. He whispered, "Pretty good." In the quiet atmosphere, the notes echoed in the air.
They rippled in all directions, colliding with each other, resonating in the air. The gentle sound spread through the banquet hall, filling every inch of space in the big hall, like a soft wind blowing into every corner. The music gradually increased just as the proliferation of silk, intertwining with everybody's breath. It subtly lingered in everyone's ears. The music became more intense, transforming into a loud echo. Suddenly the notes burst. The deep piano sound pressed down on everyone's heart, as if a flowing river had suddenly frozen and burst. This was one of the many marches spread around the continent, but it was the favorite progressive format used by the school of modifications, different from the fugue format. It could be gentle at the beginning, but the notes must be continuous. Like a gentle veil was thrown, it evolved into a frenzy of brazen bursts. Only a few people could play a piece so dense. The notes jumped back and forth between each part like an urgent storm, giving people no time to breathe. What was once soft music now brought strong shocking senses, making it impossible for anyone to gain their footing in the frenzy. Thoughts and feelings were swept away in the waves, distancing themselves. The last note abruptly ended. The perfect melody slowly disappeared into silence. In the quiet banquet hall, there was only the candidates' astonished gazes and heavy breaths. Banner got up silently, bowed, and left the stage. After a long time, applause erupted like a storm. "Well done," Sydney whispered happily, almost dancing. He readily pulled the young waiter next to him, grabbed the champagne bottle from his hand and slowly poured himself a glass, feeling relieved after finished it. He wiped the sweat on his forehead, but felt something was wrong. With a puzzled expression, he looked at the waiter next to him. "Have I seen you before?" Ye Qingxuan slightly shrugged, his white hair hidden in the hat. Sydney looked away and put the champagne back into Ye's hand. "Do not be lazy, work hard." Ye Qingxuan carried the plate away. If the bastard found out he had snuck in, he might ask the attendees to beat him. Then it would be impossible to get some sausages for old Phil. The kitchen was still filled with bangs and clangs. Ye Qingxuan returned. He was pulled to wash the bowls and dishes. Soon, he heard John and several busboys talking about the performance in the banquet hall. "What an outstanding performance!" The waiter said. "I almost dropped the plate. It was shocking. I could not even breathe. I never heard a student play that well. What a pity. I was busy at the time." The cook wiped her hands on her apron and looked depressed. That fat vice principal, the fat man, just came to check how the fruit plates were arranged. I didn't know what he was thinking. Otherwise I would have gone and listened to it too. Ye Qingxuan heard their discussion next to them. Puzzled, he asked, "It's just playing the piano? What was the big deal?" The cook and John looked at him, shaking their heads and sighing. "Kid, you will understand when you grow up." The cook ruffled his hair with her greasy hand and sighed. "Us commoners can only listen to the street band's performance and the piano performance in the taverns. If I don't work here, I would have no hope of listening to someone play the piano in my life. What a pity I could not listen to it, you guys." The cook grumbled with regret. "Well, it was initially my turn to go inside the hall today, but actually I can play the piano a little if you want to listen to it." In front of the sink, Ye Qingxuan tapped the plates with his knuckles. "I can play it for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Where Joy Is, 1. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the hall, the song was over. With a round of applause and cheers, the girl who had been listening quietly turned to look at the old man sitting beside her. "What do you think, Principal?" "Not bad." Maxwell seemed quite pleased. "Only not bad?" The girl blinked her eyes in surprise. "Your Highness is putting me in a very difficult position." Maxwell shook his head and smiled. "The music, good or bad, really depends on the performers and the audience's heart. From what I heard, his performance was very skillful. This is a kid who's worked very hard.
He isn't here just because of his family. Why is it just not bad then? Probably because his performance was missing an element of joy? Joy? Yes, Your Highness. Joy is the essence of music.
Life is painful without joy, not to mention as is music, Maxwell explained.
Isn't music a serious matter? Maxwell laughed. Forgive me, but have you ever been to a pub?
Mary thought for a moment, then shook her head regretfully. No.
That's a pity. You should go, Maxwell said. I know a good pub.
The decoration is okay, not many tables either, and the owner had a bad temper, but it had good wine. When he gets drunk, the owner would take the tricord and jump on the stage to play. Once he gets to the exciting part, he'd sing and dance, even if he plays terribly. But nobody listens to him because all the guests are drunk by then. But even though they're drunk and asleep, it's still joyful to hear music like that.
So that's what joy means? Mary seemed to have understood. Something like that, said Maxwell. He started to laugh suddenly. Sorry, I'm lecturing again.
It comes with my job.
Not at all.
If you, the principal, would be willing to teach me, I would not mind studying at your school.
The girl grinned. Oh please, I do not have the strength to take on another apprentice. Maxwell smiled wryly. Now, Your Highness came so suddenly today, what exactly for? Just to make fun of this old man?
Well, it's a long story. With that, the girl's expression became somewhat helpless. Yesterday, Uncle sent me a letter from the North Wall. It's for you, Principal.
Your uncle? Maxwell became serious. Is he back? He just wrote a letter and expedited it to you.
He even used the wind tunnel. There was a loud noise last night and this letter was just thrown onto the table. The guards had thought that there was an assassin.
To be honest, I am very curious what is so important for that psycho to write me a letter. Maxwell took the letter from the girl and opened the letter. He was silent for a long time. After a long time, he looked up and smiled. Your Highness, your letter came a bit too late. Too late? Mary was shocked and uneasy. Is it an urgent message? No, it's nothing urgent. But for some people, it's probably more important than anything else. Maxwell sighed and opened the letter. This is a letter of recommendation, Your Highness.
The girl took the letter. Her expression turned to confusion, probably because she could not understand her uncle's abstract logic and wording. There were only 3 short lines of writing, one for letterhead, one with the content, and one to end the letter. He had not even bothered with the date. To Maxwell. Soon there will be a white-haired Eastern boy coming to you to take the exam. Please accept.
Johann Sebastian.
I do not know how much money that bastard actually received to make him write this letter to me, but he has no concept of time.
Your Highness, it is too late.
That child might have been locked out already.
The girl was silent for a moment.
She lowered her head and pressed her lips together. This is my fault.
It is that old bastard's fault.
The principal rubbed her hair, verging on being impolite. Do not be sad. With that, he pulled over the fat guy who was passing by.
Mr. Sidney was so excited.
He felt like he was walking on clouds and he looked like a penguin happily flying.
When he saw the serious principal, he was suddenly brought back into reality, instantly ready for duty.
He first respectfully bowed to the girl, and then his eyes locked onto the principal, unsure what game the old man wanted to play.
How can I help you, Principal? Yes, Mr. Sidney, I want to ask you about someone. Maxwell put down the glass and gestured the height of a teenager. Did you see a teenager while you were greeting the guests?
He should have had no invitation.
Ah.
Sidney was surprised for a moment, but then a bad feeling slowly crept up on him.
Well, he's an Easterner with white hair. Have you seen him? Was he with a dog? I do not know that. I guess you have seen him. Maxwell nodded.
He saw Sydney's face and began to feel worse.
Hey, Mr. Sydney, you drove him away? Sydney hesitated, then nodded.
He saw Maxwell's and the young girl's pitiful eyes.
I can't believe it, really a sigh like this. Maxwell laughed, and then put his hands on Sydney's shoulders.
He said seriously, it seems that I have misunderstood you in the past.
I have always thought you could not bear any responsibilities. But today, you have completely changed my mind, but since you have admitted to this, are you willing to take the responsibility?
Before Sydney became furious, he was stunned by the second half of his words.
What was the old man playing at?
He suddenly regretted that he had not been careful enough.
That's my duty, sir.
Sydney looked gloomy, and swatted the principal's hand. He did not have an invitation, nor was he on the list. Furthermore, he was dressed like a beggar.
Did I do something wrong? He paused. Forgive me.
I did see that little FUD you asked about. That kind of trouble would only disrupt the banquet.
I had to drive him away. I do not think that was a mistake.
If you are dissatisfied with my work, you may report me to the committee, and I believe that the committee will make a fair judgment.
But this is the Royal Academy of Music, it is not a place that anybody can just walk in. Sydney had thought that his last sentence was a stroke of genius.
The principal must now be completely impressed with him.
It was definitely a rare occasion. Sydney's eyes gleamed with pride. Maxwell laughed. You must be joking. Why would anyone go to the committee for this?
After Maxwell had lost his last battle with the committee, he obviously did not dare to attack the committee again.
Sydney sneered, then please be careful with your words.
No, you misunderstood me.
Maxwell sighed sympathetically, I mean that the committee cannot protect you. You.
Before Sydney finished, Maxwell put the letter of recommendation in front of him. I hope you can still read, Mr. Sydney. After reading this, I hope you can still maintain your level of confidence.
Sydney glanced at the letterhead, the name felt vaguely familiar, but he was not sure. Then his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Johann Sebastian? Sydney exclaimed in surprise. Maxwell nodded, yes. Which Sebastian? Sydney asked a silly question, but his bad feeling became even stronger.
The principal sighed deeply. I have already said, to let someone who's not even a musician be a professor is not a very reliable decision.
He pointed to the painting on the wall. Which Sebastian do you think? Who can be called uncle by Her Highness? The Sebastian who sells vegetables? The doorman Sebastian? Or the Sebastian whose picture is now hanging on the wall? Sydney suddenly felt very uneasy. He looked up and felt as if his head had been smashed with a big hammer. He understood, and it meant big trouble. He sluggishly stared at the skinny guy in the oil painting above, and could not help but twitch a bit. He thought someone must be playing a joke on him. Yes, that's him. The principal held his shoulder. He pleasantly clinked his glass, and saluted the painting, King of Black, the uncrowned king, the most powerful musician, guardian of men, the greatest explorer and musician, and my old friend. The one who is credited with the title of Bach, Johann Sebastian. The principal continued, so this guy is kind of great, right? How about that, aren't you glad or surprised? He winked at Sydney, you did give me a surprise today. You do know who the last person recommended by Sebastian was, right? Who? Who else could it be? It was that genius boy whose reputation was known to the world overnight, who won the crown of the King of Yellow and mysteriously disappeared right after. After a long time, Sydney finally recovered from his shock. He stared at the principal. Sydney swallowed his saliva. Seeing the girl's face turn sour, he felt like a fat penguin who had fallen into a pit of fire. Principal, Your Highness, I can explain.
He was about to cry, sweating like a pig. "You have to hear me out. I did not. No, I was. He is. No, I mean, please give me a chance to make it up." Maxwell shrugged indifferently and whistled, showing that there was nothing he could do. "You cannot do that." Sydney was on the verge of breaking down. He lost restraint and grabbed onto the principal's collar. "I have been awarded by the Academy for exemplary service. I bled for the Kingdom of Anglo." "You cannot do this." "I was only protecting the Academy." "Is that wrong?" "It is a pity, but unfortunately every man here knows that," Maxwell whispered in Sydney's ear. "You love the Academy, but the Academy doesn't love you." Sydney seemed to have lost all his strength. He stumbled back and muttered something incoherent. "I will find him immediately. I will go looking for him now." His face was twitching. He pulled the manager over. "Mike, now, get everyone together, and find me that white-haired Eastern boy." Sydney tightly clutched his shoulder. "Go, run, understand?" His eyes were red, and he kept muttering, "I hope he has not gone far. I hope he has not gone far. I hope he has not gone far." Sydney was desperately praying, but saw the manager standing with a strange look on his face. "Why are you still standing here?" Sydney was furious. "Go and look." "White hair, Eastern." The manager asked quietly, "Is he also with a dog?" Sydney grabbed him before he could even finish his sentence, grasping for the last straw. He almost wanted to kiss him. "You saw? You saw him? You have seen the guy?" "Yes." The manager nodded uneasily, but with certainty. "I saw this man." "Thank God, the saints, Alibaba, hallelujah." Sydney was in ecstasy, almost cried out with excitement. He exclaimed, "Where? Where? Take me there now." "Ah." The manager looked at the principal and the girl standing beside them, and hesitated. "What are you doing? Talk. Where is he?" Sydney was about to cry. The manager struggled to find the words and finally answered helplessly, "In our kitchen." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Where Joy is Too. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. He is in our kitchen. The manager's answer felt like a machete had just cut Sydney's face. He continued, "Well, when I was there, it seemed that he was washing the pots and plates." The manager hesitated and begged softly, "He worked very hard, sir. If he offended you in any way, please do not blame him." Maxwell was stunned, Mary was shocked, and Sydney was astonished. "The Academy's hospitality is a little bit special," Mary said. After a long time, Mary quietly sighed. "Fortunately, I never got a recommendation letter from my uncle, otherwise I would be sent to the kitchen as well. I am really quite curious to even think about it. After all, I have never done that kind of thing before." She clearly had a gentle tone, but her words stabbed Sydney, making his face turn white. "Life really always gives me an unexpected surprise," Mary said. "Oh, let's take a look at our guest who was driven away. What is he doing in the kitchen?" Maxwell said with a grin. Sydney froze a moment, then hastened to catch up. He kept wiping off his cold sweat all the way, praying no more embarrassing things would happen. But just as they approached the kitchen, they heard a strange sound. It was a chaotic symphony. The sound of the utensils colliding, iron pots scraping, things dropping on the floor, and the overlap of the dozens of sounds formed the march that had just been played? Maxwell stopped, staring at the crowd gathered in front of the kitchen. They twisted, swayed, sang, immersed in the music. "What does this mean?" He laughed softly, amazed and surprised. The first was a knife being beat on a bowl. The crisp sound was like a bell ringing, like the reverberation of the wind at nighttime. Although it had a familiar rhythm and beat, it was unique, full of a strange feeling of speculation. With the melody rising, the sound of the bowls fell into the rhythm like an invisible handyman making his effort to push the roundabout music notes to a higher level. The dog barked along with the noises which initially would have made people frown, but blended nicely with the rhythm of the tunes and drums. It was not a soft sound like drizzling rain, but more rough like lively events. It sounded like a carnival ground, like dense stomping sounds, and like heavy raindrops. On the streets of the carnival, cheers emerged, and people threw their hats into the sky. Hats of all colors started to come down, flying in the wind. Suddenly cheers burst into tears, like a flood had swept through the audience.
The emotional high-pitched sounds resonated in the air.
The shadows also shook with the rhythm, as if the shadow of a flame had also been hijacked by the carnival tune. But just at the most critical moment, the cheers paused, revealing a fatal flaw in the music which made Maxwell frown. It should not pause here, but it should continue rather than exposing the fatal emptiness. Then in the next moment, the silence was shattered by an extremely sharp sound.
Bang! 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 It was breaking the barriers, breaking the rules. Someone was beating the walk strongly, but the sound roared like thunder, echoing in everybody's ears. This was the beginning of the celebrations. The night winds suddenly became hot and dense, making it hard to breathe. It felt like a rock had sunk to the bottom of the chest. People's blood started heating up, and the cheers roared. Senses and emotions were sucked into the frenzy like a flame burning in the wind. Breaking the inherent pattern, this strange music was pushed to a higher level. The method was rough enough to make people frown, but the effect was still incredibly good. Maxwell sped up and pushed through the crowd, only to see the juveniles back in front of the sink. His hands held a knife and a fork and his foot was stepping on the bottom of a dark pot. He was absorbed in the rhythm like nobody was around. To his side was a big golden dog barking excitedly, dangling a sausage in its mouth. A fork was tied to its tail, so that as the dog wagged its tail, the fork would hit the lid of a pot, making a crisp and sharp sound. In the kitchen, the waiters and the cooks applauded, dancing for him, singing with the melody. It was not like a dignified school, but a carnival pub. Everyone was drunk, so that in the candlelight, their faces were red and drunk, and smiling. Did I hear it wrong?
Maxwell sighed softly, and he felt that he had an illusion as if he had seen his political opponent wearing a tutu and throwing kisses along the King's Avenue.
I am afraid Bach, that bastard, would regret his letter of recommendation if he saw him play his piece like this. Although he was incredibly stunned by this absurdity, he could not help but want to applaud, and then did so without hesitation. The girl was shocked. But in her gaze, the old man was excited, getting ready to cheer. Oh, no way. I like this rhythm too much. Amid the cheers, the high-pitched tunes continued as if they were never-ending. In the rippling air, all the dishes shook from the resonance. An unparalleled sense of power and indulgence filled the air. There was also a sense of joy from the breaking jars and plates. In the end, the walk underneath the boy's foot finally could not bear it anymore. After issuing one last high-pitched note, the walk cracked. The music ended. Suddenly the carnival came to an end, and the crowd cheered and applauded so loudly that they almost awakened the entire sleeping college. Maxwell gently clapped his hand, looking at the surprised girl. Every day there are new surprises. He smiled and said, "This is where the joy of life comes from, Your Royal Highness." Ye Qingxuan was surrounded by the excited cook and the servants. "Where did you learn this? You're almost at the same level with other musicians." The cook excitedly squeezed Ye Qingxuan's face. My father taught me in a place called Hawaii." The white-haired teenager wiped the sweat off his head, and put down the rolling pin in his hand, panting. Then he heard a crisp sound. The walk under his foot cracked even more, and then completely into two pieces. Sorry, I ruined your pot." He suddenly felt embarrassed and picked it up. "I don't have to pay for this, right?" It was shipped from Manchester. "It seems like it was made with special material. It looks very valuable."
The person next to him shook his head.
This pot usually costs about 5,000. Are you guys a corrupted shop? A pot is more expensive than a carriage?
Ye Qingxuan was in shock. He began to hate himself for using too much force. However, the crowd went quiet. All the people stared at the old man behind him. The old man bent over to pick up the broken pot and tapped his fingers on it, breaking the silence with a crisp, sweet sound.
Yes, we're the biggest corrupt shop in Anglo, an exclusive one, the principal said. Mr. Principal, someone whispered in the crowd. Maxwell smiled.
But because of the march you just ruined, I will not charge you for the pot. After he finished, he patted the boy's shoulder, indicating for Ye to follow him. Before going out, he turned and said to the rest of the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, I was deeply touched by your love of music today.
Since everyone is a music lover, you can come and attend the school's practice class. But just remember that you have to finish your work first."
There was a silence in the crowd.
Well, goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, Maxwell waved gracefully, closing the door on the stunned schoolworkers.
In the silence of the hallway, Maxwell looked at the boy over and over, and looked at his dog several times as well. When Ye Qingxuan's whole body had goosebumps, Maxwell finally finished looking and held his chin, then sighed, "I do not understand why the guy wrote a recommendation letter for you."
He shook his head and lamented, "Did he owe you a lot of money?" "He? Who?" Ye Qingxuan asked. "Mr. Wolf Flute? I did him some favors." "Wolf Flute? I remember him. He was the shame of the academy at that time, but I was very fond of him. I heard that he quit school and did not know where he was going." "I see now." Maxwell suddenly understood. He nodded and asked, "Your name?"
"Ye Qingxuan," the white-haired teen answered honestly. He pointed to the dog by his side.
"This is Old Phil."
Old Phil was gnawing the sausage. It returned Maxwell's gaze with a supercilious, arrogant, and cold glare which made Ye Qingxuan exceptionally ashamed.
Maxwell also had some more questions. "Age?" 17. "You are not old enough to attend school yet, but it's okay since you have a letter of recommendation." Maxwell hammered his palm. "Well, remember to come to school early tomorrow to take the exam.
If you can pass it, you can attend the school, but remember to pay the tuition.
After all, recently I have been quite short of money," he rambled. He saw the dramatic change in the teen's expression from surprise to shock, and then to ecstasy. "Exam? I can take the exam?"
Ye Qingxuan almost rudely pulled him.
"Entrance exam? You are not lying to me, right?"
"Yes," said Maxwell. He firmly nodded. "If I were the examiner, you would not even need to take the exam."
"Yeah, exam, Ye Qingxuan muttered, so excited he was about to dance. "As long as I pass the exam, I will be able to enter the college and become a musician. I cannot guarantee that you will become a musician. I just collect the tuition." Maxwell did not care if he offended the boy. Ye Qingxuan was not listening at all. He was ecstatic, holding Old Phil and laughing, and ran off somewhere. Watching the teenager cheering away, Maxwell also laughed. Must be nice to be young and energetic again. The night was deep. He coughed a little and looked to the side. "Your Highness, how do you feel?"
Mary put on a white shawl to protect her from the night's wind. In the dim streetlight, she looked graceful yet lost. After a long time she slowly shook her head. "I do not like him. I don't understand my uncle. Just because you did not get your uncle's letter of recommendation?" Maxwell had seen through her. "Only at this time, I feel that your Highness is still a little girl." Mary was furious and glared at him. "Mr. Principal, should I be offended? Ha, just consider me as a nonsensical old man. Please don't punish me. After all, there were a lot of people who wanted to attack me recently, giving me a headache. Do you worry about this?" I need to worry about it a little. After all, the Secretary of State seemed to be convinced, and wanted to change the principal, so the politics is really annoying. The position of the examiner must be rotated between the aristocrats and musicians.
Every time, I feel that Anglo's future is falling more and more. I feel that Anglo would be.
Mr. Principal, you seem to be saying something you should not say.
The girl reminded him with a little anger. Do I have to remind you why I came here tonight? I know.
Maxwell shrugged.
I know exactly why you were here tonight. I know it is hard for your majesty. I can take a leave for a while if necessary. Well, it happens that I have new wine in Wellington's winery. It would be nice to go and give a taste. Unfortunately, I missed the Princess of Yunlo's dinner. I have been quite looking forward to seeing the Eastern beauty.
Getting his assurance, the girl's angry expression dissipated after a few minutes.
Mr. Principal, you are willing to sympathize with my mother's good intention. She will be very grateful.
It was a worthwhile trip for me.
She bent over and said goodbye.
Before leaving, she saw the teen cheering in the distance on the street. She looked at him, her eyes full of mercy.
She asked, Mr. Principal, although I do not know how he could warrant my uncle's letter of recommendation, in your view, so you think he can really pass the exam?
I do not think it is impossible. The principal laughed mysteriously. The older one becomes, the more one is prone to reminiscing. I feel that I've seen him before, and if that is the case, he is at least worth looking forward to. After all, the miracles are part of the pleasures of life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 27. Chapter 27, The Exam. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Mr. Sidney, who had not slept all night, turned around in his office and watched the sun shine through the windows, his eyes bloodshot. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit came and politely knocked on the door. Ben was full of excitement. Sir, the principal has just taken the carriage and gone to Wellington. Disregarding the objections from the Ministry of Education, and at the risk of offending 5 or 6 big families, he still insisted on expelling McCain of the Cameron family.
He now must pay the price. Mr. Sidney had expected this.
The departure of the principal meant that the musician faction would remain silent in the next 2 months and that the elite faction would prevail, which would be a good thing. However, as one of the representatives of the Academy's nobles, he was not pleased at all.
It's a pity for McCain.
He was a good-for-nothing, but he was still the concertmaster, Ben said. He was found smoking mandala.
He deserved it, Sidney said indifferently.
This might have been arranged by his brothers or sisters to rid him of his right to his inheritance. In any case, the exam is now in our hands, sir. I will not allow the Royal Academy of Music to continue going downhill, said Ben. Temperament is the privilege of the bloodline of glory, and to see a group of shameless guys dare to appear in my class, I just do not feel comfortable.
Of course, Mr. Sidney nodded.
Because the elite faction now controlled the enrollment examinations, it would no doubt be a disaster for the commoner candidates, especially in a place like the Royal Academy of Music, where the noble bloodlines were concentrated, and many saw the commoners as threats.
But this time, Mr. Sidney could not deal with a headache. Whatever you do this time, there is one person whom you must proceed with caution. So the Bach rumor is true? Although not many people knew, Ben had obviously heard about what happened last night. But because of its absurdity and weirdness, not many people wanted to believe it at all. I thought about it all last night, and it's not necessarily untrue.
I even think that the bastard Maxwell must have already known, but had kept it a secret just to make a fool of me.
Mr. Sidney looked gloomy. I will not be present for this examination.
No matter how many of them you dismiss, that Eastern little devil, you must deal with him carefully.
Ben, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Do not worry.
Ben softly laughed. The recommendation letter was just a recommendation to us after all.
If he can't pass the exam, even Bach won't be able to say anything? Sounds like you are all prepared?
We have carefully prepared the contents of the examination, in addition to a special segment.
Everything is under control, sir.
Then go, said Sidney, as he nodded with satisfaction. The school board will remember your contribution.
This is what everyone of elite blood should do.
Ben bowed, and closed the door behind him with a smile. Every time Ye Qingxuan stepped into the Royal Academy of Music, he felt something special. It was like something was extracted from the air, something was missing. Like a saltwater fish swimming in fresh water, or a lizard from the mud coming to the desert, his breathing seemed a bit easier, but things did not feel the same as usual.
He was unsure if it was good or bad. When he entered the school, it had seemed that he was the only one that felt this way.
When he looked at others, they all seemed calm, as if they noticed nothing. Ye Qingxuan twisted his neck uncomfortably, and continued walking ahead with the schoolworker's lead. Because today was a formal examination, he did not bring old Phil just in case someone thought he was cheating. Because of that, old Phil was extremely unhappy today.
Please go this way.
Up ahead, the school worker was guiding them through the huge school campus. Among the lush forest, buildings of each of the school factions vaguely appeared.
On a long walk, one might feel lost.
It was said that the whole school was designed by the artist Hermes over 100 years ago. The layout of the school districts and some of the structures had not changed within the past 100 years, and still left a strong touch of Queen Victoria's era. That short-lived era ended with the disaster brought on by the creation of the steam engines. Most of the designs were lost as well. Ye Qingxuan was quite excited to see such ancient designs today. The line walked forward solemnly except for Ye Qingxuan, who was looking around, sometimes whispering with excitement. Occasionally the noble students would look over, their eyes clearly showing the word country hick. Ye Qingxuan just rolled his eyes back at them. Here is the public lecture hall. Please wait here and be patient. The school worker opened two heavy wooden doors and pointed to the wide space behind them. All the seats are posted with your name, and the teachers will be here soon to distribute the examination papers. Ye Qingxuan sat down in his chair and looked around. Outside the window were the woods, the distant square, and the fountain that could be seen through layers of green. It must have cost a fortune to build this school. Even the dome above him was full of beautiful carvings. Ye Qingxuan stared for a long time. Yet somehow, he felt a gaze from nearby. He turned around to look and saw Banner staring at him, no expression on his pale face. After a long time, he slowly turned away.
Are elites all weird like this?
Ye Qingxuan muttered in silence.
As time went by, someone finally came through the door and distributed the papers. The examination is 4 hours long. You are not allowed to whisper, cheat, hand in your paper in advance, or look around. Now, let the examination begin, the gloomy-faced man finished coldly.
He turned away, not even giving the candidates a chance to ask questions. Before he left, he shut the thick wooden doors behind him. With the sound of the door closing, everyone seemed to be lost, not sure what the school was playing at. After a long silence, some of them gave up wondering and began the exam, followed by cries of astonishment. Ye Qingxuan heard someone in front of him curse, and when he started the examination himself, he was shocked as well. Out of 6 pages, only 1 page was on grammar, music theory, and mathematics. 4 pages were essay questions. 4 full pages. Advanced questions which had nothing to do with basic music theories. The impact of the Church's reform over 100 years ago, on the Anglo system, the rise of the school of choir and its leading figures, briefly described the 7 questions raised by Hermes, the similarities and differences between Rune's grammar and the common language, essayed Gregory's 4 big achievements, the 5 criteria of the choir, Up until the last page, it was completely blank. Did I get the place wrong? Is this the Trinity College? Some candidates were scratching their heads and making painful noises.
Last night's crash studying on music theory and mathematics had been completely useless. Isn't the advanced mathematics supposed to be hardest part? I never studied runes grammar. Under the whispered complaints, Ye Qingxuan clutched the paper and looked around with surprise. Had Wolf Flute done him an even bigger favor than he had thought? He grabbed his pen and felt uneasy. In the busy examination room, no one had even thought to look up at the grand dome. No one knew that above the dome, there was a group of people casually holding wine glasses, looking at their miserable expressions. On the second floor of the lecture hall was a hidden floor. In a magnificent hall, the floor was completely transparent, like crystals. The proctors were sitting on the couch and looked down at the movements in the examination room, also exchanging words with each other. It seems that this exam is very effective. Several proctors looked at each other and laughed. They watched everyone's sad expressions and congratulated the one next to them. Genius idea, Mr. Ben. Thanks. Ben nodded, proudly rubbing his mustache. He said with a smile, after all, the school of choir is also a part of what the musicians must know. If the commoners do not understand, they can't blame the others, right? The Royal Academy of Music is the most knowledge-intensive school in Anglo. Testing only advanced mathematics and basic music theory won't be comprehensive enough. Some people agreed. I suggest that in the future, examinations as well as classes should expand this segment. Religious study should remain an important part of education. Agreed. Then it's settled. Ben said, I will report back to the school committee. If all the families here are in agreement, even the principal cannot disagree. The proposal had passed. The exam is so difficult this time. What if no one answers correctly? Someone asked softly. The total number of candidates is 270. More than 100 idiots will be dismissed and will no longer be our concern. We just need to take care of the remaining 100 people. Yes. Religion is part of the noble family's education. Even if it is not the main subject, they won't be like the commoners, who know nothing other than how to praise the saints. The proctors looked at each other and laughed. Most of the children of the noble families began all aspects of education before their coming of age, including art, religion, and etiquette. They were much better off compared to the commoners who only had at most 2 years in public school and only knew some hymns. Once the scope of the examination went beyond the basic education, it would simply be a slaughter within the scope of the provisions. Moreover, it would be easy to find the big fish in the small pond. The final interpretation was in the hands of the proctors. As long as everything was tidied up, even the principal would not be able to say anything once he came back. Watching the group of blank-faced commoners, Ben could not help but laugh. During the long exam, someone pushed open the door and sat quietly in the corner chair. The noble proctor's smile slightly retracted and gave the old man a quick sneering look, then turned away. Ever since the noble faction won the upper hand, the musician faction had completely given up under the influence of the principal. In order to appear fair on the surface, the principal only assigned an inconspicuous teacher as the representative, just for show. Compared to the elites who wore expensive clothing, even with his meticulous hair, the old man's clothing was mediocre at best. He was very ordinary, and did not live up to the status of a musician. He sat silently in the corner, not saying a word, and just looked down at the candidates. The dark iron surface of his mechanical metal prosthetic, replacing his right arm, shone slightly. 4 fingers stretched silently. He watched with concentration like a child. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Everyone is a Good Person. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. An hour had passed since they started the test. The examiners checked their own areas and students, and were very satisfied with the current progress. This year, the kid from the Adrian family did a good job, someone whispered in praise.
In the silence of the examination room, Banner answered the questions on his test paper, emotionless, his pen flying effortlessly. It seemed that was not stressed about the difficult subjects on the test. In the end, he is from a well-educated family.
Ben nodded. He deserves to be the next generation inherited from the Age of Darkness.
Of course, he is also good at hunting and theology.
It's not right, somebody said quietly. Someone else was aware of it too. His speed is too fast.
Ha!
That white-haired boy, what's he doing?
Ben was surprised for a moment, watching the white-haired boy not far from him. In the gloomy examination room, the white-haired boy was so happy, almost dancing out of his seat. As if he had taken drugs, his eyes were glistening. He held the pen in his hand, writing at an incredible speed. It was so fast that the proctors could not see his hand moving clearly. Besides the first 2 pages, which he needed time to think about, he was racing through the rest of the test. The reform of the church swept by, the rise of the school of choir rushed by, St. Gregory's achievements, he had filled almost half the page without thinking. The only thing he spent a long time on was the question about runes and common grammar because he wrote at least 1.5 pages without stopping. It did not seem like a boy taking an exam, but rather a fox happily slipping into a chicken coop.
Hey, what's going on here? Ben's face was gloomy and looking to the side. I don't know.
The teacher who had written the questions gulped.
He must not be scared of the problems. Maybe he is answering them all incorrectly. This is not a political analysis. As long as it provides a full answer, he can get some basic points. The female examiner contemptuously glanced at the teen, and said coldly, if it's just chicken scratch, he cannot get any points. But what if he answered them all correctly? Someone softly asked. Everyone's expression was gloomy. The white-haired brat was the target that they had been instructed to take care of. If he passed with ease, the vice principal would be upset. Breaking the silence, a man whispered, "Do not scare yourself. How could that untouchable little know any theology?"
Yes, I designed the exam in accordance with the difficulty level of teaching staff's guideline.
A middle-aged proctor shook his head. They should not be too easy to answer. Even if it were an open book exam, there shouldn't be people who can easily pass. Do you think he's really writing down wrong answers? I think so.
After hearing what others were saying, Ben's face eased up.
He nodded. A messy answer will disqualify him. I bet the principal will not be able to say anything about it.
He answered them all correctly, someone murmured from the corner. A white-haired old man looked up, his eyes hazy, his face stiff. Rather than mocking the nobles, he was stating a fact. He said, all the answers are correct. In the examination room, Ye Qingxuan's pen was flying like the wind, quickly sweeping through the subjects one by one. Now that he had come to the last question, the 7 guidelines of hymnists, this was the common question for singers, yet outsiders would have no idea. But these 7 criteria were regarded as part of the Reformation and recorded in the 6th chronicle of the history of the Church.
It was considered as one of the biggest achievements of the 6th generation of Pope Louis.
The rise in representatives of the school of choir. The answer to the question was just putting together the contents of some chapters from church music history and saint's biography. And in order to make sure that he did not miss anything, Ye Qingxuan even added a chapter from Praise 13.
7 questions made by Hermes?
A century ago, Hermes's era was called the development of the art of the church. Almost all of the artists in that era were all devout believers. They simply made a significant contribution to the development of religious art. The 7 questions were officially recorded in the theory, and could be easily found in the book. As for the difference between runes and common grammar, Ye Qingxuan knew this well because Father Ban had made him a copyist for 3 years. The more Ye Qingxuan wrote, the more he could not help but want to laugh and dance.
Good man. Everyone was a good person. It was so good to have a recommendation letter.
While Ye Qingxuan was writing, His heart spoke to Wolf Flute. You were afraid I could not take the exam, and you must have found someone to change the examination questions. Thank you. It was an unbelievable privilege.
He answered it all?
One of the proctors whispered.
Yes, all the questions are done. Bullshasterisk. Ben roared, interrupting his words. Everyone went completely silent.
Ben was crazily pounding on the table, glaring at the dark face of the middle-aged man.
What is going on here? Maybe he had peeked at the exam beforehand? The examiner answered timidly. Why did you assure me? Ben wanted to kick him. Can you tell me how the little devil is coming up with correct answers?
He remembered the promise he had made to Mr. Sidney. He felt his internal organs twisting into one piece.
He was livid. Maybe our exam was leaked?
Under the intense pressure, the middle-aged examiner's brain began to search for answers. It seemed that he had realized that life-saving possibility. His pale face turned blood red. Someone must have leaked our exam to him.
He's cheating. It seems that the people from downtown only know how to cheat. Some people sneered, or is he the student of the school of choir? Cheating?
Ben's face relaxed a little.
Are you sure?
Of course, the examiner was angry, his eyes full of contempt.
Based on his inferior status, how could he have had access to church classics?
We need to punish him, another examiner suggested.
Yes, to prevent this kind of thing from happening again.
Ben rubbed his palms, his eyes were dark.
We do not need to continue the examination and give him.
He did not cheat, the low voice came from the corner, interrupting Ben's words. The room was suddenly silent. Ben's expression became more and more miserable. The stiff old man just looked at the examination room, not noticing the change in the atmosphere around him, his eyes focused. His writing methods and writing habits are unique to the church. His ring finger holding the pen is also a unique way of writing, which is how the kind of special font changes could be seen in the church's announcement in clergy letters. He continued, you can see the calluses on his hands that only long years of writing could leave. He must have received training from the church.
Maybe he is a clergy. Enough.
Ben interrupted his words, livid. Mr. Abraham, pay attention to your words. There is no room here for your foolishness.
The old man finally felt that the atmosphere was not right.
He slowly closed his mouth and lowered his head, embarrassed. Under the cold gazes, he scratched his gray hair in shame with his prosthetic hand. Sorry, he whispered. Ben looked at him coldly, and ignored him.
It's about time. Ben took a deep breath and opened a box on the side. Let's move on.
The violin made of glass reflected light like a dream.
Ben cradled the violin, holding the bow on the string.
His voice was dripping with evil, now let them take a real exam. As the subtle music played, his eyes were cunning and demonic. In the examination room, Ye Qingxuan hummed the praise poems. He finished the last question with the ease and grace of moving clouds and flowing water. Just after rechecking all his answers, he nodded with satisfaction. It was nearly perfect. If I do not seriously answer the questions, then I would disappoint all of the people who helped me. Ye Qingxuan could not help but want to laugh. But taking into account that he was in the examination room, he had to hold back his emotions, and could not laugh loudly. He looked down at the only blank part of the test. He could not help but wonder, there is no question on this page. What is it used for?
Much time has passed. The cicada's noisy sounds came from the distance.
Ye Qingxuan could not help but yawn, feeling his vision blur as he got more tired. He was so sleepy. On the blank test paper, a silver pattern subtly flashed. He froze for a moment, looked down, but found that there really was a pattern on the white paper. It was a fine, inconspicuous, and complex pattern like a watermark, slowly becoming more noticeable.
Its stripes, like tangled thorns, were complex enough to make people dizzy.
Ye Qingxuan carefully squinted, but as if his sight had failed, as if swept away by the patterns. In the blur, a series of low voices sounded in his ears, like the other drowsy candidates were on his paper, speaking to him.
Then he did not know anything.
Suddenly the examination room filled with pain and loss. At this moment, a sudden silence fell over the room. Everyone was silent, and fell into a sudden deep sleep. In front of them, that blank paper reflected slight silver lights in silence.
Amid the silence, a vague voice echoed in the air.
It was thin and small, like water dripping. It infiltrated the silence, mixing in with the sounds of breathing, clothes rubbing together, and people's voices from the distant square.
Finally it united with all the other sounds, seamlessly blending into a melody like silk.
The dripping sounds blended together, like a spring gurgling water, flowing in everyone's ears. Cold and clear water poured into everyone's heart, quietly infiltrating the stress caused from the test. It was knocking on the secrets in the deepest bottom of the hearts. Fantasia number 97, The Peaceborn from the Disaster Overture. Its name was The Shadow of Interrogation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Shadow of Torture. Translator, Ye Studio Editor, Ye Studio.
Above the second floor, the sound like dripping water spread from Ben's hands, going in all directions, evenly cascading down on the floor below. The music was as smooth as flowing water, but suddenly become violent like fire and lava, and illuminated everything that the students had repressed along its way.
Write it down.
Ben coldly stared at the candidates below, as if he was looking at dirt. On the floor as clear as crystal, his shadow loomed down like a terrible creature. Defying the laws of nature, his shadow quickly expanded and invaded the candidate's shadow. Instantly, everyone seemed to have been hit by lightning. Their bodies stiffened and they seized their pens.
A demon seemed to roar within them, write down your most painful secret. The harsh voice surged violently, like a chainsaw battling a sword.
Dad, brother, I've failed you.
In the examination room, a boy about 17 years old suddenly burst into tears.
He grabbed his pen and started writing frantically on the blank exam paper.
I'm sorry, I am worthless.
I did not study the music theory well.
I have disgraced the family. Please forgive me.
From his writing, the image of a poor family emerged. They were hardworking and borrowed a lot of money, but they had provided him, their youngest child, the chance to an education. There was an older brother who had been close to the younger brother once, but alienated him as they grew older because of money. And himself, who could never get good grades no matter how hard he tried.
Ha ha! You all deserve to die. To die.
In the corner, a red-haired man laughed hysterically. He held the pen in his hand as if he was holding a knife, frantically stabbing the air in front of him, and writing names on the paper. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Severus, a dozen names crossed out like a hit list. He kept stabbing with a grim smile, die everyone.
Anyone who stands in the way of the Draco's family has to die. Give me the money first, I want a deposit.
A thin and hunched candidate with fiery eyes wrote down his plan on the paper. I promise you, as long as I get into the academy, I will help you steal that thing. Above the second floor, the examiners stared at the scandals down in the examination room, expressionlessly recording their students' actions in their own notes.
Didn't think he's a spy.
Someone saw the hunched candidate, and shook his head coolly.
At the end of the examination, transfer him to the discipline department.
The examiner responsible for the northeast corner raised her hands. I found two here as well. They were spies from the other schools.
This man desires his own sister?
Bad character, flush him out.
Ruthless character, get him out. A murderer?
Take him to the police station.
This man forged his medical report, he has to go.
This was the most difficult part of the exam.
Led unconsciously by the music, everyone would reveal their deepest secret. Moreover, this was Shadow of the Interrogation played by a real musician. Even a spy with official training could not hide, let alone a group of immature minors. Ben smiled coldly. When his eyes reached the young man in the middle of the examination room, he was shocked. In his seat, Ye Qingxuan was struggling to hold up his head, twisting painfully like he was struggling in a nightmare. His hands were twitching, but refused to grasp the pen. His mind was resisting against the influence of the music. As expected. Ben smiled and increased the intensity of the music. Let me see into your little heart. What secrets are you hiding? On the chair, the boy's body was shaking frantically, like a dying snake. His hands were tightly clutching the pen, but not a word was written down. He was still fighting. Fighting hard. Say it. Ben growled. The music increased by 2 octaves, becoming more and more sharp. The white-haired was in pain, his body was trembling violently. He almost could not bear it any longer. Tell me. Ben demanded as if the devil was roaring next in his ears. He raised the pitch even higher. As if a strong current had gone through his body, Ye Qingxuan suddenly jumped from his seat, his eyes turned white. He was still biting his teeth, refusing to talk. Finally, the music shattered like broken glass. Iron residue fell from above, resulting in a horrifying screeching noise that made all of the proctors cringe. They did not know, but it had exceeded the safety threshold by more than 3 times, but this was not a mild test, but a vicious torture breaching the souls. Even adults could not bear such terrible pressure. Say it all. Ben's eyes turned bloody red with a hellish madness and malice. His voice boomed like thunder inside the young man's heart. Tell all your dirty secrets, say it all. Something cracked. As if the last string had broken, the young man's body suddenly seized up. While holding his pen, he struggled and opened his mouth. He looked up, staring at the invisible sky, his eyes rolling back. Under the viscous force, his finally gave in. Yes, say it. Ben cheerfully laughed. Say it. Say it. The biggest secret in your heart. What's on your dirty mind? Reveal it all. With Ben's mad laugh, Ye Qingxuan opened his mouth slowly. With a painful voice he began to pray. Ben was stunned. Huh? I will fill this river, let it run endless, for you, my lord, for you. The young man prayed intently. He opened his hands and drew an emblem in the air. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, the young man clasped his hands together over his chest. He was moved to tears by the God's teaching, and praised the glory of the Lord with devotion. In the sunlight, his body was like a saint, not. Ben was seething with rage. What is this? What is this F*King SH*T? What is he doing? Ben screamed inside his head. Ben's face had turned from green to bright red. He felt as if he were about to collapse. In the afternoon sunlight, the examination room was like an asylum. Someone was cursing fate with anger. Someone was crying with fear. Someone was begging for money with greed. Someone was writing a sex novel while performing a striptease. Someone was writing down a plan to kill all his brothers and sisters in competition for their inheritance. With everyone running wild, only the white-haired young man was crying with compassion for the world, writing down the century-old scripture, a creed inscribed in every devout believer of the self-cultivation of clergy. His smile was merciful, and his tears flowed with compassion as if a saint from the kingdom of heaven had fallen upon him. At his fingertips, a humble ring quietly shone with a silver glow. God, praise you, hallelujah! Ye Qingxuan had a vague dream. At first, noises came from all directions and his heart was filled with pain. It had become unbearable for him,
but suddenly, all the noises disappeared as if the dream angrily deflected all of the external noises. All the torture was gone, and he was back in the church again.
In the afternoon sunlight, Father Ban was holding the Holy Bible.
His eyes were serious as he guided Yi through the holy poems. The elegant poetry had almost moved Ye Qingxuan to tears. He was immersed in this strange feeling, loudly praising the great God, and could not help himself. He scribbled down the teachings of God and the saints. In this dream, everything had seemed normal. Only the ring was slightly hot and exuded a strange light. When he woke up, it was close to sunset. He found himself not in the examination room, but was leaning against a soft chair in an office, spacious and bright. Opposite him, Ben, with his face deathly pale, gave him a very mean look.
Ye Qingxuan? He asked. Ye Qingxuan nodded blankly. Congratulations, you have passed the written test.
Ben squeezed out an ugly smile, full marks.
Wow.
Ye Qingxuan chuckled, thanks for all of your consideration.
Consideration's your asterisk SS. Ben nearly said.
Ben wanted to flip the table again, but when he recalled the scene in the examination room, and he felt pain in his testicles again.
What kind of drug was this guy on?
Being a psychopath was not enough, he had to turn into a nut possessed by God.
Ben thought.
He had reformed dozens of candidates on the spot. They cried at his feet for the Lord's forgiveness, and then vowed to repent. Even their written confessions had been washed away by the light, the paper as pure as the White Lotus. The Royal Academy of Music had 100 years of history. And this examination more than 40 times.
This kind of sh*t had never happened. Because of this bastard, the passing rate was more than 80%. And as this was his own doing, Ben had to suffer all the consequences, from the elite faction's counterattack, the principal's withdrawal, and this guy's obstruction. When he thought of this, Ben could not help but want to grab this little bastard and beat him up. But with that letter of recommendation, real or not, he could only suppress his anger and squeezed out an ugly smile worse than crying. That little bastard better not be too happy too early. The exam is not over yet. We will see.
Ben schemed inside of his head. Because it is difficult to gather the teachers from different schools, the hands-on exam will be in 10 days. Ben smiled reluctantly and maintained a gentle voice. In addition to the exam, you will also have to complete a hands-on examination.
I'm looking forward to your performance. Hands-on exam? What is that?
Ye Qingxuan was stunned.
He had a bad feeling. Do you not know?
Ben asked rhetorically, managing a surprised look. The Royal Academy of Music had always focused on both knowledge and actual practice, so this test is also an important part of the exam. He paused, and softly said, this part is mainly to determine the basic eligibility of the candidates. As long as you can correctly use notes, and are able to interact with the ether, you will be fine. But for someone as good as you are, I'm sure it won't be a problem. When he finished, Ben's subtlety glanced at Ye Qingxuan's eyes. Using a voice only he could hear, he snickered softly, of course someone like you who had never interacted with ether will be a different story. Ye Qingxuan was petrified.
After his long silence, he softly asked, what happens if I don't pass?
Eliminated, Ben opened his hands casually, his voice cold. Ye Qingxuan was suddenly dumbfounded. Eliminated certainly did not mean he would have to wash dishes for the Royal Academy of Music. If he failed, he would not even have the opportunity to wash dishes. But the problem was that besides the one time in the forest when he almost died, Ye Qingxuan had not felt ether in almost 10 years.
Can an exception be made?
Ye Qingxuan asked weakly.
No. Ben shook his head. Have you heard of a magician without magic?
Ye Qingxuan understood him, and was silent.
A magician without magic was just someone playing tricks on the streets. Similarly, how could someone who cannot control ether have anything to do with being a musician? Just go and play the trichord in the pub.
Ye Qingxuan had thought of everything, but had not counted on the school asking for this. He thought that once he got accepted by the school, he would have lots of time to resolve this problem, but did not think he would be tested on this so quickly. He turned around silently and asked where he could buy an ether ball, then went straight to the store. The hands-on exam would be in 10 days. There was no time to hesitate or to waste. If he passed, then he would be on his way to becoming a musician. If he failed, everything would be lost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Notebook. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. At this moment, thousands of miles away from Avalon, a carriage was moving towards the capital. In the afternoon, the blazing sun shone on the wilderness. Dragged by 16 hard-working horses, the carriage was running fast on the trail. Public long-distance carriage was the result of Anglo's strong development of transportation in recent decades. The horses worked as the driving force, dragging the carriage along on the trail. Although the fare was high, there were still many people willing to use this convenient mode of transportation. In the empty carriage, a young man wearing a black windbreaker leaned against a bench. He was thinking seriously about how to enjoy the cup of poor-quality postprandial red wine in front of him. This was the last fun part of his trip. Besides him, the long carriage only had a handful of people: an elderly couple returning home, a pathetic-looking writer, and a young couple. The afternoon had been exceptionally quiet. Now the little brat should almost be in Avalon. Wolf Flute calculated the time it would take to get to Avalon. With the teacher's letter of recommendation, he should have no problem getting into the school, and that notebook. After thinking of that, he could not help but want to laugh, but the laughing movement would affect the new wound between his chest and abdomen, so he resisted. From midnight 4 days ago to the present, he had changed his clothes and identities 16 times, changed his mode of transportation countless times, and endured 3 tragic battles that almost resulted in his death, leaving 10 dead bodies behind. He had temporarily thrown his pursuers off track, but after a while they would probably catch up to him like wild dogs. How long would they chase him for the black box that was no longer with him? Thinking of that, Wolf Flute could not help but want to laugh again, admiring his own intelligence. Who would think that I gave that black box to a kid who I knew for no more than 10 hours? Who would have suspected that a white-haired kid would be involved in this kind of thing? Is this the so-called do one thing under the cover of another by my teacher? I used myself to attract the force, but the real sacred object is secretly in the cover of the notebook, peacefully brought to Avalon to complete my mission. As long as it is still in Avalon, there will never be a problem. He narrowed his eyes, enjoying the warm sunshine which made him lazy and drowsy. Yeah, who could think of that? A soft and tender voice spoke in front of him, startling Wolf Flute, yet he still felt as if he was sleeping. If it were not a dream, how could the scene appear in front of him? They were in a place at least 300 kilometers from any village. Other than frozen beef pasta and chicken with rice, there was no other food available on the carriage. So where had this feast come from? Fresh seasonal fruits and vegetables were covered delicately with salad dressing, emitting a sweet aroma. Fragrant French mushroom soup was thrown on the side, untouched. Marseille fish and foie gras were crowded by huge lobsters, almost falling off the table. Vivid and colorful pheasants cooked in red wine seemed too exquisite for anyone to be worthy of a glance. Compared with that feast, fancy enough to squeeze anyone's wallet dry, the poor quality chicken baked rice Wolf Flute just finished seemed exceptionally lonely and poor. I have to say that this plan was very good, a young boy was saying. Behind the table, the boy wearing a black dress slowly combed his golden long hair behind his ears, then put a napkin around his neck. Finally, he held up a knife and a fork to his handsome face. He had a dazzling smile. Unfortunately, some people have begun to doubt. Wolf Flute's body subconsciously tightened. He clenched his flute, feeling music automatically reverberating inside of him. Just by snapping his fingers, he could summon the ghost wolves. But even so,
his heart was still uneasy, feeling repressed. "Who are you?" he asked. "Boring question," the boy sneered at him. "Why don't you relax? After all, tension is useless." He pushed the French soup in front of Wolf Flute. "Would you like some? A hot drink will be better." Wolf Flute was drooling. He swallowed his saliva, struggling to put an end to the temptation to drink the soup and kill himself. "What do you mean?" he asked weakly. "That means that some people have begun to doubt it." The mysterious boy looked in Avalon's direction. "I am afraid that the extremely poor people of Avalon have started looking for that white-haired kid." He continued, "Some people have already offered considerable rewards for getting the notebook, regardless if the boy lives or dies." "I do not know what you're talking about," Wolf Flute responded coldly. "It does not matter if you don't know, and it does not matter if you knew already. Anyway, it has turned into an interesting situation, but you do not have to worry about it. The Eastern kid will not get into big trouble, probably." The boy spread out his hands, smiling happily. "After all, this is a rare repertoire enough to make me happy for 2 or 3 months. It is worth celebrating." While speaking, the boy snapped his fingers. The waiter suddenly appeared, holding a bottle of old wine with an old label. The mellow aroma of the glass in the teenager's hand spread. The boy shook the glass. "My collection, white wine from King Louis's era. Would you like to try?" "No, I have mine," Wolf Flute answered coldly. The boy scoffed and glanced at Wolf Flute's glass. "If I were you, I would not touch it. After all, bad wine is bad wine, even with poison. It won't change that much." "What did you say?" "Well, it's rare material called agave. It has a fast reaction. Only 3 minutes will be able to stop a mammoth's heart. Other than the strong smell of alcohol, there are no other shortcomings." The red wine in the boy's glass suddenly changed into a slender test tube. In the test tube, an insect slowly twisted, turning pink due to the hot temperature. The larva of the scorpion moth was a heterologous creature that was used to test poison. Even a little bit of toxicity would make it grow ahead of schedule. With the tilt of the test tube, the larvae rolled into the red wine, followed by a harsh scream. As if a block of magnesium was thrown into water, the red wine started boiling, then evaporated. In the tube, there was only a moth fluttering its deformed wings. Feeling confused under the sun, it ran into the glass over and over. "Disgusting. I suddenly don't have an appetite anymore." Wolf Flute grimaced. The teenager's brow wrinkled. He softly sighed. "If I knew this, I would have let you die earlier." "Hey, you," Wolf Flute began. "Our happy conversation ends here, Mr. Wolf Flute." The boy interrupted his words, raised his eyebrows arrogantly, his handsome face full of indifference. "Before leaving, I hope you can struggle for a few days longer. But as a reward for chatting with me, I will remind you of one thing." His figure became more and more hazy, but in the blur came a cold voice. "Never are there so many people coincidentally traveling together." Right at that moment, Wolf Flute woke up from the short dream, sweating. He began to open his eyes, but felt like staying in the dream for a long time. He was waking up now. Everything was still in its original position. The cup of red wine was still intact, exuding a fragrance. He silently held the glass in front of him, staring at the rest of the passengers through the red wine. They were all either tired or excited. Finally, he saw the secret of those deep eyes. There seemed to be gentle footsteps coming from the top of the train. Underneath the floor, it sounded as if there were some creatures scuttling around. "Even my last moment of fun was ruined," Wolf Flute sighed. The red wine fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. "You guys make me mad." The night was getting closer and closer. An old man called Ghost Hand was still smoking his pipe. He was like an ordinary old man in Avalon, sitting on a long bench in the street, getting some cool air in the summer night. "Are you sure you saw him living here?" he asked.
next to the bench, a dirty tramp squatting on the floor nodded and pointed to the hotel.
An Eastern kid, white-haired, also with a dog, it can't be wrong. I hope you know the cost of lying to the shaman. Ghost Hand threw a heavy wallet into the tramp's arms and waved.
In the shadow of the alley, a bunch of burly men rushed out. They blocked the entrances of front and rear doors quietly. The leading two men raised a hammer and broke the door. Leaving two men to watch the gate, the rest of the armed men suddenly burst into the hotel. The passing crowd was scared, hiding as they looked in shock in the direction of the hotel. A loud noise came from the hotel, as if someone was breaking into the rooms. Scared guests screamed, and were forced to shut themselves up from the threatening men. The proprietress fumbled behind the counter, whimpering. After a burst of the sounds of beating and hitting, everything became silent. Someone got a signal from the distance, frowned, then whispered in Ghost Hand's ears, "Sir, no one." Ghost Hand continued smoking silently, and looked at the tramp next to him. Under his gaze, the tramp was petrified. He trembled, and his eyes became puzzled and frightened. "Continue looking," Ghost Hand said softly.
Another burst of screaming sounded. Loud crackling sounds came from the three-story hotel.
The violent search and destruction had begun again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Sound in the Moonlight. Translator, Ye Bo Studio Editor, Ye Bo Studio.
In the long street, Ghost Hand was silently smoking his pipe. Although the air was filled with cheers and laughter, the atmosphere around the bench was destitute, like the winter. A homeless man was shivering on the ground.
"Excuse me, how do I get to Luther Street?" Someone behind Ghost Hand asked.
It sounded like the person was lost and had been asking everyone nearby for directions, then finally he came to ask Ghost Hand. Irritated, Ghost Hand did not show a temper, but was also not interested in turning around to answer the question. He silently continued to smoke his pipe, then pointed to the right.
"Oh, thank you." The pedestrian got their answer, and happily left.
The smashing sound continued until the group of people had completely searched through the hotel from attic to cellar. But they still did not find where the white-haired boy and his dog were hiding. Finally, Ghost Hand went inside the hotel, looked at the ruins of the front desk, his eyes gloomy. "Did they say anything?" "I swear he is not here anymore." The wife of the hotel owner, who had been tied up and slapped around a few times, choked as she sobbed. "He left half an hour ago."
"You came too late. I really do not know anything, nothing." "So we missed him again?"
Ghost Hand put down his pipe and knocked off some ash on the wall. His voice was cold. "So you are saying that we just missed the D*MN kid again?" The homeless guy who had wanted to escape had his leg broken. He came into the ruins of the hotel. "Sir, it had nothing to do with me. I did not expect that."
"I swear."
The homeless guy begged, "Let me go. I was truthful to Mr. Shaman, and I really did not." Ghost Hand put down his pipe and sneered at the homeless guy on the floor. The homeless man's voice became lower and lower, but finally, his whispers had no sound. His eyes full of despair.
"I do know that this was just a little mistake. You should not be blamed."
Ghost Hand bent down and pressed on the right eye of the homeless guy. His cloudy eyes were full of sorrow, but unfortunately, I'm not like the Scotland Yard, they're too understanding. There was a sickening snapping sound.
"Something broke. Thought of everything, but I still missed two things."
On the streets, dragging an old suitcase, Ye Qingxuan was murmuring despondently, "First, I did not account for the hands-on examination, and second, I did not think." Ye put his head down and stared at the crystal ball in his hands, whining, "Why is this ether ball so expensive?" In the hands of Ye Qingxuan, the fist-sized crystal ball was flashing with the reflections of the streetlights. With the hustle and bustle of the people nearby, the crystal ball sometimes flashed erratically. It was like broken silver dust was constantly reborn, disappearing and converging inside the crystal.
It would make you dizzy after a while.
This was one of the most commonly used measurement tools for musicians, the ether ball. It looked like a solid crystal ball, although it was just a thin layer of crystal solidified by a high temperature. The refractive index and thickness were of the highest standard. The inside was engraved with runes, filled with pure ether, and was able to respond to the lowest sound. The one in Ye's hands was bought from a store for civilian use, or for musician apprentices to play with.
It was the most basic type.
It would last for about 4 months, but it had cost almost all of Ye Qingxuan's money. It was said that in the army, and in the musicians' union, there were much better quality ether balls and measuring tools. They were not things money could buy. As for learning how to communicate with the ether, the most suitable material for the introductory lesson was in his hands. He rubbed the notebook that Wolf Flute had given him, and sighed softly. Even though he had the ether ball in his hands, the difficulty level was still very high. So far, musicians were still rare in the human world. Every book said that in order to communicate with the ether, musicians needed to recite the runes. The runes of the notes were the basis of all music sheets and power. They came from the exploration and research from past years. They were composed of complex basic syllables, hard to understand, and difficult to recite. More than half of them were the sounds of the world converted by ether. From runes to a measure, and from a measure to a movement, it finally became a complete music score in the end. From their long exploration, mankind had developed a complete system divided into 7 branches and hundreds of specialization. In Wolf Flute's notes, only 3 basic notes had been recorded, which were the basis of 3 different schools. They were the extraction of the school of modifications, the peace of the school of abstinence, and the beastly nature of the school of summoning. As long as you could master any of them, you would be able to pass the test. However, Ye Qingxuan had no confidence in learning how to complete this seemingly simple test within 10 days.
Especially since this was Avalon.
In order to avoid the large-scale chaos of ether caused by loud noises, the city was completely surrounded by the enchantment of ether. This enchantment was like a griddle, able to completely suppress ether interference caused by 99% of the noise, and only the most accurate syllables could work. After all, not many ordinary people dared to have anything to do with ether. Most were rather afraid of it. Whether it was the notes of Wolf Flute or of any musician, the covers of their musical sheets would always have a commandment from the first pope. The commandment, written in black ink, had been engraved in everyone's heart, from birth until death, never forgotten's awe of ether. Having studied the history of the church, Ye Qingxuan was able to have a more comprehensive understanding of the current world. After all, for mankind, 90% of the world was undeveloped dark areas. Researchers around the world would uniformly use 4 colors while marking maps. The most central regions were white, representing the density of ether, and how much land could be occupied by man on a large scale. Yellow represented where extreme loud noises were banned. And black was the danger zone outside of the border. In the black areas, even the slightest cough would cause a chain reaction as dangerous as avalanche. In the red bordering towns, shouting was not even allowed. People could only whisper. The red was known as the silence zone. Those who had not been to the border and beyond could not understand that kind of suffering and fear. Although the Dark Ages had ended only 300 years ago, the riots caused by ether destroyed numerous cities and villages. Nowadays, catastrophes had become a nightmare inside the heart of every human. Thus the areas where humans lived would inevitably have churches, not only for spiritual beliefs, but also because during the constructions of the churches, a special technology was used to dilute the density of ether, to ensure security within the area. Because the musicians controlled the means to communicate with, and control ether, they were respected and feared. In order to develop and advance their skills, musicians had also paid a large price. It was said that 100 years ago, in order to communicate easily with ether, all schools had chosen to establish academies at the border. However, the death and accident rates were too high. Some schools had gradually migrated back to the inland so that at least then students would not have their head busted open due to a wrong syllable read, or half of their body cut off by a vortex of ether. From ancient times until now, becoming a musician had been a dangerous business, and the difficulty to enter was also second to none.
Ye Qingxuan was thinking, 10 days to learn a rune, isn't that a little too difficult to do? It was late at night on Luther Street, on an empty public carriage platform.
It had been years, but it was just how Ye Qingxuan had remembered. Once night fell, there would be few pedestrians, but the lights were bright, and there also a bench to lie down on. The summer night temperatures would not freeze anyone, and the wind was still tolerable. This was Midtown, so it was pretty safe. As long as you did not look like a bum, the police would not drive you away. Instead of sharing rotten shacks with the beggars, this was a good place to stay on the streets.
It was easy for Yi to read the notes.
Although he had memorized the contents of the notes on the way to London, he still wanted to read through them one more time. The extraction of the School of Modifications had been the first that Yi eliminated as a possibility to learn. The level of sensitivity required to handle to ether was too high. With Ye Qingxuan as unaware as a blind man, even if he was successful, he would only be turned into a mummy by the uncontrollable runes. The beastly nature from the School of the Summoning had the clearest notes in the book but sounded like a beast roaring when recited. The 6 basic syllables simply could not be connected together, and Ye Qingxuan just could not grasp the emphasis. The piece from the School of Abstinence seemed to be the easiest to learn, but there were dozens of basic syllables. Therefore, the difficulty level of entering the School of Abstinence was the highest among all the 7 schools. Ye Qingxuan really had no confidence in his own talent. With no choice, he had to try one by one. First, take a deep breath. Ye Qingxuan sat on the bench, chewing on the last bit of dry food. Under the streetlight, he read the book, relaxed the throat muscles, feel the lung expanding, and then slowly exhale, tongue slightly touch the teeth. According to these little tricks in the book, he tried the syllable sigh but felt like someone was stabbing him. Of course, the ether ball did not respond. He smacked his lips, feeling like something was wrong. The young man tried again with hope. This time he did not feel like he was being stabbed, but like a group of ducks quacking together. The ball still had no reaction. Ye Qingxuan took a deep breath and comforted himself, must be because I'm not sincere. Sincere, and concentrate. Old Phil was lying on the bench, leering at the idiot, then soon looked away and continued sleeping.
Oh, no, it is not right.
Yi murmured to himself.
Yeah, oh? Still no reaction.
Oh. In this long summer night, Ye Qingxuan had wasted a full 3 hours only to realize that perhaps the syllable just did not agree with him. Perhaps another syllable would be better. But the ether ball had proved him wrong with more silence. Another syllable would not make a difference. Oh. Despite Ye Qingxuan's various attempts, the ether ball still had no response. In the end, with a sore throat, Ye Qingxuan could not help throwing the book on the ground.
What's the matter? What is wrong?
Ye Qingxuan glared at the ether ball, but no matter how hard he stared, the crystal ball remained still, with no response at all.
Is it broken?
He shook it, want to be sure, and at that moment, the ether ball lit up.
Okay?
Like the light of fireflies, the ether ball started flashing vaguely then and extinguished, like silver dust was floating in the liquid. Then numerous flashes appeared like stars, flashing in rotation with no specific pattern, illuminating Ye Qingxuan's stunned face.
What's is this?
He looked in surprise at his surroundings, and a strange smell came through the wind.
A faint laughter came from afar. Something was coming.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 32. Chapter 32, I've started practicing. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. He, come chase me.
It was as if a psycho was screaming while playing a game. In the deep night, some people crazily ran over, squirming strangely on the moonlit street. Ye Qingxuan swore that he had never seen a sight so hectic before in his entire 17 years. Under the silver moonlight, a man with a hair like a bird's nest laughed maniacally. His butt was shaking as he raced down the street. A breeze blew by in the night, lifting the thin shirt on his body, revealing a pair of bold underwear. As he ran barefoot, the ether ball would flash in accordance with his laughter. Ho ho! His laughter was like a broken drumroll littered onto the ground. He continued running around like a psycho. Ye Qingxuan gaped at the ether ball. This works too? Before he could even finish his question, the crazy bird nest guy was back with his high-pitched laughter, scaring Ye Qingxuan. He raced in the wind, stopping without warning in front of the youth. Bending down, he pointed at his bruised face, radiating the smell of alcohol. You. Tell me. With a face of seriousness, he asked, am I hot? His voice was deep but clear, gentle with just a tinge of roughness. It could be described as a nice voice, but Ye Qingxuan was still stuck on the image of him running nude and could not reply. The ether ball in his hand continued to flash. Do you think I'm hot? The nude man asked again. Yes. Ye Qingxuan complimented the man against his conscience, very, very hot. He felt like his conscience had shattered into a million pieces after replying. But if one looked carefully, it was clear that if the man had not been beat up earlier, he would be pretty attractive. He seemed pretty young too. Ah, of course. The drunken man let out a thigh-slapping laugh. When a breeze blew past, he fell cleanly onto the floor and passed out. Only Ye Qingxuan was rooted in the wind. Hey, are you okay? He kicked the young man, but there was no response. After a long time, Ye Qingxuan was finally able to breathe easily. Settling into a chair, he decided to ignore everything and continue practicing scales. La. 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 La la la. The nude man on the floor suddenly flipped over, let out a disgusting drunken burp, and started singing while slapping his stomach. There was rain tonight. Whoosh, and all the flowers fell to the ground. Ah, but what's the matter? We're happily together. He paused with the last note. Unsatisfied, he added another sentence. We're happily together. Who would want to be with you? Ye Qingxuan thought to himself. The ether ball in his hand was as bright and happy as a dog that had seen a sausage. Ye Qingxuan felt like he was going crazy. What was going on? Was the crazy man's voice communicating with ether? Suddenly the naked man scrambled onto his feet and grabbed Ye Qingxuan's hand. The man forced his eyes open, but his vision was blurry and he could not see anything. Ye Qingxuan was shocked. Kid, don't be scared. The most important thing for a family is to be organized. With brother here, no one will beat you up. Still holding Ye Qingxuan's hand, he cried hoarsely, what's the most precious thing in the world? It's love. It's love. Doesn't brother's love make you feel warm inside? Yes, warm. Ye Qingxuan nodded against his conscience. Aha, the nude man laughed dumbly. And then he bent over and puked his guts out. But even as this psycho was throwing up, Ye Qingxuan's ether ball was still shining. What is this? Close to tears, Ye Qingxuan took out his ether ball. I was just practicing my chance. What did I do wrong? Nothing happened except attracting this crazy thing. Ha, nothing happened? Do you want to know why? The nude man finished vomiting and stood up on his wobbly legs, wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Ye Qingxuan nodded lifelessly. Immediately, the man pointed his finger at the tip of Ye Qingxuan's nose. The nude man yelled seriously, just give up. You can't sense the ether. As Ye Qingxuan was trying to make sense of those words, the man grabbed the small pamphlet in Ye Qingxuan's hands. Pointing at a standard syllable, he said, an extractions range goes up to E2.
High notes. You can't sing up there. Choose another, choose this one.
He flipped through the pages like the drunkard he was.
When he saw the messy notations of Wolf Flute, his eyes brightened. Practice this one. This one. Do you understand? This is the best for you. Ye Qingxuan's mind was blank.
Glancing at the messy scrawls, he did not know what to think.
It seemed to be the notes that Wolf Flute took during his father's class, but even he did not know what he wrote. How could Ye practice it? Remember. The voice is just an appearance.
The nude man held down Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. His hoarse voice suddenly became serious and cold, like transient thunder in the clouds. Aether is the controller of all, but it is also the servant of will. Before Ye Qingxuan could react, he started singing once again and ran off as the ether balls continued to glow. He came like wind and he left like wind, only leaving behind a pile of vomit. After a long time, Ye Qingxuan finally processed everything that had just happened.
Furious, he shouted, "You psycho! Give me back my book, dot."
But the only reply was a faint ho-ho echoing in the night sky from an obnoxious idiot. The next day, Ye Qingxuan woke early in the morning to the sound of his alarm. His throat felt like he had swallowed charcoal. It was a pain that threatened to tear him apart.
He had practiced the entire night, using only his memory.
But the only result was that his vocal cords were swollen and he could not even say a complete sentence, and he was starving. With a long face, he pulled out his wallet. All he had left were a couple of tens.
This was half a month's salary in loot.
But in Avalon, with its high living costs, this bit of money could barely last him 3 to 4 days.
But 10 days? He couldn't even imagine it. Must I revert to my old lifestyle and beg? He mumbled to himself, his throat burning, I can't even find a faucet in Avalon?
As soon as he uttered those words, a bottle of milk appeared by his side. Old Phil strolled back leisurely, half a wheat cake hanging from its mouth.
It generously split its bounty with its top follower.
Seeing that Old Phil had not forgotten him after finding food, Ye Qingxuan was touched to the point of tears.
But there was not any time to cry now. Everything could wait until he was full.
After devouring the bottle of milk and half a wheat cake, Ye Qingxuan patted his stomach. It had been empty the entire night, and it was still grumbling.
He was still a bit hungry. Old Phil yawned and ran off from the chair after hitting Ye in the face with his tail.
After a bit, he reappeared with a new bottle of milk and wheat cake. Old Phil pushed it towards Ye Qingxuan with his paw, as if saying, hurry and eat.
There's more if it's not enough.
Where do you get all this? Ye Qingxuan picked up Old Phil and flipped him around, searching.
Was there a hidden treasure chest inside of him?
A little pissed, Old Phil bit down and slapped him with its tail. He jumped off the chair and motioned for Ye to follow.
Although it was early in the morning, many stores were already open. The amount of people multiplied gradually as well.
Few people paid attention to the white-haired boy and old golden dog running through the streets. Taking twists and turns, and going through 2 alleys filled with trash, they arrived at a small alley. It seemed to be the back door of a store. Old Phil ran to a small drawer beside the back door. Jumping, it opened the drawer with its mouth. Proud, it turned towards Ye Qingxuan to show off the milk it had brought back.
Ah, I knew you stole it.
Facial muscles twitching, Ye Qingxuan stared at the drawer that was almost empty, thanks to Old Phil. Old Phil barked, filled with pride.
Stop barking.
Ye Qingxuan hurriedly put a hand over Old Phil's mouth.
Didn't I tell you to stop stealing? We still have some money left. What if they find out and beat you up?
Before he could finish, a voice sounded behind him, rooting Ye to his spot.
Oh, so it's your dog? A giant shadow fell over him.
In the shadow, Ye Qingxuan turned around with difficulty.
He stayed silent.
A hulking man lowered his head and said in a cold voice, "It's not even noon and it already came 3 times."
The man looked a bit old.
He was probably around 40 years old with salt and pepper hair, but his body was terrifyingly burly. His pectoral muscles seemed ready to burst from his shirt, and his arm was thicker than Ye Qingxuan's thigh. He was around 2 meters tall and his body 2 meters wide.
He was a monster.
The scariest was the iron poker in his hands. The red-hot poker was covered in charcoal dust, as if it was fresh out of the oven.
Yes, it was probably enough to kill 10 thieves and their dogs. Please let me explain.
Ye Qingxuan shoved old Phil and forced out a smile.
I'm really sorry. The dog is a little pesky.
I'll pay you back for the milk, but please don't get angry at him. The monstrous man stared at him.
Expressionlessly, he rotated his neck.
The color from Ye Qingxuan's face drained at the sound of his bones cracking. Behind him, old Phil suddenly started yelling, making him want to cry out, "Old Phil, it's not the time to cause trouble."
Yeah, we shouldn't be cowards.
But this guy's arm is thicker than both our waists put together.
Can't you just shut up?
I gave it the milk, the man said.
What? In Ye Qingxuan's opinion, today had been a little weird.
Where else do you think it got the bread? The old man threw away his poker and bent down, waving at old Phil. The dog ran over, circled the man twice and raised his paw for a greeting. When old Phil turned back towards Ye Qingxuan, its eyes were full of pride.
In this awkward silence, Ye Qingxuan's stomach growled. The teen awkwardly looked to the side. The monstrous man stood up and studied both the boy and the dog. Nodding slightly, he pushed open the back door. I made some soup. Come in.
Ye Qingxuan never thought that there would be such a large watch shop on this busy and congested business street. Amidst the gentle tick-tocks, countless clocks and watches stood in every corner. There was a vintage clock 2 meters high, a complicated clock hanging from the wall, a pocket watch laid across the counter. These clocks and watches took up 2/3 of the store. The sound of hundreds of ticking minute hands hovered around the store, creating a type of serenity. Holding a rag, Ye Qingxuan wiped away every speck of dust in the window facing the street. Stepping back, he admired his work. He was not a freeloader.
Sir, I'm done, Ye reported.
The monstrous man at the front counter looked up from the thin book he was reading.
Are you here for the exam? He put down his book. Emotionless, he asked, how did things turn into this?
You can't even take care of your dog. Old Phil barked in reply while sitting on the cushion. You think too highly of me.
I'm not taking care of him.
He's the one taking care of me, Ye Qingxuan muttered.
What a good dog.
The man stood up and knelt before the sleeping dog, carefully smoothing down his messy fur. Burly as he was, his movements were gentle. His eyes were no longer numb either, but had a tinge of warmth and care.
It looks just like my old dog.
I dreamed of it last night, and when I saw this guy this morning, I thought it was back. He paused for a bit, then suddenly asked, will you sell?
No. Ye Qingxuan shook his head without hesitation. You really need money, right? I can always think of something for money.
Ye Qingxuan chuckled awkwardly.
If it comes to it, I can do some odd jobs. Whatever I do, I'll have enough for food.
The monstrous man shook his head.
Walking over, he lowered his head, looming over Ye Qingxuan.
His size had an ineffable pressure.
Give me your hand, he ordered.
Ye Qingxuan stretched out both hands. The man studied and smelled them.
His pupils constricted like a beast, sending chills down Ye Qingxuan's spine. Never held a sword and never touched blood. You're a good person.
Letting go, the man shook his head coldly.
In Avalon, it's the hardest for people like you. Where do you think you can go? Most stores won't accept unknown men. You can't even be a good thief in downtown.
When you die, people will probably just sell your dog. He had aired out all of Ye Qingxuan's insecurities.
There's gotta be a solution, right? Ye Qingxuan asked nervously.
Your hands have calluses from copying.
Can you read and write? The man asked.
Yes. Ye Qingxuan replied honestly, I can read and write the lingua franca, runes, Eastern characters, and the Asgard language.
Then go and clean up the attic.
Huh.
The last worker got sent to the hospital, and we're missing an accountant right now. There's no money, but I can give you breakfast and dinner. Get out after 10, got it?
The man continued coldly, also, I don't like to be annoyed, so don't do extra things.
Any problems? No. Free meals are okay. Free meals are great.
Ye Qingxuan could not help but start laughing, and rubbed his hands together in pure joy.
Then don't just stand there. Get to work.
The man's features were still cold, but he seemed a little awkward as he continued, as if a bit embarrassed. After opening and closing his mouth, he finally raised the thin and tattered book.
Pointing at the cover, he said, You. Teach me how to read.
Ye Qingxuan glanced at the cover and his jaw dropped.
Anglo Fairy Tale Collection.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Getting Worried Slowly. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Sir, how much is this clock? Don't know. I want this pocket watch, wondering. I do not know, did you not hear that? Sir, I think. Get out, we are closed.
After turning away the sixth guest, the beastly man had Ye Qingxuan close the door coldly, and put on the business closed sign, then continued to stay behind the front desk, and began to recite the alphabet with a stutter. Next to him, Ye Qingxuan watched the customer that had been scared away and shook his head with a sigh.
How did this store survive until now? Ye thought to himself. He was very curious, really. After he stayed in the store for 2 days, Ye Qingxuan had gained a better understanding of the situation. The beastly man's name was Seaton.
He was not the owner of this place, he was not even interested in clocks or watches. Other than finding someone to clean up the store, he did not bother to maintain it, just leaving everything as it was.
Doing business was just bullshit.
According to him, the owner of the store was neglecting his duty. He was traveling abroad, so Seaton was only asked to watch over the store while he was gone. Speaking of this, he was quite agitated. His face was so gloomy that he looked like he wanted to tear the real owner apart.
His whole body gave off a violent aura. He would have scared away any children walking down the street.
Ye Qingxuan completely understood why the owner asked Seaton to watch the store. With such a fierce warrior here, not even an army would dare coming in without at least 2 companies of troops, not to mention thieves. In addition to spelling and reciting the alphabet, Seaton did not usually talk much. He usually said about 3 sentences a day, 2 of them were for old Phil. Ye Qingxuan was not sure why Seaton was so interested in reading. All day long he was obsessed with a fairy tale book. He had asked Ye Qingxuan to do the bookkeeping, which was really just teaching Seaton how to spell and read.
Occasionally he would make he be a janitor as well.
Ye Qingxuan was happy to have more free time. He would squat at the doorstep muttering runes and reciting syllables. Unfortunately, he had made very little progress. Very little progress was actually an exaggeration, it was really more like no progress at all. After a while, he started to feel distressed. After all, the resonance rate between himself and the ether was way too low. He felt the despair every time he remembered the psycho that was running naked on the street that night. That psycho could make the ether ball light up when he was vomiting. Why did Ye not have any skill despite practicing every day? But in fact, Ye did know the real problem. Sense the damn ether, sense, he would say to himself. He could not sense any ether. The standard syllable was so strict that the rate of breathing, as well as the number of vocal cord movements, had to be precise.
Even if everything was done according to the rules, you might not necessarily be successful. But if it was not done according to the rules, success would be absolutely impossible.
Without adjusting oneself by sensing the change in ether, it was just taking a shot in the dark. But with such a long contact period, and tens of thousands of recitations, even a shot in the dark would have hit the target a few times by now. But somehow, Ye Qingxuan had never once been successful.
What is the matter, huh?
He lay on the ground in frustration, wishing he could roll around like old Phil.
Hey, Ye, go pick up the merchandise.
Behind the counter, Seaton said, 18, Queen Boulevard, just find the manager there. The boss had placed an order there.
Seaton put a pen in Ye's pocket, just sign.
The goods are expensive, worth 10 of you, so do not steal anything or I will personally send you to the hospital.
Seaton had spoken bluntly more than once or twice. It was rare to see someone as simple and straightforward as he was.
Seaton hated hypocrisy, and believed in being straightforward.
If he said the goods were very expensive, then they must be very expensive.
If he said he would send Ye Qingxuan to a hospital, he would send Ye Qingxuan to the hospital. In this era, watches and clocks were still considered luxury goods. Large clocks and pocket watches had been things only the nobles could use. Additionally, everything in the store looked like a work of art with a great history. Some items even had patterns carved using enamel, and small pieces of precious stones.
They seemed to be worth a lot of money.
Any pocket watch was probably not worth 10 children, but definitely worth 8.
Uncle, this is my 3rd day at work. You want me pick up such an important item? Is that a good idea? Ye Qingxuan asked helplessly. You've got a point, but if you do not work, why am I keeping you here?
Seaton sneered at him. Ye Qingxuan hesitated, standing in place.
What? Don't know your way? I do know a little.
Ye Qingxuan organized the words. I heard that that's an area for nobles, and nobles like to beat up people.
What if they hit me, Those kinds of nobles are already extinct in Anglo.
Now the gentlemen are in style, and they may even give you $2 out of pity, said Seaton coldly.
Do not try to be lazy. It's not quite safe to go from here, there may be trouble on the way.
This store is on the list with the Avalon police station, and the owner is also in touch with the parliament.
Just say the name of the store and no one will give you trouble. I'm not feeling very well today.
The way Seaton looked at him, Ye Qingxuan could not speak anymore.
Seaton put down his book, and asked bluntly, have you stolen somewhere? No. Did you offend anyone there?
No.
Ye Qingxuan's face turned bitter. Then why are you still here? Seaton sneered at him, lifting his hammer-like fist. Do you want me to walk you out? I'm leaving now. Ye Qingxuan went running. Sign on this sheet.
Outside of the grand hall, the housekeeper, an old man in a black suit, pointed to the sheet. The old housekeeper had seemed very surprised by Ye Qingxuan's arrival. Even after Ye had signed, the housekeeper was still looking at him and shaking his head.
What's wrong?
Ye Qingxuan checked himself. I have a dirty spot somewhere?
No.
The housekeeper stroked his beard, and suddenly asked, it must not be easy working for Seaton.
Well, it's all right. Uncle is a good guy. He seems to be fond of you.
The old man patted his shoulder. Using a wary tone he said, the future of young people is always infinite. He did not know why, but Ye Qingxuan had a feeling that he was being trained in hell. Under the afternoon's burning sun, Ye Qingxuan walked along the busy streets, feeling a little tired.
Avalon was built on an island. The buildings were complex and dense, leaving no empty space.
Even the 16 suburbs on the smaller islands were all occupied.
The city hall divided Avalon into uptown, midtown, and downtown.
These 3 divisions were subdivided into 9 ring areas. Queens Boulevard was the most beautiful place among all of the ring areas. The famous area was located in the center of the third ring, Avalon's golden area.
30% of the entire population in Avalon worked to serve the people of this street.
Silk and spices from the East, golden jewelry from India, fashion from the Burgundy Empire could be seen everywhere.
People would feel dizzy just being exposed to it all.
Ye Qingxuan felt a burst of strange familiarity. It had been many years, and things had changed so fast, like the popular trends between the nobles was no longer the same. However, everything was still unchanged in its heart. It was like a charming, attractive woman, but with a cold heart. This feeling was enough to bring back many painful memories, making him feel unconformable from the bottom of his heart.
He no longer wanted to stick around.
But when he thought of himself, he could not help but sigh, such bad luck. He took out the ether ball from his pocket, played with it, looked at its silence, and thought that he might never figure this thing out in this lifetime.
How come you don't blow?
He lifted it up to the sun, looking at its almost transparent material, feeling quite discouraged.
Young master? Someone softly asked behind him. Ye Qingxuan's body stiffened a bit.
He felt a kind of familiar sense of suffocation coming back, making his face turn dreadful. He took a deep breath and looked back. In the crowded street, he saw an old woman with a basket, wearing a servant's clothes. She was like a normal old woman, moving slowly, her eyes blurry. Once she saw the kid look back, she was shocked. Her basket fell to the ground, melons rolled all over the place. She seemed to have seen something incredible.
Is that you, young master? Are you back?
She caught Ye Qingxuan's hand, excited and spoke incoherently, "You finally came back."
If the master knew he would.
"I'm sorry, you got the wrong person." The old maid was stunned. She stared at Ye Qingxuan surprised and speechless.
"I am not a young master. You must be confused."
Ye Qingxuan bent over to help her pick up her fruits and vegetables on the floor, and put them in her hands.
"I have to go, please do not waste my time."
The old maid looked at Ye Qingxuan, disappointed. She bowed her head, sorry.
She did not say any more.
She held the basket and limped away. At times, she would look back at the boy, seeming very lost and sad. It was not until much later that Ye Qingxuan was no longer able to see her in the crowd.
"Was everything all right?"
Seaton asked as Ye Qingxuan returned to the store.
"Yep."
Ye Qingxuan smiled, saw some things.
"I suddenly realized Avalon was really scary sometimes. You never know if you'll run into something you don't want to see. If you do not want to go out, you can watch the shop. That's all right."
Ye Qingxuan shook his head. "At first I just thought it'd be too much trouble to go out, but now, it doesn't seem so bad."
"Oh, it's good that you got used to it. Where is old Phil? Have you seen him? It went out by itself. It seemed to have lost something."
Ye Qingxuan thought of something, his expression became strange.
"Did old Phil go to pick up some strange stuff again?"
He could not help but wonder. Ye Qingxuan's worries were proven correct again. Late that night, Ye Qingxuan was awoken by old Phil's barking at the back door.
He yawned and got up to open the door. He sighed again.
Had old Phil restored its bad habit? In the past, it had also been like this. It had always run around at night, bringing back a variety of strange things such as dead mice, dead rabbits, dead snakes, other people's kids' toys, or coins and pocket change on the ground. Not to mention, since old Phil had developed this habit, Ye Qingxuan's pocket was fuller than ever. But the bad thing was that what old Phil decided to bring back was completely unpredictable. Just like those mysterious little jars sold by the Indians, you never knew what was hidden inside. Old Phil barked, sounding even more anxious. Ye Qingxuan felt a sense of helplessness and unlocked the bolt. Do not worry, I'm opening the door for you."
"Come, let me see what you got, F***CK.
Outside the door, old Phil was squatting on the ground, proudly sticking out his tongue. Ye Qingxuan was petrified. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Save Me. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio.
After all these years, whether it was before or after returning, Ye Qingxuan always felt that Avalon was a crazy place. One could run into anything, such as pests that one would not want to encounter, like that nude man running at midnight.
But what had happened today was really testing the limit.
It was not that he could not take a lot of pressure, but that Old Phil's level of intensity was too high. Throughout these years, Old Phil had brought back money, dingy lanterns, unopened bottles, copper cups stained with unknown substances, old rings, tattered books of foreign languages, a pot with a hole, jewelry that would cause hallucinations. Ye Qingxuan had just assumed that Old Phil had a wide range of interests, and then would throw it all out.
But this time, he brought back a living human? Under the still moonlight, the little alley was more serene than usual.
Ye Qingxuan stared blankly at the girl in front of him. The dirty kid wore a tattered dress.
The original color seemed to be white.
The shoulder straps were about to tear, and the dress looked like a pile of rags. Bruises and scars covered her face as if she had been beaten. Her bare legs were covered with wounds. It was as if she had been chased and ran away blindly. Sensing that Ye Qingxuan was looking at her, she stubbornly raised her head to stare back at him. Her pupils quivered, but her eyes were full of defiance. The moonlight cast over them so that they glowed like silver.
"Hey, cousin."
Ye Qingxuan glanced at the kid he had just met and forced a smile. "Long time no see." The girl stared at him and opened her mouth, but did not say anything, then closed it tightly.
"That kid disappeared. Keep looking. I saw her run over here."
Someone banged a metal rod in their hands.
"She can't be far."
The clamor of voices, a mess of broken sounds, approached from a distance.
They were running and searching. Countless people were running around outside, but here, it was still.
Old Phil stared at Ye Qingxuan impatiently, telling him to shut up and hurry.
Ye Qingxuan finally understood.
When he studied the girl, his eyes had a storm of emotions.
"What is your name, Dot?"
Under his stare, the girl chewed on her lips but refused to speak. Just as Ye Qingxuan was about to give up, he heard a soft voice, "Bai Xi."
"My name is Ye Qingxuan."
He reached out his hand, "Come with me." The boy held on to her wrist.
It was so weak and soft.
The girl did not protest, but her trembling revealed her fear. She is but a child, after all, Ye Qingxuan thought.
There's a white-haired kid just like you. She's a distant relative staying with you? Seaton asked the next day, glancing at him coolly. And she's out of travel money and decided to spend a few days here? Sorry, but there really isn't. Where is she? Seaton interrupted. Immense pressure suddenly pressed down on Ye Qingxuan.
After stuttering, he finally waved his hand, and Old Phil excitedly grabbed onto the corner of the girl's shirt, dragging her out. She was no longer dirty. She had showered and treated her wounds, and was wearing Ye Qingxuan's old shirt. The sleeves and pants were rolled up and she looked even smaller in contrast. Her white hair was hidden in a tweed hat. With her head lowered, she looked like a poor family's kid, self-loathing and insignificant. She was silent under Seaton's scrutiny. She looked like an obedient and quiet kid.
It was pitiful. Yeah, right.
Ye Qingxuan thought he would not take it. His hand was still wounded from when the kid bit him last night. Her eyes were lowered because her gaze was so piercing, as if she wanted to find fault in anyone, at any time. She did not speak because whenever she did, her words were provocative. She looked cute, but her personality was definitely disagreeable. If she was able to do what she wanted, Seaton would have her sent to the White Church's intensive care unit before she could say 3 sentences. Seaton was silent too as he studied her, deep in thought. Beside him, Ye Qingxuan nervously wiped his sweat, awaiting the final decision. After a long time, Seaton just said, "She's yours."
Look over her. Huh? Ye Qingxuan was a little dumbfounded.
He thought he would get kicked out.
Like you, she'll only get food. No money. And if she doesn't work, then get out.
Seaton's voice had no warmth at all.
Kid, this isn't a shelter. So remember, this is the last time, but. Yes, yes. Got it. Ye Qingxuan let out a sigh in relief.
Wiping his cold sweat, he gave Seaton with a string of praises. "Sir, you are so kind and wise.
You are glowing upon Avalon.
The world will see your power someday, and Anglo will be yours."
He kept going until Seaton couldn't take it anymore. At the end, Seaton said was, "She isn't really your cousin, right?" Ye Qingxuan blanked.
"I saw old Phil bring her back yesterday." As Seaton turned to leave, he coolly let out the last words, "I don't know why those hooligans were looking for her, but don't get into trouble."
Ye Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat.
Before he could react, Seaton's voice drifted back to him, "If you die in the store, it'll be a chore to collect your body." Ye Qingxuan was sure that phrase was spoken from his heart. Thinking of this, he sighed and glanced over at Bai Xi. She was sprawled on the counter, watching the clocks curiously.
Only now did she look like a kid. A quiet kid.
Well, if he could just ignore her hand that was reaching into the counter. Ye Qingxuan slapped away her sneaky hand, "No stealing."
"Huh, as if I don't know about your motives."
Bai Xi side-eyed him.
"You and that big dark guy want to sell me, right?"
As she said the words "big dark guy," she glanced around nervously, scared that Seaton would hear. Seeing her like that, Ye Qingxuan could not help but sigh.
"Look at you. All you are is skin and bones. Even if we wanted to sell you, who would even buy you?"
"I don't know about that, but some people are bad."
Bai Xi's expression was completely defensive. "Hey, you're the bad one." Ye Qingxuan thought. "You're the one who was going to steal. I was saving you. Saving you."
"Stealing isn't the problem, but if Seaton found out, you'd be sent to the intensive care unit."
For whatever reason, this girl was practically a porcupine.
She was the same last night. No matter what Ye Qingxuan said in order to get her to shower and change her bandages, it was no use.
She kept thinking that Ye Qingxuan was going to peep in.
Ultimately, Ye Qingxuan could only help her lock the attic's door from the inside, remove the ladder and sleep on the ground behind the store's counter. He could hear every sound from upstairs, and had been unable to sleep the entire night. He knew that she wanted to escape, but had nowhere to go. She finally fell asleep at dawn, but not on the bed. She had curled up in the corner with old Phil. She would rather believe old Phil who could not speak instead of any person because old Phil would never hurt her. Thinking of this, Ye Qingxuan felt a little bad.
What happened that turned her into this? He could only imagine.
He knew how hard it was to have no home, so he was able to endure Bai Xi's odd personality. At least she was as annoying as Ye Qingxuan had been.
"Hey!"
Bai Xi sat on the counter, staring at Ye Qingxuan as she munched on his bread. Hearing her unwavering voice, he felt a headache coming.
"Call me cousin, and you heard that we need another worker."
"Mr. Seaton doesn't talk much, but he's a good person. I have to leave someday, so if you work hard, you can stay here." After a pause, he told her, "At least, you won't have to live by scamming." Bai Xi was angry, like a cat arching its back. But she did not say anything and just took her anger out on the bread. Her temper did not go away until she had finished all of Ye Qingxuan's breakfast, yet she still continued to glare at him silently.
"What's wrong?"
Ye Qingxuan could not keep cleaning with her staring at him like that. Bai Xi chewed on her lips, as if debating whether or not to speak.
At last, she asked in an unwilling tone, "Why did you save me?" You made me save you. Don't joke. I'd never beg you, even if my life depended on it. Bai Xi was seriously angered. She glared at him, gnashing her teeth. Nothing good has happened ever since I met you. People chase me every day, but now even my money is gone. I don't need your help. She yelled. Does it make you proud to have a little girl thank you? Do you think I'll be grateful that you saved me? You just want to feel proud, right? You really enjoy having a little girl thank you? Let me tell you. No way. Ye Qingxuan was dumbfounded. He felt defeated. Not because of himself, but because he did not know she thought like this. I never wanted you to thank me, really. A little awkward and helpless, all he could do was sigh. You know, when I was at my lowest point, someone saved me. He gave me food, gave me a shower, and let me stay in a small town until now. He also taught me how to keep living. He thought of the priest's serious expression and could not help but laugh in nostalgia. He told me that a human's language isn't only spoken. Some words can be seen through one's eyes. Bai Xi chewed on her lips. She glared angrily at him without speaking, as if trying to see through his disguise. He told me that when he first saw me, I was standing in the mud. I was angry at the world and my eyes were provocative and piercing. Probably just like you, right? He studied the girl's eyes, seeing the fear and pain hiding deep under the angry, coldness and hate. And those eyes were saying, save me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Hallucination. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Late at night, in a room filled with smoke, Ghost Hand had been waiting quietly in the Black Octopus pub's secret room. Someone silently walked into the room. He took off his cloak, revealing an elegant long robe from the east. He seemed very old, his hair was mottled gray with black and white flecks. His movements were silent, like a ghost. Lost him again? Mr. Chang sat opposite him. To be honest, I am very disappointed with your work attitude. Unfortunately, this is the city of Avalon. Our work is not always perfect. Ghost Hand shook his head, trying to control his anger. Mr. Chang looked indifferent. Mr. Ghost Hand, before Yunlu is taken over by the rebels, will be delivered whoever we wish to find. If we want his head, then his head will be delivered. If we want his hands, then his hands will be delivered. Anyone who delays the process will have their eyes taken out. If anyone dares to hide him from us, he and his family will pay the price for the mistake. But this is Avalon, and things are not the same as before. Great efforts have been made just to hide your group of people. Ghost Hand frowned. Mr. Shaman does not want to cause any trouble. Do you want this to be noticed by the royal family? It's been almost 4 days. Mr. Chang said quietly, Mr. Ghost Hand, we cannot wait much longer. Mr. Chang, I said I need more time. I've given you time, haven't I? Mr. Chang got up and dispersed like a ghost into the white smoke. In silence, Ghost Hand leaned against the chair. He sucked on his pipe, little by little. The sepia-light pipe broke apart between his teeth. Because of those two Eastern kids, Avalon is turning into a mess. He spat out the residue, and crushed the pipe in his palm. And that damn dog. Alright, let's go back. In the carriage outside the pub, Mr. Chang opened his eyes in silence. He had not moved at all from the beginning of his journey until the end. The carriage moved silently. A servant who had just received a message presented a bamboo script to him. Mr. Chang moved his fingers across it, collecting dust on his fingers. You mean, Shaman is looking for another Eastern child? He asked. Yes, also with white hair, and with a dog. Some people saw that kid with the fugitive we are looking for. We do not know who wants him. Mr. Shaman had deemed him more important than our fugitive. Mr. Chang frowned. What is Shaman looking for? Seems to be some kind of box. Dead or alive, just the box. Couldn't find out anything else. In a country of barbarians, the rules are chaotic. This group of barbarians has their own agenda, Chang humped coldly. The shaman may have credibility, but after all, foreigners can't be relied on. The servant asked, Eunuch Chang, do you mean we have to find another way? There are plenty of people who can help us search in the city of Avalon. Chang contemplated for a moment, then suddenly asked, what happened to the group who is now in the control of Yunlu? They have submitted the credentials and will go into the city soon, but... Well, Ye Qingxuan is a wolf with a savage heart. Not only did he seize control of the city of Yunlu, but he also wants to join forces with the barbarians, and claim independence with no respect to his king and father. A princess? Just a fake. No one will be deceived. Chang snapped, give them my orders. Do not betray the trust of His Royal Highness. Bring back the princess. When His Highness takes back Yunlu, and gets rid of the rebel Ye Qingxuan, he will reward everyone accordingly, and you will all get a cut. Yes, eunuch. The servant hesitated, looking confused, but one thing is unclear to me. Yes? Why bother coming here personally if only for a little girl with the bloodline of dragon? Old Chang fell silent. For a long time he lifted his palm and put it back down, then finally sighed, you have served me for so many years. Today I will teach you a lesson of being by the side of the king. He glanced at his servant who had just escaped death, his eyes like damp, gloomy rotten wood. Follow the rules strictly. Do not cross any lines. That's the trick to living a long life. The more you want to know, the faster you will die. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. The servant was soaked with sweat as if he had been caught in the rain. Then go. Eunuch Chang closed his eyes and rested. Remember, bring her back in one piece, without missing even a single hair. Understood. From that day on, Bai Xi had not spoken to Ye Qingxuan. Although she seemed better behaved now, she just did not want to talk to others. Every day after she was done with work, she would quietly sit in the corner. She would stare at the dust on the floor in front of her, but her gaze pierced through the dust as if she was looking at something else. Only old Phil could have a few words with her, but old Phil could not talk, and she would not say anything to a dog. But sometimes when old Phil slept beside her, she would reach out to touch old Phil's hair, carefully and seriously. Old Phil was really a lovable dog. Although it was ugly, it was still much more popular than Ye Qingxuan. Unfortunately, that was the way of this world. Hating a person needed countless reasons, but loving a dog did not need any. And in most cases, the dog was much better than a person, for as long as you were good to it, it would not harm you. But Ye Qingxuan thought that this could not continue, and that old Phil was his dog. Why do you get to touch him? I can only do that when he is in a good mood. He thought to himself. Once he finished writing the last zero in the account book, he looked up and sighed helplessly. Next to him, Seaton was still silent. This monster-like uncle had been sitting cross-legged behind the counter, struggling to read the fairy tale over and over again. Hearing his sigh, Seaton raised his head and suddenly said, "The boss sent a letter from another town yesterday, asking about you." He knows about me? Ye Qingxuan was surprised. He is a psychopath, but is usually very well informed. Seaton's tone was not very respectful. He wished you success at the entrance exam, and said he will bring you a gift. For real? I wouldn't get my hopes up. That guy's character and gifts are usually worse than anyone's imagination. The last time he brought me a gift, it was a huge donkey head that could be put on my head, but it was still dripping with blood. He paused, his expression became more unpleasant. I hate donkeys. Is it really okay for the boss and the staff to have such a bad relationship? If that guy died in a gutter, the world would be a better place.
After Seaton finished talking, he shut the book angrily, took some money from the drawer, and went out for a drink.
He did not even bother to close the money cabinet. It was just like him since he had a very simple mindset. Ye Qingxuan looked at the golden light reflecting from the cabinet. He swallowed his saliva, then shut it with his eyes closed. So much money, he could not help but think. A sneer came from the corner. But when Ye Qingxuan looked up, Bai Xi was still in complete silence. He sighed. Bai Xi was squatting in the corner behind the window on the chair she had occupied, using the counter as a dividing line. She and Ye Qingxuan were clearly separated. As if they had previously agreed on such terms, they did not talk to one another. The afternoon sunlight came in, obscured by a huge grandfather clock, leaving Bai Xi sitting in a dark corner. Sometimes the dust floating in the air fell into her hands, reflecting her silent eyes. It made people feel pity for her. Ye Qingxuan's hand touched the crystal ball, then sighed. He lowered his head again. You may pity her, but who will pity you? He thought. 4 days. If he counted the nights, it would been 4 days and 5 nights. 3 runes, and all the standard syllables had been memorized by heart, but he could not say them. He had practiced no less than 100,000 times with the aether, but it had not resonated with him even once. Ye Qingxuan was desperate. Maybe he was cursed by the aether? Even someone with no talent, with tens of thousands of attempts, would at least improve their success rate by 1%. Ye Qingxuan's was still 0, a desperate 0. No matter how many times he tried, whichever rune he practiced was still a 0. From 1 to 2 was very simple, as long as the effort was made to do the addition, but what about from 0 to 1? Ye Qingxuan just did not know how. No matter how hard he tried, what had not existed still did not exist. Tall buildings were built from the ground, but what land belonged to him? He silently stared at the ether ball in his hands, not knowing what to do. His heart was gradually filled with sadness. In the silent shop, only countless ticks made a rhythm, monotonous and persistent, constantly jumping from one second to another. In the afternoon sunshine, Ye Qingxuan could not help but yawn. He felt quite sleepy. Rubbing his vocal cords with his fingertips, he asked himself if this was all worth it. The ring coiled with a silver string silently reflected the sun, flashing. Musician. He sighed softly, and closed his eyes, feeling the wind blowing from afar. But quickly he realized that this was a shop. The doors were closed. Where had the wind come from? He was not sure when it started. Everything was silent. He opened his eyes and saw the dust on the front of the counter silently blowing off with the wind. Thousands of years had seemed to have passed within a moment. The windows were broken, the glass had become powder. Wooden furniture had rapidly decayed, and cracks spread along the wall. The burning and lonely sunlight shone through the cracks onto Ye's face. He was frightened and wanted to jump up, but felt his body glued to the chair. He could not move. The familiar world quickly faded away from him, and all the familiar people and voices were no longer there. Old Phil was gone, Seaton had disappeared, as well as Bai Xi. He was left alone in this lonely house. He sat in his chair, watching everything decay. Weeds grew from the crack of the floor, and vines climbed up the wall. The busy streets outside disappeared, and were replaced with empty and barren land. The whole world was quiet. Ye Qingxuan could only hear the ticking sounds around him. The indigo moon, representing bad omen, was hanging in the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Do You Regret It? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Under the indigo wash of the moon, time flew quickly, like a waterfall shooting down thousands of meters. And just like that, the oceans turned to grass fields, and bustling cities became abandoned hills.
At the foot of the abandoned hill, tombs jutted from the earth, staggered and reaching towards the edge of the sky. Under the moon's glow, the mismatched tombstones shone coldly. They seemed to come from all over the world, all from different eras. Some were stone tablets and others were wooden stakes. Some were fit for royalty, while others were broken beyond repair, covered with a spider web of cracks. Under every tomb, there was a different lamp of souls enshrined, but more than half of these ancient lamps had gone out. In this silent world, everything was still as death. Ye Qingxuan sat on the chair, fearfully gazing at his surroundings before seeing a man facing him, standing among the tombs. The quiet moonlight shone upon him, revealing the silvery patterns of his black robe. The patterns shimmered. They belonged to a heraldry he had seen before, but he could not remember where. A wind blew from far away, his long silver-white hair flowed, like mercury fluttering in the sky.
Father?
Ye Qingxuan subconsciously held his breath the moment he saw that face. Very quickly, he realized that it was not his father's face. It had some of his father's characteristics, but it was not truly him. At times, it looked more like Ye's own reflection, and sometimes looked like neither one of them. Stunned and dazed, Ye realized that the man was studying him too, his eyes unreadable. The man opened his mouth and made sounds. It was as if he was talking, pausing between each word, but Ye Qingxuan could not hear his voice clearly. The man repeated himself again and again, and the wind brought back a strange echo. His voice pushed the world to change, rotating the stars, transforming the winds, raising the earth, letting floods loose, but that thunderous voice was still so unclear. Ye Qingxuan tried hard to interpret the words, but he could only cry and howl from the pain in his chest. The searing pain spread through his body, and every blood vessel shook madly.
It was the pain of being thrown into a pool of lava.
Something was filling him, stopping him from listening to the voice, but as the pain intensified, the voice became clearer. The silver-haired man gazed at Yi, repeating himself. Drowning in the flood of pain, Ye Qingxuan was barely conscious, hoarse screams escaping his body. Finally he felt his body rip into a million pieces, and then he fell into a bottomless pit. Darkness consumed his world, swallowing everything. But just as he fell into the blackness, he heard the man's desolate murmur, "Do you regret it?" His voice was heavy with ancient grief and pain.
Ah!
Ye Qingxuan jolted awake from his nightmare, screaming hoarsely, "'cause the lone flame of the candle to shudder in the deep night." He had not realized he was stuck in a dream until now. But why was he wrapped in bandages and lying on a bed? His body was still gripped with immense pain. The pain in his dream must have come from real life. But where was it coming from? He was going crazy. Stop screaming, since you're awake. Seaton was focusing on a book at the foot of the bed, sparing him a glance. Holding up the book, he asked, "What does this word mean?" Ye Qingxuan needed something to distract him from the pain, so looking at the word became his savior. With some difficulty, he replied, "Repent." This word comes from the written language of the sacred city, and is derived from ancient literature. It means, "I went astray and sinned. Because of this, I repent." Related books and references are Dogmatic Commentary, edited by the 6th generation of popes, and Lingua Franca Dictionary. He could not go on. If his voice had been like sandpaper, now it was like the sound of two pieces of metal rubbing against each other, sharp and piercing. What is wrong with me? He looked at Seaton in confusion. "Don't know. When I found you, you were bleeding from every pore." Seaton shook his head and pointed at the floor. "The entire floor was red because of you." His eyes became cold again. "Have you thought about how to pay for the floor, and your medical bills? My shop isn't a charity. If you can't pay up, I can introduce you to a doctor who sells organs." "I have to pay?" Ye Qingxuan almost shot up from the bed. "The floor will be fine after we wash it. Why do you have to change it? Sir, can you not be so stingy?" Seaton humphed and did not mention money anymore. "How long was I asleep for?" Ye Qingxuan asked with a dry smile. According to the doctor, you should have kept sleeping and never woke up, or just die from blood loss, but you woke up after 6 hours, so I guess you're okay.
Seaton nodded. Since you're okay, get back to work tomorrow. Hey, where's your humanity? You want humanity? So do I.
When the owner comes back, he'll see the floor and think that I can't even look over a shop. I was already pissed at that bastard and you just had to come and make things worse. Seaton continued in a somber voice, I said before to not give me trouble, but you're just too troublesome.
Okay, there's a lot of pressure on you too. Ye Qingxuan wanted to cry. No one had it easy in this world. But no matter what, thank you for saving me, he said quietly. And I'll find a way to pay you back. Just give me the money.
That's all I put in, a voice said. Seaton rose and revealed the person behind him.
She's the one who saved you. It was Bai Xi.
The white-haired girl had been standing there since the beginning, but had been obscured by the burly Seaton. She looked at Ye Qingxuan, and unwillingly greeted him.
She found you rolling around on the ground.
If you remember anything, you should remember that you also bit her, Seaton stated. You had extreme blood loss and she was the only one who could give you blood.
If not for the fact that Easterners reject foreign blood, I'd think you're a werewolf. With that, Seaton turned to leave. Rest well. You can have a break tomorrow. Before closing the door, he added, remember. Just one day.
With the slam of the door, the room sank into overwhelming silence again. Ye Qingxuan gazed wordlessly at Bai Xi, but Bai Xi turned her head away from him. Old Phil paced between the two of them in confusion, not sure what happened. Saving someone should be a proud moment, but for some reason, Bai Xi was uncomfortable. Under the flickering candlelight, she lowered her head and toyed with the corner of her shirt, like a student scolded by her teacher. Ye Qingxuan opened his mouth many times, but never knew what to say. As the silence continued, Bai Xi finally could not stand the awkwardness any longer. She mumbled, I'm leaving. She turned, wanting to leave immediately, but a voice behind her sounded, thank you. Bai Xi's shoulder trembled, as if she had been startled. Looking down, she stuttered for a while before uttering, oh, as if she was very unwilling.
I just called someone over.
But your eyes were telling me let me die.
Sorry I couldn't fulfill your wish, . Hearing her words, Ye Qingxuan's features twisted. She was still hung up on that small detail?
Children who hold such grudges would be powerful later in life. When he was her age, he was far less of an expert at street survival skills.
You don't have to fuss over these details, he said. I'm not being fussy. Bai Xi glared at him. Right, I'm just being petty.
Ye Qingxuan finally had a thread of thought. This girl was stubborn as a mule, and he could only go along with her. Knowing this, things became much easier.
Acting like this, she finally seemed like a kid. Are you from the East?
Ye Qingxuan pushed himself up and rested against the headboard. Bai Xi hesitated before replying honestly, pretty much.
Nice. Can you tell me about it?
He patted the chair beside the bed, his eyes genuine. He suddenly wanted to know more about the East that his father had always spoke of.
Maybe it was that strange dream, or maybe he just wanted someone to talk to. My father got married after coming to Avalon, so I've never been to the East. Everyone thinks that I'm an Easterner, but I don't know anything about it. It's probably, like here?
Bai Xi was still unwilling to speak, but she obediently sat onto the chair. But the good thing is that people put free food on the streets.
You would not be hungry. Really?
Of course.
Why would I lie?
The little girl rolled her eyes.
People once revolted because they didn't like the meat that the emperor handed out. They wanted to eat steamed buns and noodles.
In the end, a general poisoned the emperor's meat pie and killed the emperor.
It must be hard work to be the emperor of the East. The emperor is just a figurehead. The people that like to eat wheat follow one feudal lord. People who want to eat rice follow another lord. There's one lord that likes to eat potatoes. So everyone that likes sweet potatoes is forced out. Sometimes, the lords will fight over whether they want to eat sweet or savory food. Why do they fight when there's so much food? Ye asked. Doesn't Avalon have people who point and judge because they don't like to eat pork? I haven't seen that before, but you make it sound annoying. Yeah, because they are, Bai Xi replied sassily. See Bai Xi's earnest expression, Ye Qingxuan could not help but chuckle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Strange Kindness. Translator, Ye Bo Studio Editor, Ye Bo Studio. Halfway through the conversation, old Phil came out from under the bed. He leapt up and occupied half of the bed as if he owned it, then lied down and gave a look to signal his two errand boys to scratch his tummy. Bai Xi reached out to scratch old Phil. He was so excited, he started to roll on the floor. Old Phil sneered at Ye Qingxuan, giving him a triumphant look that indicated how much he liked Bai Xi's touch, and that he was reconsidering keeping Ye as his errand boy. Ye Qingxuan could not help but want to cover his face and sigh. Bai Xi was holding old Phil, scratching its ears carefully. The yellow dog rolled around on her lap with enthusiasm. It was both cheap and ugly. It was almost unbearable to watch for Ye Qingxuan. Why is he called Old Phil? Bai Xi asked curiously, grabbing the dog's ears. Well, Ye Qingxuan pondered, the explanation is somewhat complicated. Show off, and I told you so much about the East. All right. Ye Qingxuan patted his forehead with his bandaged hand. He reluctantly spoke, Old Phil always thought that he was the most powerful in the world, so he always had a tough look. When I first met Old Phil, that had been the way it was. He did not want to do anything, nor did he get close to anyone. All the street thugs called him Fei Wu. Ah? Bai Xi was surprised for a moment. That's the problem. And then, not sure why, but he thought Fei Wu meant king of dogs, so if I called him by other names, he would ignore me. The name Fei Wu is not really nice, right? I had to change it to a nickname. Ye Qingxuan sighed. Fortunately, he now thinks that Old Phil sounds more powerful than Fei Wu. Otherwise, if you call out Fei Wu for dinner, he would run to you from across the town. Bai Xi could not help herself, she laughed. But soon she went back to her straight face, like the laughter had never happened. Still a child. Ye Qingxuan whispered. Bai Xi looked up. Ye Qingxuan smiled and shook his head. Tell me something else. The whole night, Ye Qingxuan had lied in his hard bed, covered with bandages, quietly listening to Bai Xi's stories of the East. The little girl was really nothing like a little girl. Her tone was not soft, it was full of thorns. She spoke foul words when she got to the exciting part of the stories, even pointed fingers. She was more of a rogue kid than even Victor was. But somehow, he felt better. As long as someone had kept him company, the pain was no longer so unbearable. Even his body, full of wounds, was not so bad anymore. At least he did not need to think of the past, and did not have to think of the future. But in his heart, there was always a voice wondering inside, Ye Qingxuan, you cannot become a musician anymore. The inexplicable bleeding had made Ye Qingxuan rest in bed for a whole day. Drowsy and sleepy, he thought he had slept for a long time. In his long and broken dreams, there had seemed to be nothing but the broken pieces of the past, and some bizarre and indescribable moments. In those broken dreams, there was always someone whispering. The sound gave him a splitting headache. On the third day, when he finally got out of the bed, it was already noon. Seton did not rush into work right away, but when he leaned against wall, and tried to walk downstairs step by step, he saw Seton's face twitching behind the counter, with a cigarette in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot.
He obviously had reached the edge of an breakdown. This monster-like man was so angry, all of his muscles were trembling with anger, and at his feet, a dictionary was shredded to pieces.
What's the matter?
Ye Qingxuan was confused.
Seton pointed at the counter, expressionless.
A letter had been delivered by the messenger, and a small box was lying on top. That crumpled letter seemed to be made differently from regular paper, more like something that was written on a piece of excellent quality leather. It was difficult to tear, but had many cracks made by someone.
It's to you, read it yourself. Seton grabbed some money from the drawer, slammed the door and went out for drinks.
Ye Qingxuan grabbed the letter, confused, then he was shocked.
It was a letter addressed to him. To my dearest employee Ye I. Heard you were ill, I've been worried sick.
Although we have not yet met, I have the deepest concerns and worries for your well-being.
Perhaps this is what the Easterners meant by fate?
Along with the letter is a bottle of medicine. Rest well after you take it, and don't worry about the shop.
I will reimburse you for all your medical expenses.
P.S. Please take care of Seton, as he's not well disciplined. If he does something wrong, please feel free to criticize and punish him, like punishing the tiger that does not obey the ringmaster's command.
P.P.S.
Please give my regards to the new employee, Miss Bai Xi, and also give me her measurements if it's not too much trouble.
I'd like to give her a dress as a present when we meet. Your friend, Hermes.
At the end of the letter there was also an emblem to identify the nobility of the sender, but the emblem was particularly strange.
It was unlike any that Ye Qingxuan had ever seen in the church's pedigree.
It was like two snakes wrapped on a strange cane.
The letter was filled with warmth and kindness.
Other than the fact that it had almost blown Seton away, you could almost see a noble gentleman who was kind, polite, and generous, who worried about Ye with sincerity. He also had a same name as a famous artist from 100 years ago. The special concern from the boss had given Ye Qingxuan a chill.
He looked at Bai Xi. This is from the boss? Bai Xi's expression was also odd. Yes. He wants your measurements. Tell him to go to hell.
Bai Xi answered like a sharp slap, making Ye Qingxuan give up the idea of writing a reply.
Ye Qingxuan picked up the small box on the cupboard, and was startled after he opened it. What is this?
In the wooden box, there was a slender test tube buried in thick cotton pads, filled with rose-red liquid, reflecting a magnificent light. Bai Xi was stunned when she saw the tube.
She gave Ye Qingxuan a strange look. Hey, do you think the boss fancies you? Fancy?
Yes, fancy. Bai Xi lifted her eyebrows, her expression was odd. I heard that many old ladies like fresh young boys.
What are you talking about? I haven't even met the owner yet. And if you don't want to say my name, you can call me cousin, not just hey, like you were my creditor, but. Want to take advantage of me? No way.
Bai Xi sneered at him. This is a cure, made by the church, excellent for treating external wounds.
The price is almost as expensive as a brick of black gold.
Her last sentence had Ye Qingxuan's hands shaking.
He stared at the test tube in his hands. That expensive?
In addition to their respective issued currencies, countries would trade with each other using a common currency of black gold, made by the church. Presently, Anglo's currency had been continuously declining, so that the price of the black gold had continuously jumped up. Roughly, one test tube would be over 60,000 pounds. Ye Qingxuan felt depressed.
How expensive? Couldn't he have just given me the money?
I'd drink this as soon as possible if I were you. This thing loses its effect 10 minutes after exposure to the sun. Bai Xi's words had awakened Ye Qingxuan, so he quickly pulled out the stopper and poured the liquid into his mouth. When he was done, he smacked his lips, seemingly not tasting everything. But soon he felt an extreme coldness spread inside his body. It was like the moment of an explosion of freezing bombs. He was dizzy and almost fell to the ground, but quickly his senses came back. The strong pain in his body had rapidly depleted, almost as if they were not even there.
so effective," he muttered, feeling like the world was shaking. "There are side effects, and you probably won't have any strength for the rest of the afternoon." And there was a trace of mandala inside the drug. Bai Xi had a deceitful look on her face. Her smile was sweet and innocent. Cousin, let's play cards?" "Play cards?" Ye Qingxuan tried to suppress the feeling of dizziness. "What are you playing at? Every time you call me cousin, it's nothing good." "Why, a small amount of gambling is entertaining. I'm concerned for you." Bai Xi took a pair of cards out of nowhere, then shuffled skillfully. "We can stick white paper on the face instead of playing for money. Want to warm up with a 5-card draw?" Ye Qingxuan could not help but sigh, very skillful shuffling. "You made money with this, didn't you?" "Skills to make a living, of course." "How about I won't cheat?" Bai Xi smiled harmlessly, exceptionally sweet. "Come on cousin, let's play." "Can I not play?" "It counts as a loss if you don't play." Ye Qingxuan sighed and picked up the cards, but when he was shuffling, he saw the strange picture on the cards. "What is this?" Unlike the other cards with only pictures on the king and queen cards, this deck had own pictures on cards 1 through 10. It seemed to be someone from a strange story, but the style was extremely gloomy, making people shudder. This deck was the Avalon's legendary commemorative edition. On the cover was the most famous legend of Avalon. It was said to be very popular. Legend? Ye Qingxuan seemed confused. When did that happen? He picked one up randomly and asked, "What is this?" The card was painted with an old man wearing a feather crown. His hand was holding a broken heart, his eyes gloomy. It is said that he was the controller of all of Avalon. He hid behind the curtain and controlled the underground world. He sounded like a very powerful man, but many people have said there was no such person. And others said that they had seen him, but no one could describe what he looked like. People who had met him called him shaman, and when shaman issued an order, no one dared to oppose. Shaman? Ye Qingxuan thought the name sounded familiar, like he had heard it somewhere before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, The Marketplace Legend. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. That was the shaman. What about this one? Ye Qingxuan flipped over the second card. On this card was a man wearing a hat. His golden locks reached his waist, and he stood on a pile of gold, silver, and wealth. Jewels fell from his hands like sand. The trader. Apparently, you can buy anything from him as long as you have money. Even the impossible is possible with him. Bai Xi lowered her voice. Some people also say that Anglo's throne was bought from him by King Arthur with his treasured sword. How is that possible? Ye Qingxuan laughed. Even if it is true, he can't live this long, right? You never know. If he really does have everything, it wouldn't be weird if he has the secret to immortality. That kind of makes sense. Ye Qingxuan flipped another card. What is this? The card's background was blood red. Within the broken and bodiless limbs, there seemed to be a shadow. Everything was bloody and dark. Oh, that is the killer. He has disappeared now, but apparently he killed for money and he took every type of job, even the assassinations of high officials. When he's in action, he leaves no witnesses alive. Anyone who sees him will get their heads yanked off. Someone gave him the nickname Bloody Butcher because the scene he leaves behind is like a slaughterhouse. The White Wraiths in the church, the Soul Eater, the psychotic killer who massacred in the Deep Night, the Ripper, the women who kidnapped children to feed devils, Hariti, the living dead who wandered in the graveyard and feasted on fresh blood, the vampires, the debt collector who could take souls with his hand, the ghost hand, the black shadow that flew across the sky at midnight, the phantom carriage. These were Avalon's top 10 legends. Wait, but there's only 9, Ye Qingxuan counted with his fingers and realized that there truly was only 9. Oh, there's another one.
At the mention of this, the excited Bai Xi suddenly lost all interest. She revealed the last card. On this card was the silhouette of the clock tower at midnight. In the darkness, there was something squirming and running by.
This is the last legend.
It's the naked man who runs through the streets of Avalon at midnight.
Ye Qingxuan was instantly awake. You look funny. Are you okay?
I'm scared. He was too embarrassed to say that he had seen this crazy man before. The first 9 of the top 10 Avalonian legends were so powerful and impressive, but this last one was just wretched.
Running around nude while singing at midnight. A crazy man with bird nest hair. What was wrong with the aesthetic standards of the Avalonian people?
What's the last ghost card? Ye Qingxuan looked at the 2 ghost cards. But rather than a clown, there were strange and ferocious buildings.
The black card had a high tower.
But when reflected into the water, the tower turned into a pile of bones.
It stretched endlessly, going towards hell.
The bloody shadow.
Bai Xi said, legend says that this road is hidden inside Avalon. It leads straight to the backside of Avalon.
If you walk down it, you'll see the city's true appearance.
Then what about the red one?
The red card in his hand depicted a large but abandoned city.
It was covered with cobwebs and scorch marks. The giant city was choked with dust, as if it was already dead. This is the Avalon in the legends.
Bai Xi paused and added, the real Avalon. It had been 300 years since the end of the Dark Ages. 270 years ago, King Arthur refused the holy name given by the sacred city.
He came here instead and created Sacred Anglo's first city. This was the earliest legend of Avalon. No longer did people know what this place had been before that.
Some scholars dug through the remains of the ancient books and came up with this strange conclusion: 300 years ago, Avalon was 600 meters below sea level. This meant that the island was supposed to be sleeping at the bottom of the ocean. But according to the ether levels of ancient Avalonian buildings, they have existed for more than 1,000 years.
The scholars did not know what to do with the contradicting information.
In the end, this debate could only be buried under the countless other research. But this legend had been passed on until now, becoming more and more detailed.
Some said that Avalon was originally a city controlled by Satan. It lay at the bottom of the ocean for eternity.
It floated up during the War of Glory, and the world was about to be destroyed.
But then Hyakuan was seriously injured and left its lair. But its secret was still hidden inside the city.
Others said that this was the Burgundians' conspiracy. But some also support the more recent continental drift theory, believing that Avalon was an island that floated from elsewhere.
None of these are reliable.
Avalonians have too much time on their hands. Ye Qingxuan dismissed these theories.
Yeah. Let's just play cards.
Bai Xi shuffled the cards, her features dancing. I'll go easy on you for the first round, and we'll start small.
$20 for the first round.
His face expressionless, Ye Qingxuan reached over and took out the card she hid inside her sleeve.
I said before, you can't cheat. Half an hour later, Ye Qingxuan was getting drowsier and it was hard to focus.
It felt like he had a hangover, like alcohol was playing with him, making him overexcited, and then taking away self-control.
Thankfully, he could still think. Thankfully. Okay. Hand over the money.
He showed his card, and stretched out his palm with a smile. Or else I'm going to put on a strip of paper. There was only complete and utter silence. Past the tick-tocks, one could only hear Bai Xi's angry pants. The strips of paper all over her face moved as she breathed, like the legendary Wendigo. In 30 minutes, she had already lost her salary for the next 3 years, if she was going to get any salary.
You told me, this is your third time playing flush?
Bai Xi gritted her teeth.
This is how someone plays for the third time? This really is my third time.
Ye Qingxuan yawned and answered drowsily, "The first time, I didn't understand the rules and lost 1 month's salary.
The second time, I won all their pants. From then on, no one wanted to play with me anymore. They all say, that I cheat."
"You said we're not allowed to cheat."
Bai Xi pounded on the table and got into his face.
"Where did you hide the poker?
Tell the truth. Or else I'm going to beat you up while you still can't fight back." "I didn't lie. I'd never cheat."
Ye Qingxuan opened his arms and let the girl search him. The cards that he had shuffled fell from his hands, scattering like snow. 54 poker cards, no more, no less. The rolled-up sleeves, short nails, spread-apart fingers, under the table, there were no signs of cheating anywhere. Bai Xi searched Ye Qingxuan's pockets repeatedly but came up with nothing.
"I told you I won't cheat."
Feeling heavy, Ye Qingxuan finally could not resist the urge of sleep and sprawled onto the table. Before he fell asleep, he seemed to remember something and laughed lightly, "But I can memorize cards."
"Thanks for coming with me to deliver the goods. It's not like I know the way." The next day, Ye Qingxuan could finally walk, albeit with a cane. He limped down the road.
Beside him, Bai Xi, a head shorter than him, carried the case in her arms. She walked casually, glancing around. As if she were self-conscious about her white hair, she had stuffed her hair under her hat.
She was still wearing Ye Qingxuan's clothes from before, and looked like a typical street kid. But it really took a lot of effort for Mr. Seton to get this business deal. "You think too much. This is just an ornamental clock that they asked the boss to send over from Burgundy. We're just delivering it."
The corner of Bai Xi's lips curled. If they didn't send a letter asking, Seton probably would have thrown it into the trash.
"Fine.
The store will probably close someday, thanks to him," Ye Qingxuan muttered, a bit worried.
"Why are you sighing? This has nothing to do with you."
Bai Xi rolled her eyes. Her pupils rolled around twice, and another bad idea popped into her head.
"Hey, cousin, how much do you think this clock is worth?"
"It's not vintage, but the signature says it was created by a very famous Burgundian artisan. It's hard to estimate its market value."
"But the newest watch core, gold and silver inside, are expensive. Based off of the black market's rule of raising the price 30%, it's probably around 60,000.
Ye Qingxuan counted on his fingers and nodded at the end. "If it's someone who knows the trade, it can sell for up to 100,000. Bai Xi was dumbfounded, not just because of the price, but also because of Ye Qingxuan's words.
"How do you know all this? There are books all over the store. You can read them too."
Ye Qingxuan side-eyed her and knocked her head.
"Don't get any silly ideas. Seton wasn't joking when he said he sends troublesome people to the hospital. Hey, I didn't even say anything. Nothing good comes when you call me cousin. And I bet you were thinking about running off with that thing, right?"
"Oof." Bai Xi did not say anything else, but it was clear she had not given up yet. "On my third day here, there was a thief." Seton didn't say anything, but broke the thief's arm that afternoon, and brought everything back to the store. His muscles are there for a reason. Don't think that he's harmless just because he sits and reads all day. Ye Qingxuan kept talking until the girl had goosebumps all over. This was the 4th time he stopped Bai Xi from breaking the law today.
What joy, as if. This girl was too far gone if she wanted to break the law 4 times in one day. Other than old Phil's dog food, there probably was not a thing she did not want to steal. Bai Xi poked curiously into the crowd, as if she was listening to the musicians on the street. The dark-skinned musician sat cross-legged on a ragged cloth, playing a Chang flute.
This instrument was rare, and its beautiful music caused those passing by to nod and toss coins into the box in front of him. Bai Xi glanced at the box filled with copper coins, about to drool. Ye Qingxuan moved to stop her, but thankfully something else happened that caught everyone's attention.
Far away, a high-pitched trumpet sounded. A clamor traveled from the distance.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Tai. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio.
The first sound was from 16 high-pitched trumpets. Dressed in crimson robes, the guards stood atop the city wall. They held up trumpets almost the size of themselves, took a deep breath, and blew strongly to welcome the important guests. Outside Midtown's sixth ring of city walls, a long and mighty procession entered this large city. The bishop's door opened only when the emperor arrived. Now, it opened slowly under the golden sun. The heavy city gates creaked, silencing the commotion of the crowd. Quickly, soldiers clad in golden armor, holding ceremonial halberds and copper scepters filed into a line, then entered the foreign city. The first was the soldier wielding a halberd.
Following him were the ritual officials holding all sorts of offerings and gifts.
Behind them was the long procession.
6 stallions were required to pull large carts filled with silk, spices, and porcelain from the east.
With their black hair spun into buns of the high-ranking, the female officials scattered holy water and petals onto the street. Their buns looked like that of fairies, and these eastern faces smiled standard smiles, opening up the road for the golden carriage behind them.
8 pure white stallions pulled a gold carriage through the road.
The 4 corners of the carriage were decorated with heaters in the shape of mythical creatures. The heaters were filled with incense, and milk and herbs, emanating a heavy scent. The aroma spread through the crowd with the breeze, casting everyone into a luxurious dream.